Welcome to the Gun Channel Sunday Molon Lobby, where you can come in and talk about guns, or pancakes, or underwear, but mostly guns. Anybody listening out there? Gonna drop some knowledge bombs. Well, one. Gonna try to drop one knowledge bomb. It's not like gonna impress too many people. Let's see here. Ram.
Moonon Lobby.
Moonon Lobby. I am glad you could join.
Join? Yeah, that's a word.
Join. All right. Okay. What am I looking at?
I don't know what you're looking at.
Try to screen share.
Is this a game? I'm gonna guess some type of pornography.
Okay. No.
Or a gun.
All right. Let me see if I can screen share this full image. Do. Share.
I see nothing, Jon Snow.
Is that working?
Oh, no, I see it. Okay, it is an exploded view of something. Let's see.
I think this is the 250 or the 320. Either way, it's a SIG.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
I don't know if it's the right one I'm looking for. Let's close that and find. This looks like it's it. Yeah. There we go. SIG P320 diagram.
Or part of it.
All right, number 15. Can you see that?
Uh-huh.
That's the SIG's Achilles heel. That's its roll pin. You need to punch that out in order to change the sear housing and trigger return spring. So Yankees claims that the SIG is superior is all faulty and false. False flag action.
Fake news.
Fake news. See my Beretta APX that he was complaining about taking apart because he didn't read the manual? Has 0 roll pins. So you just unhook all the parts and pop them out with a little bit of elbow grease and replace them. Out on the SIG.
You're still really upset about that.
Yeah. My butt hurt. I try to go back to his video where it's called "Don't Diss My Gun, Bro." But when he's like being blatantly biased for no reason, It gets me. It gets me.
Hmm.
Mulan Lobby, Moon on Luby.
Moon on crackly sounding mic.
I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna do a what's it called? Refresh. So I'll be right back. Better?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay. It always happens when I forget to plug my headset in before I start a chat.
Oh, see, mine just doesn't work if that happens. If my
Yeah,
headset
sometimes it
gets
won't.
unplugged, it just doesn't work. I can hear, but the mic doesn't work.
Yeah, sometimes it'll do that to me. But most of the time, it'll just make me sound like shit until I refresh and refresh until I sound normal. Yeah. Kickstarter. Where's the thumbs up? How do you do that? I'm not buying a deck until Wednesday.
Oh, you're not going to get a brick of cards until Wednesday?
A brick?
Yeah.
How much is a brick?
Um, I forget one something. It's 12 decks of cards though, which is pretty cool.
I don't know if I'll get a brick.
You need to at least get a few, right?
But what about a package where, isn't this one? Do you get like two old West decks and one old Kalashnikov deck? Is there that? Is there that
Yeah,
option?
he just added that because there was like the first couple comments on his Old West project was, "Do you still have AK cards?" So he's like, "All right, maybe I'll add a perk where you get
We
a
gotta
couple of the new
find
ones
like
for free."
groups on Facebook, like old Western cowboy groups of dudes just collecting Western stuff and post it on there in those groups. Like, yeehaw, come by these, come support this
Yeah, that's what I was saying, dude. I think
West
this is gonna
thing.
have way more broad appeal. So I
Yeah,
hope it just has to catch on in the right circles, and then it'll be golden.
yeah, I'll find some. I was arguing with an anti-gunner from, I don't even know what country he was from, on Facebook today. Oh, look, he made another. But he's got no argument. He's just like blah 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 NRA. You speak like the NRA. Why can't you talk with your own mind? I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm using statistics and facts. That's not the
the
NRA.
the NRA is a bunch of racist old white guys. They are not for gun safety.
Bro,
Bloomberg told me to say this.
he's
You
saying
do not think for yourself. Bloomberg told me to tell you you do not think for yourself.
he's saying nope, gun deaths in the USA are at their highest ever. Stop reading for your NRA handout and look around. You're brainwashed and already dead.
That sounds like a
Yeah,
threat.
no, he because he's saying I'm gonna kill myself. Like I have a gun, so I'm eventually, inevitably, gonna kill myself by accidentally or purposefully. It's bound to happen, and that's all this argument this guy had. And I totally, at the same time, I used my car analogy to not only prove that guns are more safe than cars, but also prove that the only deaths that he thinks are tragic are gun deaths. And no other deaths really matter and are not as tragic. And I guess that's when he got mad. And now he's like posting a picture of a hillbilly pointing a gun at the camera. What the fuck ever, dude? I got pictures. Want pictures? Got pictures all day long.
I guess I have to log into Kickstarter. Logging in. Remember me. I always click remember me, but you never do. Why do you forget me? Log me in. Log me in. How do you like thumb up stuff? Oh, there it is. Like. Great news. Can't wait to reach the goal. Post comment. Oh man. So work was a pain in the butt this morning. It's not fun. But at least we got everything done in like 5 hours.
About to call this guy a bigot. Bigot, hate mongering, bigot.
So I saw this thing on the YouTubes, and it was like mandatory minimums are the new Jim Crow laws or whatever. And I was like, what? And then they're like, the problem with mandatory minimums is that, like, if you get convicted of, a thing, you have to get, like, the judge has to sentence you to at least, like 2 years or whatever the thing is set at. And therefore, this is racist. And I was like, what? That means that if white people get convicted of it, they have to get, sentenced for at least 2 years. In like the old world view, what people were complaining about was that, two different people would get convicted of the exact same thing, and like the young white guy would get a month of probation or something, and then the young black guy would get like a year or two. And they're like, what the heck? Like, this is racist. You're not treating everyone equally. Now they both get 2 years. Like, they both get the same thing. And that's more unfair and more racist. And I'm not saying sentencing is always, even across the board, but the mandatory minimum means that at least like everyone gets at least a certain amount of screwed, and then maybe some people might get 10 years versus 2 or whatever, but it's like at least everyone gets at least the first 2 no matter what. It's amazing that the liberals fight for like everything needs to be equal and equality. So it's like, okay, flat tax rate, everything's perfectly equal. Everyone pays the exact same percentage. No, that's unfair. Why is it unfair? Because rich people make more. Yeah. So then they would pay more. Like, I don't understand where that's unfair. No, they should have to pay 90% and we should have to pay 0%. Oh, because that's more fair? I mean, what the?
Ask them if they were making that much money. Is that how much they'd want to pay the government?
Yeah. Well,
Sometimes some of them they'll be like, "Sure, I'd be happy to help that way," but why would you do it through the government when you can use your own money, the fruits of your own labor to help whoever you want and
right.
whoever you choose?
Like if
However,
you like dogs, give to a dog shelter. If you like you know, helping vets or something, give to the DAV. If you like helping single parents, give to something that's good for single parents. Or, if you want to help homeless, give to a soup kitchen. Like, give to something that you agree with specifically. And yeah, I just don't get that. There's a guy I work with, which, he's not in the below the poverty line by any means, and he was like, blah blah blah, like they should pay more or whatever. And I'm like, well, do you think like what about people that make more than, I don't know, I threw out a number, I forget what it was, but whatever, like $30,000. Like if you make more than that, you're above the poverty line. And he's like, well, yeah, they should have to pay more too. And I was like, okay, then pay more. And he's like, well, I mean, I just do whatever, like whatever bracket I'm in. I said, I guarantee if you write a check to the IRS for an extra $5,000 and just put in the comment line, like, keep up the good work. Thanks a lot. They're not going to give it back to you. They'll cash that check. So if you think the government's so good at managing money, and you think that people that have like a steady full-time job are like in, rich upper class or something, well, you're a person with a full-time job, so you must be the rich upper class people, so you pay more. And it's funny when it's exactly his money. It was like, even like you said, he goes, yeah, I wouldn't mind paying more. Okay, then do it. Well, I mean, that's not how it works. I'm like, yeah, you don't have to claim dependents. You don't have to do write-offs. Like, even just that. Don't claim the insurance on your mortgage. Just be like, nah, I'm not gonna claim that. They won't, like I said, they won't turn it away. They might look at you, go be like, dude, you're dumb. You could have written off like, a bunch of money and not have to pay so much. But they're not gonna turn it away.
yeah, I could have. I could have. What's it called? Said left the thing blank on health insurance and not paid the fine. But there was like a stipulation that said if Congress didn't approve of that part of Trump's executive order, then I would have to owe it back to the IRS. I'm like, fuck that. Government robbed me of $1,200 because I didn't buy a product.
Was that how much it is? Holy crap.
It wasn't like that. It was like the first time was like $139. And then it jumped up with everything else. When everything else jumped up, the fine, like,
Right. Well, because what people were
crazy.
saying is, all right, I can pay $100 or whatever, or freaking insurance for the year is, I don't even know, $5 grand or something. So they had to make it more money, so that paying the fine was
Right.
harsher.
Which makes me more angry than gun laws. I mean, that makes me want to do the Boston Tea Party.
Yep.
That's fun arguing with people about how healthcare is not a right, health insurance is not a right. They'll say it is. It's a right.
Yeah. Well, that was something. I didn't actually watch it, but it was something that was like 5 countries that have better healthcare than the U.S. or something. And I was like, yeah, okay. Do they actually have better healthcare? Because I've heard the stuff about Canada, and the thing is, because it's free, like everybody uses it for all the stupid stuff. So then when you're like actually in trouble, like you got to wait forever to get like a CAT scan or whatever.
Well,
And there are people that come to
Bob's
America to just pay out of pocket because it's better
it's
to
like
just
us
come
going
here
to
and pay out of pocket.
It's like us going to Mexico for prescription drugs.
Right. Oh,
But
and one of the things I saw, I think it was, God, I want to say it was bullshit. Like, the show bullshit.
yeah,
Um, I think it was on there that they were doing the healthcare thing, and they were talking about Canada, and they showed like whatever some stuff, and then they were like, but check out this clinic, and it had like they have the brand new state of the art X-ray machine, and look at this and blah blah blah, and the you can get an appointment for later that day, and the doctor will see you instantly, and blah blah, like they're talking it all up, and then they zoom out and you see a bunch of dogs and cats and shit, and they're like, oh yeah, it's veterinary because veterinary is private, so
yeah,
people pay out of pocket. Therefore, there's competition to provide the best healthcare for their pet for the
right,
cheapest amount of money. And they don't have, a veterinarian doesn't have to ask the government to buy an x ray machine. If they have the money to do it, they just go buy one. And so they're always getting the newest up to date things in order to get more customers. But the hospitals have x ray machines that are 20 years old. And it's like, dude, we have new like 3D digital mapping stuff, and you're still using the little flappy, put the X-ray on the light bulb thing.
I mean, who knows how cheap everything would be if it was truly a free market where businesses weren't subsidized and things were allowed to fail. Maybe it wouldn't be pre-existing conditions wouldn't be as harsh as they are.
I don't know how
'Cause
to like comments.
it can break you nowadays if you have pre-existing condition and try to buy insurance. But that's just the cards that are dealt, I guess. I mean, we can't blame the government or the people or the doctors for not. I mean, there's people out there offer free service. There's charitable people. You just, I don't know. I just think they're bogged down by regulation and stuff like that. So even if there is a professional that's all licensed and whatever, but they can't do certain things in certain places or use a certain drug that's not approved yet. It's a little bit of bullshit. And licensing anyway, that's another government infringement.
Yeah, and I I will say, I think some things
There should be degrees,
I'm okay. Well,
achievements, but not a license.
yeah, I don't know. I'm torn on that. I because part of me does kind of want to say like I'm okay with license for some things, but they definitely go too far. I think we talked about just the other day. You need a freaking to cut people's hair. You need like a license.
Yeah, barber's license or cosmetology license or whatever.
Right. And it's like, how about if like, people are coming out of your shop and they have like a bald spot on the side of their head, people aren't going to go there anymore. So you'll learn not to do that. Like that seems like something the free market could figure out. And someone said, well, because they might cut your ear off or something. It's like, dude, for one, cutting hair is not rocket surgery. Now, making it look nice is there's some skill to that. I don't know what looks good. I always tell the people, like, I don't know, cut my hair and make me look sexy. I don't care how you do it. But not squeezing down your hand when there's someone's ear in between the blades is not rocket science. Because
Uh,
you only open the scissors up a little bit anyways. Like you don't even open them up enough to like get someone's ear in there.
it'll still come down to skill and who's the best. It's not
Right.
like a shitty place will survive, so you won't have to worry about it.
Right, exactly. I mean that's like I said, the only thing someone brought up was like, that's to make sure they don't cut ears off. It makes the public safe. I'm like, first off, and again, I think part of that is okay, well, if you cut someone's ear off, I guarantee the Yelp reviews are going to be bad enough that no one's coming to your place ever again. So
No,
yes,
that
it
was
sucks that
me.
someone had to lose an ear. Not like it'd be the whole thing anyways, but at the same time, that's pretty much it. Like you're pretty toasted at that point. So then it worked itself out anyways.
That was me, but that was my devil's advocate argument.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I kept saying somebody because sometimes I don't remember who I talked to about what.
Yeah, you got to lay off the pot.
I don't do any pot.
Oh,
That hurt my feelings thinking that you think I do. Oh my god! So last night I was just joking around, playing like weird stuff on the jukebox, and because like no one else was playing it, and I hate when they like turn the radio on or if it's like silence or whatever. So I'm like, we gotta have some music in the background. So I put on Sweet Caroline or Sweet Caroline, bomb, bomb, bomb.
yep.
And I was like smacking the bar, going, come on, everybody. Bomb, bomb, bomb.
By Neil Stryker, I mean
So
Diamond.
good. So good. So fucking good. Like I'm like just, acting foolish. And a couple people joined in. They were all smiling and laughing. And I glanced over. This girl was giving me like the dirtiest look. Like what the fuck is wrong with you? Which like the whole other bar, like the bartender was singing along. The like cook kind of like popped his head around the corner at one point, and he was doing something, and he was like bah, 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 like right at that point. Like it was kind of funny. He just kind of peeked his head around the corner and yelled it, and then went back and into the back. But so it's like we were all having fun. This girl's like staring at me. So then like the song ends and whatever else comes on. I just kind of like look over at her and I go, I'm not as drunk as you probably think I am. I've only had like, or I think it was like, this is my first beer. Like I hadn't even finished my first beer yet. So it's like, I understand I'm acting like a dumb drunk, but I'm actually not. I'm just having fun. Like I'm just being silly or whatever.
I'm just a dumb dumb. A dumb dumb. I didn't really mean that. I'm just saying you should have said that. You should have said that to her.
I like the music.
Can't please anybody. Everybody. I mean, everybody.
That one's even more mean than calling me a dum dum. You can't please anybody. Everybody hates you. Yeah, Moon, you're a little harsh.
Freudian slips all day.
And then there was this guy there, which I think he was talking shit. I just have to guess. I don't know for sure, but I don't know. We were talking about guns somehow. It seems to come up that I'm always talking guns with random people, and then someone will chime in like, "Oh, that's cool. Like, what do you carry, or do you have any guns, or whatever, that type of thing." And anyways, he was talking, and he said something about he's got a couple suppressors. And, I was like, oh, that's really cool. I go, yeah, I'm thinking, if the Hearing Protection Act goes through, which I really hope it does, like, I'd like to get one, but like, I don't care that much about it to like jump through all the hoops and stuff. And I know that's a bad attitude. Everyone tells me like, oh, you should do it anyways. You'll get paid back, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I don't owe my money to a suppressor company. Like, so if they are doing bad because people aren't buying, well, that kind of sucks, but it's not my fault because I wasn't going to buy one anyways until then. But whatever. So I was like, but I hope for those regulations to go away. And he goes, actually, I love the fact that I had to jump through hoops. It's keeping, dumb people from getting guns. And I'm like, first off, no, because like we're talking specifically about the NFA and all that stuff. And I go, and secondly, like, that even if this passes, a suppressor is going to be treated like a firearm. So you'll still have to go through a 4473. And he's like, well, yeah, but then, people would just buy them on the street like illegally. Like that's what the criminals would do. I'm like, that's what the criminals are doing now if they wanted to. Like nothing would change making law-abiding citizens not jump through as many hoops. If a criminal wants a gun and or a suppressor, they will go out and find a gun and or a suppressor. It doesn't matter that, it's that you had to pay $200 to get yours. Like that
Well,
doesn't
they
affect
would
them
have
at all.
made them. They'd have made them by now and used them.
Right. And that's the other thing. I mean, and it was
Oh,
just
jeez.
it was one of those weird things because I mean I understand I've heard like gun owners that aren't necessarily super like Second Amendment I don't want to say support but like advocates like I've met people that are like well I have my handgun and my rifle and all that stuff and even people that like own an AR or something but they're like yeah I don't mind doing a background check I think it's okay yeah I don't really mind if they write a law about you know keeping it in the safe or something like that. Like there are people like that.
Yeah. There's whole
And
groups like the one you're talking about, keeping NFA items on the NFA. It's not
right.
just that guy, but there's a bunch of people, a bunch of assholes like that. A lot of them own gun shops.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I think
Gun shops are like that.
a, a lot of that type, the NFA ones, is because they have transferable machine guns. So, in fact, if anything, they would just be more scared of the Hughes going away. Because let's say the Hughes went away, the Hughes Amendment, but the NFA was still a thing. But it's just now you can make new full autos and just pay the $200 tax stamp.
Yeah.
That would just completely kill some of their investments. Now, I still stand by the fact that if you have some like really cool old school like World War II full auto, it's still going to be worth the $100,000 whatever because it's a
Any,
really cool World War II full auto.
anything that can be verified as pre that law with a serial number or whatnot, then it's going to maintain its value.
Right. Like that's the thing.
Anything new, and if it's cheap, like I could see them being expensive at first. Like if you're getting a Chris Vector and it's like $3,000 or something, just because the demand will be so high for it. But after a while, they'll be like no more than regular guns.
Right. And so that's the thing that I
And your
because someone
Thompson
brought this
is
up
still
that I
going to
didn't
be
think of is
worth,
like
might be worth more. Your
well
Thompson
I
might be worth more because it's authentic.
right and I've heard the argument of because people will get in to the full auto market by buying, whatever, some type of clone of some old gun or whatever, like a newer Uzi or something, and then they'll be like, "Oh, this is cool." And now, like later in life, when they actually can save up money and they can buy cooler things, they'll be like, "Now I want to get like an actual original Uzi." Like I got it'd be like someone who's into cowboy guns and they buy, a reproduction, single action, whatever. And then eventually, like maybe once they're older and have a nice good job and have a bunch of money, they go and actually buy an original like single action army or something. And those things will be worth a lot of money because they only made so many of them and they're old. But the one market of full auto that I understand that right now is worth a lot of money and probably wouldn't be if the Hughes Amendment was, done away with, would be people that have like what was it called, the Lightning Link or something, or like because that's a registered part, and it's one of those like you just convert the thing like that. There's no historical value to that, and if you can just start making new ones of those, no one would want to buy an old one of those. So I could see stuff like that would lose its value, which right now, because it is transferable, it is worth something.
Yeah, it's not like they're gonna remake everything.
Right. Yeah, but if you have an original Tommy gun, it will always be an original Tommy gun, and it'll always be worth something. But yeah. Anyway, so I was just surprised that like I said, so I was saying that like I can at least understand like maybe a gun owner who is also then like, yeah, I think the NFA is good, or I think, we need background checks or whatever. I don't agree with them, but I can understand like why they would think that or whatever. But someone who has gone so far down the path of like gun ownership and cool stuff that they actually went out and got tax stamps for suppressors. Like normally you think of those people as gun guys. Like these people really like they've got to really support the Second Amendment and stuff. And so to hear someone like that be like, "Well, yeah, if I didn't pay $200, a criminal would have bought his gun or something." It's like, what? How is making it harder for you stopping a criminal? That doesn't make any sense. But it was one of those. I mean, I basically politely was like, well, I disagree with you. I think that's the wrong way to look at it because criminals would get them anyways, and if they wanted them, they'd be doing it right now. And the fact that we don't see crime being used with suppressors, and we don't see all these problems that the anti-gunners say would happen, I think it's probably fine if you took suppressors off the NFA. But I just kind of left it at that because I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and argue with him because he was just being stubborn. And I wasn't in the mood. I have to be in the mood for like a really good argument, which is most of the time, but it sounds like I'm literally hearing crickets.
I think there is in my game. My guy's
Oh,
just
okay.
laying on a rock, chilling.
So I was like, I just went on a big soapbox rant, and then I think I'm literally hearing crickets. My pet cricket ran away or something. Remember I had one a couple years back?
A pet cricket.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was just a cricket outside, but
It was loud as fuck. I remember that.
yeah, everyone would be like, "Who's playing crickets?" And I'm like, "Who's playing the sound effect?" I'm like, "No, that's just an actual thing." was eaten by a gecko. I don't think Michigan has geckos. Sorry, Raph. I'm just now reading the chat. That would be funny to do that with It's Raining Men. Yeah, I don't know. I like playing the jukebox thing because it's one of them ones where like you can get an app and like you get credits like on the app and then you just play it from your phone. So like what's nice about that is then it just looks like you're like checking text messages or something. You pop on a couple of weird songs and no one knows who played them because like no one or what I really like doing. Let's say a couple people walk up to the jukebox to like start playing it and like they'll put their first song in and then I'll throw something in like right then and there and then they'll pick a couple more songs. So then when it's playing, like you'll hear whatever like the country song that they wanted to hear or whatever and they're all excited. And then some weird song comes on and then like another country song and they're all excited. So it's like, dude, those people played all those songs. Yeah, where is everybody?
I don't know. Sorry, I was distracted by this P10C. This one guy had problems. Got brass to the face, failures to feed, like too many to count, he said. Hopefully I don't get a rush job dud. It's a ref.
Hello.
Everybody's at church.
At 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yeah. It's 11 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, maybe like on the West Coast or something. I guess they'll give you that.
Out there churching.
Churching it up.
Churching it up. Gathering brownie points for the hereafter. Jesus thinks I'm cool, so I'm okay.
Yeah, that's important.
Hey, Smeggy.
What's up?
When you go hunting, you hunt with 30-06?
That's correct.
Is there a limit to how many bullets you can have on your weapon as far as capacity?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's just
5, 4, 5. It's usually 5.
yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to look it back up again. But the thing is it's not necessarily capacity as much as just how much you can load. So it's like you can't have, let's say the number's 5. I don't know for sure it is, but like let's say you have a magazine that could hold 10, but you only put 5 in, you're okay.
Yeah.
Now
the game warden will check your mag.
Right, and make sure you don't have more bullets in it than is allowed. Now, I know a shotgun, and I think it's duck hunting or maybe it's geese hunting, but your shotgun can only be capable of like holding 3 rounds. So you actually have to put like a little plug in your magazine tube so that you can't physically put more than 3 shells in it. But that's like only, I think it's duck. It might be, like I said, goose, but it's only for that. Like for the other types of bird hunting, you don't need to worry about that.
And what is their thinking behind that?
Just so you don't keep shooting, right? So you're like, damn, I missed. Damn, I missed. Damn, I missed.
But wouldn't they want
Pow,
you
pow,
to
pow,
actually
pow,
kill the
pow,
thing
pow.
humanely, even if it takes 6 shots?
Well, then you reload manually.
And
Yeah,
that
but by
thing
that
might
time it's kind of run away or whatever. Yeah,
well,
Grab
I
another mag. If you got an AR or an AK, grab another mag of 5. Stick it in.
yeah, I can't
Or have
always
a pistol.
justify their reasoning, but yeah, I would think it's something for they obviously don't want you like blasting away like crazy, but it could also be because they don't want you trying to take out 5
more than
deer at a
one.
time. Like if a whole herd's sitting there,
Yeah, you
you
just go.
start like boom, 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 like trying to hit all of them. Now, that being said, that's one of those things where it's already against the rules, like to take too many deer. So just enforce that part of it instead of enforcing, oh, you have bullets, therefore you might take too many deer. But I don't know, and that, like I said, I'm not 100% sure that there even is a restriction for white-tailed deer. I know there is for like ducks or whatever, and that is because they don't want you to be able to take an entire flock out. Because that one, like you have however many, like your limit is, you can take a handful of ducks, but they don't want you to get them all from like the same flock. So you can shoot at a couple, and then the other ones would fly away, and then you'd have to wait for like a different flock to come in to shoot more. And I think that's just more to keep the families like, so you're not decimating an entire bloodline.
Wow. So there's a legacy. I was gonna leave you that rock will break over there.
Avenge me!
Avenge me.
Well, I think it's and I could be making this part of it. Well, I know I'm making this part up, but it could be true. Is that it just helps keep the genetic diversity around. Is that you're not wiping out, like I said, like total bloodlines just so that, because then the only ones left would be like the one flock that's never been caught by a hunter, and they'd all like inbreed and stuff. And so this way, if you take a couple out, then the flock still is fine, and they eventually replace those ones, and everything's okay. It's like fishing, right? You might have a limit of, oh, you can catch, 25 crappie in a day or something. They still don't want you using a big ass net and just catching them all at once, because then you've just wiped out an entire area. They want you to have to do it one hook at a time. So that gives the other fish time to swim away or whatever. Although crappie are pretty, once you hit them, like you're on them, and you can just sit there all day and pull them up. Especially in the springtime, like the first weekend that like fishing's open and like all the ice is finally melted, you go up inside the little like channels and stuff, and like I said, once you find the crappie, dude, they will eat anything. We were throwing bare hooks in there, and they were biting it. We'd pull them up, be like, "Oh, this one's kind of small," and what we ended up doing is like tossing them back on the other side of the channel, because we didn't want them to swim like right back. Like if you just drop them next to the boat, they'll just swim up and bite the hook again. You're like, damn it, I just caught you. You're too small. So we ended up letting them go like further down.
You Mr. Snowman.
Yeah.
I have I'm not a good fisherman. I never had any luck. It's not my thing.
I'm not really that good at fishing. I like doing it. I haven't done it often, really. It's like I got into ice fishing with my ex and like her family, and I did really enjoy doing that. But as far as like going on a boat and fishing or fishing off a dock, I've done it like a handful of times my whole life.
I do it to hang out with family.
Yeah.
Cool
Well,
thing.
I would too, but like my dad's not really a fisherman. Like he's probably fished the same number of times I have. Because I know as a kid, like the only times he ever went fishing is when he took me out. and I'm guessing he maybe, went fishing a few times when he was younger, but I just think that's not really in my immediate family. It just doesn't care. Like I said, I don't think he went fishing with my grandpa or anything when he was a kid. He might have a couple times, but it wasn't a big deal. Where other people, like, that's their thing. They go every weekend, or they go like however often, and that's like their thing. Well, for me, it's deer hunting, so that's my thing. I get to hang out with my dad and my uncle, and then my buddy comes along too.
Yeah, I like the hanging aspect of it more than the actual fishing. Because for us, it's a losing proposition. We never make the money that we put into it.
Oh yeah, I remember I went out with my cousin who lives up north. Now he's a big fisherman, and so we went out on Lake Michigan, and we caught a couple fish out of the whole day of like trolling around and stuff. And he was showing us like, oh, we're gonna try this, and then it wasn't really working. So he was explaining how, like, on certain days you want to use a shiny one, and on, like, if it's sunny, but like if it's not, you use like a bright color with like a little flashy thing that spins around, or depending on what type of fish, like aggressive fish or like non-aggressive, like whatever, all the different things. It was pretty interesting. But anyways, so we caught the couple fish and we weighed them when we got back to clean them up. And he actually has a logbook on his boat, and he wrote down how many pounds we caught. And then he also has a tally of all the money he put into it. And he's like, well, with these two fish, I'm down to about $300 a pound.
Yeah, that's like us.
He's like, I actually would have almost. It's like it almost would have started to make it worth, but I just put a new engine in in this boat this year.
Yep. The last time I went fishing, I bought this hat. It says "Lucky" on it. Did not prove that to work. Didn't catch anything. In fact, I lost. This was $1, so I lost $1 in the hat.
Well, maybe. See, they said lucky fishing hat. What they didn't tell you is that it's fish's good luck.
Lucky for the fish.
Yeah.
And I paid for everybody's licenses because we had to get licenses just in case.
Oh yeah. But how much were the fishing license there?
That I don't remember.
So I'm trying to remember mine. I think it was only like $10 or something.
Something like that, because I think it covered everybody else in the group. So if you get one, maybe it covers everybody. I don't remember. At the most, it was $20, and I paid for a bunch of people.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I know. In Michigan, each person that's putting a hook in the water needs to have a license. And like for ice fishing, you're allowed to have 3 hooks in the water. So if you're doing the tip up thing where you set it and then like it just sits there, and then when a fish hits it and like takes off, the little thing spins and a flag pops up. So then you walk out and you go to the flag, you lift the top piece up and then you just pull the line in by hand. So you could either just set up 3 tip ups per person, or what I would do is I'd set up 2 tip ups, and then I'd have one hole where I had my ice fishing rod and I was going for smaller fish. I was trying to catch crappies with that, and then the tip ups were set up for pike because they had like the big hooks, and we put like a big. We used live bait, so we just took like these like big minnows or whatever. Not what was it? We had like shiners, or call them chubs. I don't know. There's a couple different like bait fish, and that's you put those on the hook, and then they just like swim around, and then the pike come up and eat them.
Last time we went fishing, there were people throwing stuff like cornmeal or something in the water, and the fish would gather, and then they throw their bait and reel them up. So we got some of that. Not the last time, but the one before, and that kind of worked. and we ate fish for a while.
Yep.
I didn't catch anything.
That's kind of nice. So if you go with like a few people, and then if you guys all just like share whatever you get, like that's kind of nice.
Yep.
I know my cousin does that with elk. They go out to Colorado every year, and it's like him and his wife, and then I think there's like 3 or 4 like other like couples. So it ends up being like 6 or 8 people, and an elk license, especially like out of state and stuff, like they're expensive. Let alone the fact that he drives there because they have like the big tent and the cook stove and all that stuff. So they all drive out with their own like trucks and trailers. So you got all that gas, and then they set up like a base camp and then go out like into the mountains each day. So it can be kind of pricey, but they have it set up where they always split like whatever they get. So, there could be some years where every person gets one. So each person's coming home with like a full elk's worth of meat. And there's other years where they only catch 2. But still, each couple's coming home with a third of an elk. That's still, a few hundred pounds. So that's pretty good amount.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's cool. That's what we do. We split it. So my mom and dad and my sister and her husband, we go fishing. And of course, my little nephew. It's fun.
Yeah. Now, I know probably depending on how old the nephew is, he probably doesn't need a license because I know kids can fish for free as long as the parent has a fishing license.
Yeah. I think he's 10.
Or the adult that's going with him has a license. I think it's up to 12 or 14, something like that. At least, again, in Michigan, every state has different rules.
But I don't mind paying for the licenses because it goes to the fisheries and they help populate all the bodies of water again with more fish. So it's good for the environment.
Right. Oh yeah, that's the thing that all these like animal activists and stuff that are anti-hunters or anti-fishermen or whatever, like they don't realize that like because of hunting and because it is like a revenue stream, the state cares if there are actually deer here or not.
Mm-hmm.
If not, they'd be like, oh, we wiped out all the deer. Oh well, doesn't matter. But now like they take actions to make sure the herds are healthy, and they do a lot of like research and conservation stuff.
Yep. And all the industries that go with it. The people who provide you with the ammo and gun and so on is just a big pyramid of people who support the environment in a way.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can pull this thing up real quick because I know I've seen it before, of like how much money hunting brings into the state of Michigan. Because we're one of the bigger states for like out of state people coming here to hunt.
Yeah, you can see Louisiana. It's a sportsman's paradise because otherwise we would go to Louisiana. I wouldn't go to Louisiana. Not that there's anything wrong with Louisiana, but just it's pretty to look at 70 miles per hour.
This is from the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, so the DNR. For fishing, anglers boost the state's economy, spending $2.4 billion in trip-related expenses and equipment in 2011. Michigan angler participation ranked 5th in the nation, 1.1 million licensed anglers in 2011, drawing over 11.2 million in federal funds to fish and aquatic habitat conservation.
We definitely help the environment a lot because we don't take what we put into getting the licenses out of the whole thing. So the state wins when we go fishing.
Wow. Michigan hunters boost the state economy, spending 2.3 billion on trip-related expenses and equipment in 2011. Wildlife watching activity brings in 1.2 billion. Michigan hunting participation ranks third in the nation with 795,535 licensed hunters contributing nearly 28 million in federal funds. And this stuff's talking about museums and parks and stuff, but even so, just hunting and fishing. Let's see, fishing was 11.2 and hunting was 28. So $39.2 million because of hunting and fishing went to the wildlife management.
Mm-hmm.
And what did they say? 2.4
fees and licenses.
Right. Yeah, that's all basically like license fees. And then the other $4.7 billion in trip related expenses. So that's gas for driving up north. That's renting a cabin. That's getting food for the weekend. That's, whatever else.
That's a bigger impact than putting a bumper sticker in someone's car. Just saying.
Yeah. It's doing a little more help than, say, wearing a T-shirt with a picture of a cat on it. In 2012, state parks saw 1 million camp nights for the first time since 2005. A significant milestone that can be attributed in part to the success of the innovative recreational passport that provides access to state parks, recreational areas, trailheads, and boating access sites. Michigan has 1,000 plus DNR managed boat launches and more than 80 harbors that support the state's $4 billion boating industry. Oh, that's interesting. Michigan has the greatest volume of natural gas storage capacity of any state in the nation, more than 1 trillion cubic feet, some of it on public land that can contribute to the state's energy potential. So apparently people are like renting space on, Michigan's land. Like the gas company's paying Michigan for the natural gas. And whatever this public, what the hell is this? Natural Resource Trust Fund projects have pumped 965.5 million, nearly $1 billion into local communities. So good for you, DNR. You like doing stuff.
Excelsior. It's hot out there. Oof. Time to hug the air conditioner. It's like global warming, folks.
I'm gonna say it's a little chilly here. Send some of that heat my way. I think it's in like the 60s, but it's like rainy and just kind of bleh.
It's 95 out there, I think, and humid.
Oh wow, it went up to it's 73. So maybe it's warmed up a little bit since I've been home, but I know when I was outside earlier, like the wind was blowing and it was just like sprinkling a little bit, and it was just enough. It was like cold rain, that real like drizzly cold rain kind of shit. So it felt colder than 73.
We had rain yesterday, but We need it today some more.
Nearly 4 million acres of world-class state forest land, one of the largest dedicated acreage in the nation, provided more than 800,000 cords per year of certified wood, a resource vital to the forest products industry. The forest industry annually generates 16.3 billion and employs 77,000 people in Michigan.
I used to gather those points that you get with cereal, and I planted 20 trees out of it.
Well, that's cool.
Somewhere in Georgia, some white pines. So,
I mean, that's the thing when, a lot of people like see, people cutting trees down or whatever, and they're like, oh no, like, don't cut down the trees. Did they not realize that, like, businesses and even like the states, because this is obviously, the DNR's talking about state run, like, wood that they sell, like, from the national or from the state land. But, do they not realize that once they do that, they go in and plant more trees so that
yep.
they can cut them down like 20 years later?
Yeah. And not only that, but they know the distance between trees so that each one grows better. So they actually plant more trees in that land where they trees before. So it's, I think, better for the environment to have more trees doing their tree thing.
Right.
Making here.
And I think part of it is, okay, you can point to history when they did used to just like clear cut a whole section and then just like leave the stumps and leave like the crap they dug up and whatever, like just leave it crappy. Okay, they used to do that. They don't do that now though. That's the difference.
Hey, Smeggy.
What's up?
There's more standing board feet of timber right now than there was 100 years ago.
That's true.
And people don't want to recognize that. They just freak out. Like you said, every time they cut a tree down, people start freaking out.
And also it cuts down all the old growth so that there's no massive fires later on.
Well, that's the other thing is the wildfires. We actually go. What do? We stop wildfires, right? What we think is a good idea, but wildfires actually serve a purpose. Mm-hmm. But we go in there and stop them because it might. Well, we don't want to kill anybody.
Well, that's the thing. We've learned now that it's like you let them go, but you can still like save certain areas. Like if there are like a town or there's houses or something, like they'll save that part. But yeah, they also did learn that if you don't burn up all that stuff, then like you stop the forest fire as soon as it starts. Like the one time that it gets like a little bit more out of control, it's a way worse forest fire because you haven't had like a big one in 10 years or whatever. So there's all that extra stuff.
Yeah. Extra fuel on the ground.
Right. So they do let them burn through now if it's uninhabited, but then they keep an eye on the weather and the different parts. And so they'll preemptively stop like a certain section of it, but then let the other section keep going.
Yeah. Some trees need fire to propagate. The seeds won't open unless there's fire, like sequoias. It's a big seed and the cone doesn't spread up and release the pods without fire. So,
yep, that's the thing. I mean, we're learning more about nature like every year. But you got the people that are like, if it's not my way, it's, you're just evil and you hate nature or whatever. Holy crap, it's coming down like crazy now. You can hear it bouncing off the window.
Not a drop here. I kind of need rain. What is that pan flute song that G is playing sometimes?
I don't know. It's off of like a free song off of YouTube. But I don't know. It's like traveling music or something.
It's catchy.
Crap. I think we're going to lose. We might not, but I think we are.
Hockey?
No, a little phone game.
Oh. Like snakes?
No, not exactly. Oh, damn. We almost tied it up at the last second, but we did not. They would have won in overtime anyways.
Baseball?
No, a phone game.
Oh, phone game. Oh.
Not talking about sports. Although hockey is about to come on, isn't it? I think Ottawa's playing at 3 o'clock. Channel 9. Yep. 3 o'clock. I'll just go ahead and flip to the channel now.
You got Channel 9? The Chicago one?
No. Canada.
Oh, okay.
Channel 9, CBC.
I thought you were watching WGN.
No. Oh, Canada, glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. With mountainsides and the sea west Sioux, da do ba dee da dee. Something like that. I don't really know all the words.
Either.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. I don't know what it is whenever I play with this guy, we always like end up losing. But it's like I don't know. I think we don't think the same way, so we always do like different stuff. And it's kind of annoying because he actually gets really bitchy about it. Like the one time he's like, "What the hell, dude? Like, what you fucking suck or whatever." I was like, "Dude, we did like okay."
You're playing as a team?
Yeah. Crap. Yeah, we definitely lose. He's gonna be all pissy. Jackass. I didn't realize it was him when I clicked on it. I was like, oh crap, I gotta play with this dude.
I had one of those games. I think it's
What the hell? Did my computer just freeze up? Hello? Anybody out there?
Oh, Smeggy got scared and left.
I got crappy internet. Everybody took off. I got disconnected.
Uh-oh. I'm not going. What happened?
What's up, Moon?
This guy's a moron.
Who's that? Someone you're playing with?
Some guy I'm arguing.
Oh, your
about
Facebook
guns.
guy.
Yeah. There's no
Yeah.
argument.
Yeah, see, I don't really use Facebook, but that seems like Facebook arguments. I don't know. They're probably not winnable. At least when you're talking to someone face to face, like, it might still not be a winnable argument, but at least you can like give them that look, like, what the fuck are you talking about, weirdo?
Yeah.
Arguments are not winnable with somebody who won't listen or think.
Okie
Damn. 36,000 people are injured a year by chainsaws.
Ooh,
Accidentally.
I'm not going near my chainsaw now.
That's a lot.
I thought you were going to say about that middle, all those people are injured by that middle bar on the bike.
Oh, that certainly has made a lot of injuries.
Hmm.
I like how people on eBay, like, a lot of times when they put in like their max bid, they just put like an even number. So I always like to bid on something like, I'll put in the max bid of like 3501 or something. So then you'll end up beating them by a penny.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if you put in like 35 and it's like, oh, you've been outbid, because like if you tie them, like theirs will go through or whatever, right? Like they win. And then, but then like in order to bid again, you either have to be like 50 cents or $1 more, like on your next bid. So you can never get to like the middle part. So I'll just put in a couple extra cents. And then also too, like if you are the winning bid and then someone's going against you, let's say, let's say it's at 35 or whatever, and your max is $40 and you put in 4001, someone's going to be sitting there like when they try and do it last minute and they're like, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. And then like yours will keep popping up and they don't know that you're going to stop at 4001. And so sometimes if they're trying to get it in like the last like second, then it'll screw them out because they won't have enough time to like they'll put in 40, get outbid at 4001, and won't be able to put in 41 fast enough. So that's my strategy.
That's a good one.
I also can combine that with if it's something I really want, I definitely try and be there right near the end. Because then if I see like if we're battling it out with like a minute left, then I'll be like, all right, like it's time to get going.
I don't use eBay like that anymore. I like to look for things like batteries for my camera or lenses, brand new stuff. 'Cause, 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 ' especially like batteries from Hong Kong. Lithium-ion stuff. Cheap. And camera equipment. It's gray market goods. Still warranted, but
what's gray market?
It's not official, brought in by an authorized distributor. So it's like somebody out there in Hong Kong buys a lot of stuff for the home market and sells it over here because of the currency. Dollars are better than whatever they use over there.
Oh, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, I'm sure they call it the gray market because it's like it's kind of the black market, but not as bad.
Yeah, it's not.
That's probably why they call it that. But I mean, I look at that as that's just entrepreneurship. If you can buy something at one price and then resell it for a higher price,
yeah,
why not?
That's when I look at it.
The final customer is willing to pay a set amount of money. That person is willing to give it to you for a set amount of money. And it's not anyone's fault that, the company charged that first person less money.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're willing to pay $50 for something, but they sell it for $40, so that dude buys it for 40 and sells it to you for 50. It's like if they would have offered it at 50, like then you would have just bought it from them instead of buying it from that guy or whatever. Like,
yeah, over here it's 100, so I'd rather pay 50.
Oh yeah, exactly. And I've gotten in that. I don't know how. I don't say whatever. I don't. I still don't know how I fully feel about like ticket scalpers. Because part of me is like, well, like a person is willing to pay $200 a ticket to go to a concert. So just because the other guy went to Ticketmaster and paid $50 and then resold it, like that's not like the scalper's not doing anything wrong. He's just connecting the person who wants to go to the concert with the ticket, but making a bunch of money off of it because Ticketmaster didn't put it out there for $200 each. They put it out there for 50. So part of me is that, but then the other part is like, yeah, but sometimes the only reason they're willing to pay the 200 is because the thing's sold out. And the only reason the thing's sold out is because the scalper bought 500 tickets. Like if the scalper wouldn't have been there, everyone who wanted a ticket would have been able to buy one for $50.
I don't know if he can buy 500 because that would be a very risky move, maybe.
Well, you know what I mean. Well, here's the other thing. It's the scalper. I'm grouping together as all of the resellers acting as like one thing. When a concert sells out in the first, whatever hour that the tickets are on sale, I don't know the full percentage, but you figure maybe like 70% of those tickets are being bought by people who want to go to the concert, and 30% of them are bought by people that are going to resell the ticket.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about
it. So yeah, I mean, so that's
on one hand, I'm the kind of guy who goes, if it's sold out, and I can't afford to go, I'm not going.
Right. Well, and then the other thing is if the scalper guessed wrong, right? So they bought 30% of the tickets, but then turns out like whatever. Let's say there's 1,000 tickets available and 800 people want to go, but the scalpers are stuck with 200 tickets because the 800 people who want to go got all their tickets, and those other 200 people don't exist. So then they might be like, oh crap, I got to get rid of it. And that's where sometimes, you can actually get a deal. If you wait last minute, if it's something you only like kind of want to check out, like, yeah, that might be kind of neat. You check it last minute, and instead of it being more expensive, they might be selling them for $10 just to get something, because $10 is better than zero.
Yeah, because the next day you either have the $10 or you are eating 20.
Exactly. So that's where it can be a risky business doing ticket trading type stuff. But my whole thing, like with sports tickets, I always buy off of StubHub. And honestly, the only reason I do is because of the way you can search like what section you want, and it tells you how many tickets are available and what the prices are, and if you can get them in a group of 2, or if you have to buy all 4, or if you can get just 1, or you can get odd numbers or whatever. Like the website is so much better than like Ticketmaster's website. Mm-hmm. Because especially with concerts, you ever notice like you go to buy the thing and you always click like best available, and it'll be like, okay, searching, and it'll say, row 7, section 300 or whatever. And you look at it and you're like, what the fuck? That's all the way on the left. And then you hit search again and it's like row 10, but section 100, which is right in the center. And you're like, how did you decide the other one was best available? Like, how do you know what I think the best is?
Algorithm.
And especially with sports, like if I'm looking for hockey tickets, there are 4 sections in a stadium that I will sit in. And I only want, and 2 of them are better than the other 2, but like I only want to be in one of those 4 sections. And on StubHub, you can just click those 4 and hit search, and it will filter out everything else. So again, I wouldn't want to be closer to the ice in the corner, where I'd rather be further off the ice sitting at the blue line. Like that, I'd rather be sitting there. So Ticketmaster, like you just have to keep hitting search until you find something you want. And then let's say you do it 3 or 4 times and you're like, well, you know what? That second one I looked at sounds pretty good. I want those. Well, you just got to keep searching until they pop up again. You can't just go back and be like, hey, those other ones you showed me. Like, why can't they just show you a freaking picture of the arena and have like little red X's for the ones that are already taken and little blue circles for the ones that are open? And you click on the ones you want and you hit pay.
Yeah, like a plane.
That's how
window seat.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. I would prefer, if I'm in the exit row, I prefer the window seat. If I can't get exit row, I want the aisle seat. Because then I can at least kick my leg out into the aisle and stretch my knee out and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I would rather have on the right side of the plane, because my left knee like tenses up more than my right knee does. So I want to be able to stretch my left knee for sure. And then sometimes I'll kind of even kick sideways and like put my other leg out into the aisle, as long as, the drink cart's not coming through and all that shit. But I definitely would rather have that.
I haven't seen a drink cart in a long time. Well, there was one, but it was for people who paid. You used to get stuff. You used to get drinks and food and snacks.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Were you flying?
Back in the day, I was flying economy, like a whole plane of cheap people.
So it was like Southwest or something.
Yeah, I think so.
Or Spirit.
Real.
I know Spirit has cut out everything.
Yeah.
And honestly, sometimes I can understand that. I know back in the day, getting on a plane was like a luxury thing, right? Like, I was actually just watching that movie the other day. What's that with?
Ask Me If You Can.
Yes, exactly. Yep. Where he was like a superstar. Are you a pilot? I sure am, kid. And like everyone's like, wow, so cool, and all like. And that was, if you were flying on a plane, it was luxury. It's like taking a limousine. Like, oh, this is an adventure.
Yeah.
And so they had all the, the stewardess and stuff were there to like, wait on you and serve you because it was a luxury thing. Whereas nowadays, you can still get that. Like, there are certain airlines that still cater to that. And, first class, they still all suck up to them and all that crap. Mm-hmm. They get the big thing. Oh, would you like a towel, sir? Would you like a this or that? Whatever. I don't know. I don't fly first class. I'm happy with exit row. If I can do that, I don't care about what else. But I mean, anyways, my point is that you can still do that, but then at the same time, most people are still using the plane. It's just transportation. So whereas the plane used to be like taking a limo somewhere, now taking a plane, like if you're on Spirit or Southwest or whatever, it's like taking the Greyhound bus.
Yep.
You know, it's a faster way to get there than walking. Same thing. Flying is a faster way of getting there than driving. But I mean, I can almost see where, yeah, cut out all those luxuries and like I don't need a bunch of stupid little peanuts and a cup of soda. No, sometimes I do enjoy when it's tossed in or whatever, because Delta still does drinks. And then, in fact, actually, if you're in Delta Plus, which just has like a little bit more leg room, and when I went to Atlanta, I went with the Delta Plus, and I got an exit row like kind of near the front, and it was actually $60 cheaper. I don't know how that happened because I thought you'd have to pay more, but for some reason I saved $60 and got a better seat.
Sweet.
But anyways, on there, Delta for the comfort thing, they give complimentary alcoholic drinks.
Sweet. It's the only way to fly. I remember playing cards. I don't know how I think we got playing cards out of an airplane once.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Eastern Airlines, so you know how long that was.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, that went bankrupt a whole long time ago.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of them too. It's like they went bankrupt, and then like other places just bought them up or whatever. Like, wasn't there a bunch of mergers between like Northwest and different other ones? And
you used to get the pins with the wings.
Yeah.
I saw one the other day, and it's just a cheap piece of plastic with a sticker on the back, like a peeling stick.
Oh, that's dumb. Yeah, I remember I got a set of wings when I was a kid. We went to St. Louis. My dad was working out there for like a whole month. And so me and my family like flew out there for, I don't know, a week and a half or something in the middle. And so me, my mom, my sister would hang out during the day while he was working. And then we'd like all go out to dinner and stuff at night. But we did that all on his points because he traveled a lot for work just like me. We're in the same industry. And, he upgraded his hotel and flew the three of us there and back for free. And, his ticket and his part of the hotel, the company paid for. But then when he did like the upgrade from just a standard, like one room, like a whatever, like king size bed or whatever, he upgraded it to a 2-room like suite. It had a full kitchen and a living room. And I just remember it had a TV in all the bedrooms. I thought that was so cool because I got to like watch TV going to bed. Because growing up, I never had a TV in my bedroom. I remember I was going to buy a TV at a garage sale one time. So I had like a little bit of money, and it was like it was one that like had the dials on the front, like it was an older TV and it was kind of small. It was color though, but someone was selling it for like $5 or something. I was, like 7 or 8 or whatever. And I was like, hey mom, can I get this? Like, and put a TV in my room? And she goes, no, you can't have a TV in your room because I don't have a TV in my room. And so I was looking, and the people had a second TV for sale. And I said, oh, I'll buy both of these and give you one. Like, that's how my brain worked, was like, if that's the only reason I can't have a TV, I'll just buy you a TV.
Brilliant.
And then she went, no, you're not allowed to have a TV in your room. I was like, oh, that sucks.
Hello, free TV. I would have. Cool. Let's have TVs.
No, she's the type, like, I don't know, she's got to go to sleep, like, in silence, whereas I have to have noise to go to sleep. If I'm laying in a room, like, just, quiet, nothing going on, I'll just stay up for a couple extra hours. Whereas if I turn the radio on or I turn the TV on or something, then I can drift off.
Yeah, I gotta have noise. White noise, air conditioner, fan going.
See, I don't like white noise. That stuff, it either annoys me and then it like, I focus on it. Like in hotel rooms, what I'll do, I'll crank the air like way down when I go out to dinner or something. And then when I come back, I'll set it back to normal. So then it won't kick on like the rest of the night. Like if it starts the night out at 60 and I set it to like 70, by the morning it like might be 70 and it might kick on eventually at night, but by then I'm already like asleep. So I guess I really only need it to stay off for the first few hours until I, fall asleep, and then it's okay. But that kind of stuff actually it distracts me more. But if it's like I said, radio or TV or something, then I'm good. Or chat. I'll listen to a gun channel's chat.
I put something on to make me go to sleep. If I get sleepy, I can turn off the TV and go to bed. I just need something until that time.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Because if I drift off listening to something or whatever, like let's say I fall asleep on the couch, because I still don't have a TV in my room, but I got my laptop, so that works. So that's why a lot of times I'll just watch something on my computer or like I said, a chat or something. But if I'm watching TV and I drift off, I can like wake up for a second, like shut the TV off and kind of like zombie shuffle upstairs, and then I'll be able to go right back to sleep. But if I start doing stuff, then I'm like wide awake again, and then I can't sleep and I'll have to turn my computer on. But, when I was a kid, I used to listen to this AM station that was classical music. And that was great for falling asleep. Like I really like a lot of classical music. I don't know any of it. Like I had no idea who any of the people were and stuff, but like, especially I just got good drum line and stuff going and like whatever. That's good. But then I always remember in the morning at 7 a.m., my alarm would go off, and I had the alarm like set to radio, I didn't like the beeper.
Mm-hmm.
So the radio would kick on, and sometimes I'd wake up, sometimes I wouldn't. But it went off a little before 7, and then right at 7 o'clock, they always played this like marching band kind of song. It was like, bah, 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 bah. And I was like, well, okay, I'm awake.
Yeah, I used to wake up to talk radio, and on Sunday and Saturday it was a planting show and a fishing show. Saturday planting and Sunday fishing, or was it the other way around? But I didn't learn anything about either. Florida gardening and I don't know what the fish, Captain Mel, the fishing show.
That's the local rock station here, WRIF. They play pretty good music. So I remember like in high school, once I was starting to like develop my political views and stuff, and I realized I was a libertarian and all that, we'd listen to the rock station to go to bed. But Sunday nights they had like a syndicated show, and this dude was just like a super liberal. And I remember like I would have so much trouble going to sleep because I'd be like yelling at the radio, because he'd be like, well, if we just give more welfare, and I'm like, no, quit taking all the fucking money from taxes, you dumbass. Like I'm like yelling at the radio. So I had to find something else on Sunday night to.
There used to be a liberal-ish person, although I think he was more of a libertarian, but people here won't know the difference. So people would be upset because they can't understand stuff. And he got
like normally.
I don't think he lost his job. I don't know why. Ratings maybe.
Yeah, no, normally I can agree with like half the stuff liberals say, but the stuff he talked about was only ever like economics and, you know, like foreign policy and like all the stuff that I generally agree, gun control and stuff, like the stuff that I generally agree with Republicans on, is the stuff that he would talk about. So I was always on the opposite side of him. He never really talked about like gay marriage or you know, legalizing drugs or any of that stuff, which I'm pro that stuff, just for the fact that I don't care what you do. Like, don't hurt me, and I don't care. But at the same time, I also don't want to hear someone droning on about like gay marriage for 2 hours. They'll be like, dude, what's the big deal? Like, just let them get married and just stop talking about it. I don't care. It's not something I'm passionate about. It's just something that I think it's, hey, let them do whatever they want. I don't care.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, you know, being pro-gun is something I'm passionate about.
Yeah.
So that's where it makes it hard.
I read a book called "Ain't Nobody's Business If You Do." All about that, you know, personal liberty. It's a good book. You do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think government should be out of the whole marriage business, period.
Yeah, I can understand that argument, but I think the way the system's set up now, because of, you know, tax breaks and like legal inheritance and, you know, spousal rights, as far as you know, like you can't be forced to testify against your spouse, that type of thing. Like, there are certain things that a spouse is allowed that, you know, a normal person who like you're just living with isn't. So I get it. Like, yeah, the government shouldn't be in marriage, but you'd have to address all of those types of issues then.
There was a couple here, a lesbian couple, and one of the couple had some kind of brain thing, and she was in a coma. So the other person, you know, what happens to her partner, as far as you know, inheritance, if there's some property or the rights of whether to turn off the switch, you know.
Right. Whereas if it was a husband and wife, that stuff's already just figured out. Like, whoever survives gets all the stuff, and they don't pay taxes. Like, it's not inheritance. It's just because they already own half of it or whatever. So then they just get all of it. And like retirement benefits and stuff, right? Like being able to put someone on your medical insurance and all that stuff. Like it. So that's where I'm saying the government has already weaseled themselves into so many parts of marriage. It would be hard for them to get out of it. Although I understand the idea of like, yeah, they probably just shouldn't have a say, but there's so much stuff that is already figured out. You just have to address them one at a time. I mean, you could figure it out somehow.
Yeah, the problem was that the lady was the lesbian couple. One of them was a policewoman, and she died in the line of duty. And her partner had no rights at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, can't collect the whatever, any of the stuff, any of the benefits or any of the retirement or any of that stuff.
Because government wasn't there. Men and women, you know. There was a trial here, and it set a precedent, I think, what the rights were for the spouse or the partner.
Right. You know, I'm thinking out loud here, but I wonder if you could do something where instead of, because it's like, it's just in the rules, or in the laws or whatever that, like, when you're married to someone, if you have like a pension or whatever, and something happens to you, like the person you're married to can keep collecting your pension. That's just how the rules are now. So what if instead, like every person, like, okay, they go and they get a job, and the job says, hey, we're going to pay you this pension. And then every person gets to pick one person as their like special person, whether they're married to them, whether it's, you know, their brother, whether it's like someone that they want to help out if something happens, or, you know what I mean? Like, that's, so then it doesn't matter if you're married or not. So a gay couple could just pick the other person, be like, okay, this person like gets my stuff, or this person can collect my insurance or whatever. And then it doesn't matter if then the government's out of that part of marriage. Then if you refine or like redo the tax code, and you can just like simplify it and then get rid of some of the married tax break things and just be like, okay, you get a break if, you know, two people live in the same house together. Okay, that's great. Then you could have it doesn't have to be a gay thing. They just be like a dude with his girlfriend if they've been dating for 5 years or something or whatever. It's like, okay, now we get to pay less taxes, or we get to file together or whatever. Like, everyone gets to pick a person that they have all the same rights as if they were married, whether they went into a church and signed a paper or not, you know?
Everybody gets to pick a buddy.
Yeah. And I'm sure the vast majority of people, you know, the husband would pick a wife, and like marriage could still be a thing. Like, you go to church and confess your love in front of, you know, whatever, God and your friends or whatever. Like, and then it just becomes it like marriage is a religious thing, and legally speaking, you just pick the buddy.
Yeah, there probably is. I know where I go to the bank and make a certificate of deposit, I have to put somebody in there on it's called a POD, pay on death. So there probably is somebody like that. I don't have a retirement account or something like that. So it probably is a buddy system.
Well, and that's the other thing. You know, pensions are actually a lot more rare than they used to be. It used to be you'd go to work for a company, and they say, okay, you come work for us like your whole career, and when you retire, we'll give you X amount of money per month. Like, you'll get that like until you die, and then we'll give it to your spouse, and then till they die or whatever. Whereas nowadays, a lot of companies, they won't do a pension thing. They'll just say, hey, like, you should save your money, and that's where the 401ks come from. And you can put in, you're putting in your own money, and then if the company is trying to, like, you know, give an extra benefit, which is why they would attract like better employees by offering better stuff. Back in the day, they used to just offer better pensions, so then the better employees would try to go work for that company. Nowadays, they just do like 401k matching. So it's like, oh, I could work for company A and just, you know, invest my own money and save it like on my own. And either I do it or I don't. That's my fault or my benefit. But company B, if I do contribute, they'll match 10%, or they'll, you know, do whatever. So then company B can still attract better workers over company A because they provide like a better benefit. So yeah, pretty much, you know, pensions are really almost like state workers get pensions and like union people get pensions. But the union, that pension's paid for by everyone putting money in that whole time anyways. So it's like, it really is almost like you're saving your own money. It's just that the union gets to pick how much everybody gets and how much you have to put in.
Yep.
But they're still just basically giving you back your own money. And a lot of times it's not as much as if you just didn't put in to begin with.
Mm-hmm. And there used to be profit sharing. Or
yeah. Well, there still is. There's a lot of companies that still do that. But what's happened too is that it's a lot more rare that like, you enter the workforce in your career, you get hired by a company, and you work for that company your whole life. Like there are very few people that still do that. And I don't know if it's just, I think part of it is like company loyalty. Like there's no incentive to keep working for the same company your entire career because they don't give you anything extra for working for them for 40 years. They're just like, oh, thanks for like working for us or whatever. Have a nice life. So there's no reason, like, why should you stick around the whole time? So people will work for, I don't know, whatever, 10 years or 12 years or something and learn a bunch of skills and then shop themselves around and say, hey, I'm a better person than I used to be because I learned all this stuff. So this other company will give me more money. And the first company says, oh, okay, that's cool. Good for you. Like, we don't want to give you more money, so yeah, go work for them. That's fine.
There are probably a whole lot more people in the looking for a job than they don't want to take care of you. Just rather get another person. Oh, if you can get more money over there, don't let the door hit you.
Yep. And it's still, again, there are some times, like when I left my last company and came to the one I'm working at now, I gave them my 2 weeks and stuff and said, hey, it's a good opportunity for me, blah, blah, blah. I told them it's like, it's nothing against you guys. Like I liked working with all the people I worked with. It's just the other job was a lot more responsibility and therefore it was more money. And one guy did come back and was like, oh, well, what if we paid you this much or whatever? Like he offered to like give me a bunch more money. I was like, well, that's nice, but for one, it's still not as good as what the other company's paying. And for two, like there's still not as much room for growth at that first company. Like it was one of those things. They were always saying like, oh, we have stuff coming up. Like just work the shitty job like one more year and then you'll be in charge of all this stuff and you'll move up and it'll be a big promotion and blah blah blah. And then so I do it and then that contract fell through, so but we got another one right around the corner. We're gonna need a lot of people. You'll be in charge of like your own group. You'll be the manager. It's like, well, first off, I don't really want to manage people because I don't like people that much. And secondly, the first one never went through. Then the second one never went through. Then the third time they told me that it never went through. And it's like, dude, you just keep shuffling me around to all this like bullshit, like midnight shift and afternoon shift. I'm working in the plant, getting all covered in paint and fucking nasty stuff. It's like, again, like I said, I liked all the people I worked with, but some of my fellow coworkers were like high school graduates, which again, they're fine. They were smart people and good workers, but I did go to school to get a degree and the stuff I learned had nothing to do with what I was doing. So it's like, I'd like to do some stuff that's actually engineering, not just turn this knob here, push this here and make it work. I'd actually like to like design shit. So anyway, so they did, there was some loyalty there. They did want to keep me. And then when I explained myself, they're like, well, like, we understand. You got to do what's best for you. And that seems like a good opportunity for you. So, it was no hard feelings and stuff. That's the other thing I learned. You can't burn bridges when you leave jobs, like unless it's a really shitty job that you're never going to go work at again. But if it's like a career type job, especially in my business, I run into people all the time that I've worked with just, a few years ago or 5 years ago or something. Like, if I would have pissed you off 5 years ago, well, now I'm reporting to you. Like, like I used to be your boss and now you're my boss, or your company has hired my company because we all like contract together and trade work and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and it works for your company now because they'll say, hey, he's okay.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a contract, that guy and those people, I know him. He's all right. It's better than, hey, that guy is awful.
Mm-hmm. Or even like, hey, you know, that guy was actually he was a good worker. He did his job, but when he decided to quit, he told me, "Fuck you and your mom, and you're a piece of shit." And like he made a big scene in the middle of the office. Like, you know, he might work for you for 2 years and then do the same thing. Like, people don't want that. It shows that you're an asshole.
Yeah. And the word will get around.
Mm-hmm. I know it's only 5 minutes into the game, but Pittsburgh's looking pretty good this game.
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Fuck Pittsburgh.
I agree with that. I'm rooting for Ottawa. Not that I like Ottawa, but more that I don't like Pittsburgh. But also because when I was watching the first round of the playoffs, Ottawa was just playing amazing. It's like, holy shit, like where did these guys come from? Like they were doing awesome. And I forget which game it was in this series. I missed like most of the game, but I turned it on in like the third period and it was 5-1 Ottawa. I'm like, holy crap, they're beating the crap out of Penguins. Like they are doing good this year. But yeah, so far this game, they're not looking that good. But it's only 5 minutes into the first period. I mean, there's plenty of time left. Your dude sitting on the crickets again. What game are you playing that there's crickets?
Ghost Recon.
Mm.
There's a place called Moon in Pittsburgh.
Well, I'm not going there.
There's a place called Smeggyville in Sean's game.
Did he write that in?
I think so, because I think it's this thing where like you colonize like a planet or something, and then like you can name it. So he like colonized this planet and named it Smeggyville.
Moon, Pennsylvania. There's a place called Moon. I wonder if I've been to Pittsburgh.
I haven't been to Pittsburgh. I've been to Pennsylvania, but I don't think I ever went to the city.
I just remember seeing it from the plane. As I was landing, there was a river and there were these houses up on the side of the hill. So, and you could see people, you know, those walkways going up all the way to the houses.
Ugh.
Sidewalks. Smeggy?
What?
When are you gonna reload?
I don't know. I got all my stuff now.
Yeah.
So whenever I feel like it.
Now, are you gonna wash your cases dry, or are you gonna use some kind of media using walnut or?
No, I've already done that part of it. I used crushed corn cob.
Mm-hmm.
And I use like a dry tumbler. So you put that in there, and then it's like a big vibrating bowl, like. So yeah, I've already done that part of it. So there, it's all cleaned up.
And do you deep primed?
I deep primed some of them just to like make sure that part worked, like I set it up right. But the rest of it is not, because I can do it all all at one time. It resizes and deprimes, and then once it's already up, like you swing this little arm over and it puts a little primer on it, and then when you lift the handle, like you make it go down, like you push the handle forward, it pushes the primer in, and then it rotates the top turret. So then you lift it up and you flare the case and drop some powder into it, and then when you push the hammer or push the handle forward, it rotates again. Set a bullet on it, lift the handle down, and it seats the bullet and crimps it. Then take the bullet out and put another case on.
Cool. Can't wait to see it. I wouldn't do it. I'm afraid.
I don't think it's that bad. Like I said, I've done it before. I just that's the part now that I have the stuff I need to just like set up the powder and make sure it's measuring the right amount. But it's like an auto thing. So like I said, as the case goes up into the die, it like pushes this little thing out of the way, and then it rotates and drops like the exact amount of powder. So it should be pretty consistent.
So do you have a little thing that you have to push down, and the little thing throws the powder into the case? Or is that part of the whole system?
Yeah, it's all like built in. So you got like the big hopper that holds the powder. Then right underneath it, there's like a disc that has like a little chamber, and that's what you set. Like there's a screw on that. So if you screw it in, then it'll put less powder, and if you screw it out, then it will hold more powder. And then as the case comes up, that whole disc like rotates and dumps, one case's worth of powder into the case. And then it's like spring loaded. So then when you lift the handle back up, it, pops back up, and then more powder from the hopper drops into that little disc. And then when the next round goes up, the disc turns and dumps the powder into the case. And it's called the, what's that called? I think it's the auto disc powder throw. It's by Lee.
Mm-hmm. What kind of scales do you have? Mechanical or digital?
Yeah, I have a mechanical. So it's like the beam scale. You put the little weights on and wait for it to balance correctly.
Mm. Cool.
So I know a digital is more accurate, but the biggest thing is I just want to make sure, like, I'm not doing too much. And that's the thing. Like the range is like, oh, you can go from like, I don't know, whatever it is, like 5 grains of powder, like don't put more than 9. You're like, oh, so if I'm 5.2 or 5.3, it's not gonna matter. Like that's close enough. It will affect accuracy if I'm not putting exactly the right amount. But like I said, once the powder thrower should put the exact same amount like every time. So whether it's putting, like, if I set it and I think I set it for 5.2, but I actually set it for 5.3, it will still continue to throw 5.3 every single time. Why is North Carolina calling me? I only know one person in North Carolina, and that phone number is saved. So who is this?
Mystery.
238.
Night Strike.
Actually have Night Strike's number, so
could be visiting.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Mr. Knives.
Yo.
Senor Rafael, Mr. Boone, Mr. Smeggy.
El Señor Cuchillos.
Sing along with me.
A bunch of people marked this as an unsafe caller.
Oh, you looked them up, huh?
Oh, that's what I always do.
I do that too.
This call me not or something like that is, oh damn it, Pittsburgh scored, jackass. That's a pretty good one. I don't know. I just type the phone number to Google and then see what kind of stuff pops up.
I think I have a website reverse telephone lookup or something like that.
Yeah, there's a few different ones like that, and like I said, I like this one's called callername.com, which I guess you can just like leave feedback to say if it was a unsafe caller or safe or whatever. But I don't see any. Well, it's okay. There is a place for comments. This number just doesn't happen to have comments. There's another one that like a lot of people write the comments in where they'll say, called no message or called 3 times, left no message. Like, and even though it's not really giving you that much information, at least you know that, like the person. Now this one, maybe this isn't in here, but because normally I thought I use this website a lot. It's 800 notes, like the numbers 800 and then notes. And I thought normally that was a good one, but now I clicked on the link and it's like, oh, like search through all these numbers. I'm like, no, I already told you which numbers. Yeah, this doesn't have any. Yeah, what the hell was that? I thought it was like call me not or bug me not or something. But there's something like that, which is what's cool is it'll show you how many people have looked up the number. Like it'll say, 5 people have looked up this number in the past 24 hours, which tells you that there's a lot of people out there looking up that number. So it's definitely a freaking robot call, just like calling a bunch of people. Or if it's like no one has looked for this number yet, it's like, oh, well then it's probably just, an actual person.
DB.
What up?
That's why you're taking the shit.
Mood food. Why aren't you in Palmyra, man? What the fuck? Tactical response, man. They had slots open.
New Jersey?
Palmyra, Pennsylvania.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't even know what the fuck. He said it's near Hershey. He said a video.
Hey, DB, are you going to the store?
No, I'm walking my dog. Well, walking my dog, aka going to cop some weed. No, I'm fucking. Oh, 2 for $5. You got 2 for $5s?
29 or 2 for 50.
2 for $5. 2 for $5.
Mr. Allen, 29 or 2 for 50.
Who got the purple tops? I need some purple tops. Red tops? You got red tops? Fuck, my dog's about to go ape shit. He don't care. He don't care about people. Oh, boy.
Big bang, bang, bang.
What did I miss, man?
Hershey, Pennsylvania. It's not that far away.
Yo, man, call him. You might get a free class. Tell him you know Yankee.
Yankee told me.
I mean, tactical Dano response. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, go. I'm down with Dano. The Daily Show. Tactical Dano.
I think if anything, he'd just be like, I know DB.
Yeah, DB don't carry no spare mag though. DB's carrying a 7-shot 9mm without excess big dot sights. Come on. I don't fit.
So you're saying they might charge them more if they find out that they know you?
Dude, when I was there, I told him, oh shit. I was there, I told him I know Yankee. And he was like, get the fuck out of here. I was like, yep. I said, I'm from gunchannels.com. He knew Yankee. He knew Yankee Marshall. So then the rest of the day, he was like spitting. He was spitting in my coffee, man. Spitting in my coffee.
Did you forget to tell him the part that you also troll the crap out of Yankee? And
dude, I swear to God, this is what really happened. I paid for a class. I was in a chat. I don't know whose chat it was. Jaeger was there. Yankee was there. I was there. So it was full panel days. Every 10 slots.
Yeah.
He said
like
everyone in here.
Or something.
Everyone in here. It was like Stone Guy or something. He was like, everyone in here gets a free class. Okay, so just contact me. So then G-Webs, being the nice guy G-Webs was like, well, this guy DB Cooper, he just signed up for your class, right? And then I was like, yeah, I just signed up. Blah blah blah. So Jaeger was like, oh, no problem. Call Marilyn at the office. Get your money back. He's like, yeah, it's on me. And I was like, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm like, I just felt funny. So then he was like, I said to him during that chat, I was like, hey man, maybe the next class, because I already paid and everything was already. It was like a week away or something. So he's like, yeah, no problem. And then literally like a year later, I fucking emailed him. Maybe it was like 6 months, 8 months. But I was like, yeah, man, you might not remember me, but we were in like a live YouTube hangout together. And you basically said I could take the class for free, but I had already paid for the fight. And I mean, for the fighting pistol, I'd like to take the fight. And he wrote me back, like, super simple, and said, yeah, no problem. Something like, call the office and tell them that your class is free and you want to sign up for the class, and because motherfucking James Jaeger said so, or something. I swear to God. It's like, so cool. Such a cool guy. He didn't have to do that. He could have been like, he didn't even have to fucking respond to me. Like, well, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
even if he did remember, he'd be like, I don't want to give him a free class. Be like, oh, I don't remember that. Sorry.
Hey, it was in Camden, so I had to get there. So anyway, when I got there, he was there talking to us a lot. Q&A sessions or whatever.
Was he there when he took the first class? Like, was he teaching the first class?
No, he wasn't. So then, like, he was talking to me and he was like talking to everybody. I mean, so he's like, I'm gonna order pizza for lunch. You guys, lunch is on the house, so like, let's order some pizza. So during that time when we were like downtime, just chilling, talking bullshit, I walked over to him and I was like, hey man, you probably don't, remember, but you offered me a free class and I just really appreciate it. And I want to thank you for doing that. And he was like, dude, do you know how many free classes I give away a year? He's like, hundreds and hundreds. I mean, like, I meet people sometimes like, hey, take a class on the house, whatever. It's on the house. You know what I mean? And he's like, you know what? No one ever takes me. Not a lot of people take me up on it, man. So thank you. He's like, no problem, man. No. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And I was like, hey, I wanted to give you some patches, G-Webs, gun websites, gun channels, blah, blah, blah. And then I gave him some patches. And that's when he was like, oh shit, you're one of Yankees people. You're done. That's when he spit in my pizza. So it's fucked up. That's my story. But Moon, you were in that chat, taking that free class.
I wasn't in it, but I watched it.
But he could have been, because he don't remember. Yeah, he don't remember. He ain't going back to watch this.
Me, Stone Guys, buddy, free class.
Remember me? I'm down with Edge, the guy who can't shoot for shit, wears a sombrero.
Back
carries a fucking
RAS
Serpa holster.
47 patches.
Carries a Serpa holster.
And say what when I was talking to Jaeger this year at NRA, Marco was there and ship, and we were just BSing or whatever.
No free classes, right?
Yeah, no, that's what I was getting to. Was that I said something about like we were talking. Oh yeah, it's like a better setup than Louisville. Like this is a nicer, convention
fuck
center,
yeah.
all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, except the
night.
fucking the front of the building to go grab a smoke's like 20 hours away. And he goes, well, quit smoking, save your money, and take a class with us.
Oh, man. No, I think he offered Marco free classes before. So.
Well, he probably did, but he certainly didn't offer it to me.
Yeah, I would say you're beating up the wrong tree there. You're barking up the wrong tree. People don't want classes. They've been shooting their whole life. Like Dano. Dano had extensive military training. He didn't need that class.
So that's funny. Jaeger got in an argument with Yankee and gave you a free class.
I think he gave us the free class right before then, because Jaeger was coming around a lot. He was like in chats, like he'd show up, like they'd invite him and he'd show up. It wasn't even like Jaeger night or anything. He would just show up.
Right.
Then he had a blowout argument and left, and he never came back. And
wasn't that what was? I forget what, but wasn't it Yankee like saying like training, like you don't need training, and everyone's playing fantasy?
No.
Like, was it something like that, or
he started being like, I don't know what the argument was. It was something about like you won't hear the gunshots, you won't know how many rounds are in your gun, some crazy cliche automatic thing. And then I think
like you won't see your front sight, blah blah blah.
Who fucking knows what it was? But then at some point, Jaeger was like, trust me, I've shot people before. And then Yankee pulled his, I've shot people too. And then it just kept going higher and higher. And then it seemed like it was antagonist. Yeah, like it was whatever. Plus he knew, like, I'm sure he knew at the time Yankee had videos that were called like Jaeger's a douche nozzle and shit like that. You know what I mean? And even then he would be like, he might not have been saying that in the video, but that's what the headline said. That's
right. He does that like fake, like
right.
I'm throwing away my revolvers, and then in the video you find out that it's because he bought 20 new revolvers or something.
Yep.
Like,
and I think there was that too, and I'm not sure if Yankee or someone, the clickbait stuff. It was like Jaeger's a douche nozzle, and then he'd kind of be like, yeah, he kind of is, but he's right about this thing or something.
Yeah, how come we got left for the Yankee?
But that's the thing. We really didn't. When was the last time Yankee was in a chat? I haven't seen him on gun channels in months.
Yankee ran him off, and then just,
And then Yankee ran away. I mean, he does his stuff like Matt and Jewebs on every other Thursday, but then the other ones, he just reads emails or whatever, like just talks to the YouTube people.
Well, I don't blame him. I'm just saying that Yankee and the Jaeger shit, that was a time when Yankee probably had like 50,000 subs, 40,000 subs. It was like a long time ago, like 4 years ago. So maybe even more. It might have been 4 or 5 years ago. So he had nowhere near what he had now. And then, would you want to be on a chat with me calling you a fat piece of shit or something like that? You don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, I would, because I like when you're trolling. I think you're funny.
Yeah.
40 versus 9.
Yeah, he don't want to do that shit with us. We're the common folk, and plus he ain't getting paid for it. So, who wants to scream and yell? I don't. Got to protect your brand, man. I don't know. I'm just fucking around. I'm saying like he wasn't the only one. Jaeger wasn't the only one.
Which is too bad, because I'd like to see like, multiple different types of people. I mean, we have a pretty good diversity of people, but like, if like all the like super trainer dudes were on gun channels, like they could have their little trainer channel and talk about.
You mean people who train, not trainer.
Well,
the only trainer we ever had come around was Jaeger, I think.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cool if like we had a bunch of other ones and then they would?
Yeah, they don't fucking need us. Man. They don't need gun channels. These guys have. What did he say? Jaeger had 60,000. Oh, it wasn't 60,000. He had a record-breaking. When I took the class, I think he had 40,000 students, and now, like I just heard, he had 60,000 total come through. These guys are. They don't need. They're selling out their classes.
Well, I know. Well, I'm not saying that they should be on gun channels because they need to advertise or something. I'm just saying that it'd be nice if they thought this was a cool place to hang out and just relax and drink a beer type of thing.
Oh, true. But they got other places for that where people won't tell them training is a joke. You know, so that's the thing. Like there's places that are like more friendly to it and won't have so many people saying like, training's bullshit, you know, stuff like that because they don't want to hear it. So who could blame them? That's their job. That's their business. There were a lot of people on gun channels. Maybe not now, but back if you had a 10-person panel, you'd probably have 3 or 4 people say that training is a joke, you know, and a waste of money or something like that. You know what I mean? So they don't want to hear it. So why go somewhere where everyone's down with it and everyone's an advocate of training?
Well, that's why if they just did their own thing, then they would only invite the people in that they felt like talking to.
Oh, yeah, but they don't need to, man. They got other shit for that.
I don't know. I just
they
have
got primary and secondary. They got practically tactical. They got other places to go to do live shows. There's a bunch, you know.
I know those live shows could be on gun shows. I'm just saying I have illusions of grandeur that I'd love to have it where there's fucking 5 lobbies running at the same time.
Yeah,
it's like the guys are over here talking about hunting and the guys over here are talking about like scopes and optics and shit, or like whatever you're interested in, you jump in on the one that you think's cool.
Yeah, I guess there could have been that could happen still, but at one point it was close to that. There was a ton of people who couldn't get in a room. You know, people couldn't get in a room. They would keep hitting refresh, when someone would jump out. I'm sure there was enough of those people where they could have started a second. Yeah, they would have started a second chat, and then they could have been different subjects. Shit.
Right. And if you don't like that one, like
I don't even know. I don't know if it's me or what. I look on Matt's chat, and maybe it's Matt's choice, but he's only having like 4 or 5 people on the panel now. He might want to cut it down, not have 10 anymore. But
I think just people aren't. I don't know.
Showing up.
Yeah, I know that's like he sends me a link every time, and I'm just
too busy. Yeah.
Oh, it's too famous is the problem.
Oh, true, me too. And like he's not paying me anymore, so I mean, come on, man, let me get some free shit.
Oh, he stopped paying you? I mean, he still pays me, but it's just like, God,
I was on salary.
Do I really want to put up with these people for an hour for like only $500? I mean, come on.
$100K a year, dude. I mean, you don't remember, but when they started the site, all the people who were mad because it was like, what was it, $1 a month or something like that? I forgot what it was initially, but like people.
It was $1 a month.
People were actually doing videos and talking shit about how greedy it was to start the site because YouTube is free and like these people are trying to make money off off something that's free, It's pretty hysterical. I was like, wow, actually it's like $1 a month. And even if it's 100 people joined and paid $1 a month, is that even enough for the fucking server costs? Who knows?
Right. Well, I know I joined when it very first started, like the first day or two or whatever. But then it was like, oh yeah, we're gonna do like the $1 a month thing, and I was like, nah. So I ended up not doing it. Then they made it free, and like you could have an option to help out if you want. So I signed up for when it turned free, and then like after I don't even know if it was a full month, but after like a couple of weeks, I went to paying $1 a month. So like, yeah, this is awesome. Nice. It's worth it. So it's like I didn't join because I'm like, oh man, they're gonna make me pay, and then I'm like, oh, it's free, and there's an option to pay. Okay, I'll do that. So I could have
channels did get
like the very beginning,
I forgot We did get We Like Shooting on. We like shooting on there. That was a coup at the time.
So I don't know. I think it's worth it. It's fun to talk to people who also enjoy guns and have more knowledge than me. So I always learn stuff.
Yeah.
Like the other day, I learned that my front sight on my night sight isn't glowing green anymore. And I know tritium wears out or whatever, but I would have thought that like I would notice it slowly fading. And this is more like last time I remember it being dark, all three sights lit up. And this time when I looked at it, the rear sights are glowing, just fine, and the front one is completely nothing. So I think it's more it's really hard to like look in there and see, but I think the little like insert fell out or something, like the little piece of tritium.
It's 12 years, man.
Yeah. I have
12 year app. It's supposed to be 12.
Yeah, but again, wouldn't it like slowly fade over time? Not just like a few months ago it worked fine and now it doesn't. That's so I think I need a new sight. And that kind of pissed me off the other day. But it is what it is. I was looking at getting a different color anyway, so maybe I'll just put a fiber optic on there. Especially them fiber optic that have like the night vision stuff too. Not night vision, but you know what I mean? Like night sight.
I don't know if TFO makes CZ sights.
Is that the company? Is that the one that I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
Yeah, because these ones are True Dot. That's what Meprolite, I think.
Yep.
That's what these ones are. Ugh.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? I never did do that yesterday. Because that was what started the whole thing. Is I need a new. God damn it! Are you fucking kidding me? Get it together, Ottawa. Jackasses. Changing goalies. Get the fuck out of here. Chase the goalie in the first period.
I noticed a little bit of something. Smeggy got an anger issue. He's calling everybody jackasses lately.
I don't have an angry issue, you fucking jackass.
Who are you calling a jackass?
You, for calling me angry.
Yeah, you're angry American now.
I'm not.
Well, you want to fight 40 versus 9?
No, I don't. I'm so sick of caliber fights. I don't care. I'm over it, just like I'm over fucking
chocolate.
Well, no, chocolate's always awesome, but I forget what I was gonna say. Something else that's annoying. I forget what.
How bad SIG's quality control is. Did you see that article I posted? It was like the state police of like a state is suing them for like $3 million or something.
Yeah.
Their guns were just crap. And then, something I could have told you. Their quality control was in the shitter for so long, and I hope it's better now. Honestly, I liked the 320. I was like playing with it again at the shop, and you know what I realized that was kind of strange. And like
that you were fiddling with pure gun gayness in your hand?
Pure oversight over bore or whatever. Pure bore over hand access or something. Oh, dude, they had a mint condition 229 made in Germany frame. Mint. I mean, mint. Used. And the frames aren't made in Germany. Nothing's made in Germany anymore. But at some point, the frames were made there, and the slides were made here. And I picked it up. It was mint, and he only wanted like $650, and I was like, "This is I like those." You know? And I dry fired it, and I swear it felt like a 20-pound trigger, dude. 20 double action, 20 pounds. It felt like maybe 18 pounds. Anyway, what was I going to say? Oh, the 320. When the striker goes off, nothing changes with the trigger. It feels exactly the same every time. Like it resets, it clicks. It's just every single time. You could sit there and dry fire that thing. It's weird. It's just fucking strange.
It's probably the roll pin on the housing, trigger housing.
Stupid roll pin.
Yeah. Burn in hell, Sig. I mean, stupid roll pin.
So my dad's got a 226. It seems fine. Well, that one's not the one that's supposed to be all like super fast interchangeable or whatever.
My experience is that 226s, 220s, all the 2 series, the classic P series guns, that's what they call them, P series. You could get one that's nice, trigger pulls smooth and nice, no matter where it's made. Or you could get one that's not. Just the way it is. Yo, look at that article I posted on the front page. It's crazy. It's like a whole batch of shit went out, and they just didn't care.
Yeah, I read that.
And then they gave it to cops, man, to be on top of that. You know what I mean? Like, wow.
Oh my god.
You should turn that sports game off. It's right on your brain.
Dude, remember how I said Ottawa looked really good? They look like shit today. That one was just, the dude just fucking tossed the puck near the front of the net from behind, bounced off the side of the post, the back of the goalie's leg, and into the net. And this is the new goalie that replaced the other one that let up 3 goals in the first period. So it's 4-0 with a minute left in the first. I mean, it's doable, but yeah, this it's going to be a tough game for them now.
I like what Squid put on the side chat.
I didn't see. What's in the side chat? Is it a secret?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a secret, okay. Huh. You're funny.
What I demand to know, but I'm on my phone, so I can't see the shit.
I said no one cares, Smeggy.
And that's probably true, but
Smeggy's bad now. Yeah.
that's the thing. I mean, in all like realistically, I actually still don't really care that much. It's just that I picked them like these are the people I'm going to root for, so I'd like to see them win, but if they don't, I'm not going to be hurt. Oh man. So if no one cares, Squib, how about you talk about something that people care about? Oh, you're sleeping? That's interesting.
NASCAR, NASCAR, NASCAR. Da-da-da-da-da.
Dude, Big Gunner was at a NASCAR thing last night, and I don't know, he posted like a picture of the track or something. I think it was a little like video of like the cars coming by or whatever. And like Mountain Dew liked his picture and said, you know, it's that standard marketing thing, like cool picture, man, or something like, or good shot. And so I saw that and was like, holy crap, like Mountain Dew. So I sent him a message, and I also like, you know, added Mountain Dew, but I was like, you know, hey, Big Gunner, now that you're best friends with Mountain Dew, do you think that they would sponsor me for Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9:00? And he replied back with like, hell, they could sponsor the whole Tuesday night lineup because he's on Tuesday nights also. So that would be pretty cool. It'd be like, this episode of Smeggy ranting at anti-gunners is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Do.
I'm all hopped up on Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew. Yup.
Yeah. Sometimes I get myself a little worked up.
Here's my Big Gunner impression right here. It's pretty good. You ready?
Hold on, let me get my scotch.
No, he doesn't drink, dude. What the Oh wait, you ready? Here's the deal. So here's the real deal. You want to know the real deal? All right, let me tell you. Who's ready for my Big Gunner impression?
Yeah.
I've been working on it for about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So, what's up, guys?
Not much, up to you.
Hey, not much. Have you ever heard of this G2G bolt carrier group company out of Wisconsin?
No, I haven't.
Oh, they're really good people, man. I just spoke to them last week.
You forgot. It's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool. I just spoke to them last week. They're high quality. They make everything in house, and we're starting a relationship. You're supposed to say what kind of.
Oh, that's all right.
All right.
I don't know, man. That's the way I look at it, dude. He's hustling, man.
No, I hear you. It's just funny to me. He's always like, "Have you guys ever?" No one's ever said, "Yeah." That's the funniest shit, dude. It's like, no one's ever said, "Yeah." I've heard of them when he does it. It's funny to me. You know what's? If I'm ever in a chat and he does it, I'm just gonna say, "Yeah," and just be like, "Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Good company." Out of Connecticut. Yeah, good people.
All right. Now I'm getting pissed. So
why is that?
A little fiber optic thing the other day, and like the
fiber optic thing. The fuck?
Yeah, the little replacement fiber optic piece that I need to install on my PMR30.
You're gonna carry that shit? Appendix?
Pussy?
No. But I would like for it to have a front sight. Although I was looking the other day, it's actually kind of cool. Like,
sorry,
when you take the fiber optic out, you got the
the rear. You can look through.
Yeah, the rear sight's the fiber optic, and the front's like a peep sight. So it's actually kind of cool.
So I guess you won't die.
I guess I'll die. Yo, it's so funny, man. Did you see what I put on Instagram about AK operators?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, they haven't banned me yet from the YouTube channel. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. I give them. I think they're just sleeping. There's a lot of people put like shit up for auto post, like the shit will post automatically, and then. But yeah.
Yeah, they just schedule it for whenever.
Yeah, surprised they haven't banned me yet.
Well, some people just don't care. They just like, oh, okay, this guy's trolling, whatever.
Oh, it ain't trolling, dude. It's hashtag facts. FACTS. It's not trolling, but yeah, I guess you could say it's trolling by telling people what kind of douchebags you are. But it ain't a joke. It's real.
Well, yeah, no, and that's the thing. Yeah, I'm not saying you're lying or nothing. I'm saying, I guess I'm calling it trolling because you are
my opinion, like,
purposefully
trolling is
agitating.
true. Yeah. Trolling is trolling. Damn, trolling is trolling. Trolling is trolling.
Did someone just get hit by a car?
Yes.
That's what it
Someone
sounded
just got wet by a fucking car tire and shit.
How did you know? Knives called it.
That's what it sounded like.
And it's funny
Had a
because when I
cop
went
do
to
that
I
to
was
me
a
one
bit
time.
more. I was a bit more dramatic.
when I went to get coffee this morning, I saw that was happening on that side of the street, so I knew. And I kind of started moving over to the left because the cars were coming at me. And a very beautiful woman in a very nice outfit just got really splashed bad. With some muddy water, man. She's fucked. She looked like she's on her way to a party.
I have to say, I think what's kind of funny is right as that was happening, as the person was getting splashed by the thing, you were yelling out, "Trolling is trolling!" So I'm starting to think you might have swerved into the puddle to hit her.
Oh, no, I was dipping. She should have known. There was a puddle coming. And then, there was a small puddle that happened, and it didn't hit us. And then I started running, away from the curb. You know what I mean? Like, come on. And then she didn't make moves fast enough, man. It's an unfortunate experience. But let me tell you, son, I've been around the block. This ain't my first rodeo. I do that shit to people. You know that. You know, I don't fuck around. I see a puddle, I'm fucking splashing fuckers. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do.
Why?
That's what I do. Because I'm trolling, baby. Trolling is trolling. Trolling is trolling. But trolling is trolling, but I would say, I don't know, I always thought trolling was sort of like, he's just fucking with us. It's sort of like the response, oh, he's just fucking around. He's just trolling. You actually shot live rounds at students in the pro.
Yeah.
At your class. That's not trolling. Like when I do that to you, that's not trolling. That's
they were
exposing.
just trolling their students, bro.
Oh, they were trolling. Okay, my bad. Yeah, you're right. They were trolling. Got it. No, they were derping. Heavy derp. I don't know what you could even call that. But yeah, I'm sure. You don't care. I have never seen them train again, I'll tell you that. If they were trying to do like the school, maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't see this shit. You know what I mean? Triple beam. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
Did you see
Secret
the Russian?
Society,
You ever see the Russian videos where they're like going through a shoot house, and then they pull the gun into their chest and they're like looking around and they do like an ND into
acting like it's legal already.
No reason.
I give them credit. The feds is watching though. This is crazy. The feds is watching. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I don't know. I mean, it's just people don't know. You know what I mean? People already ask me like, "What are you talking about?" Oh, he's from Alabama. Anyways, people don't know. You know what the fuck you're talking about. So now they know. Even if I only have 5 followers, they're hip to it.
DB's followers are woke.
I have 5 followers.
On
now
what,
they
YouTube?
know. You know what? You know who's following me, and that's all that matters. Pie hitters. Okay. Pie hitters on Instagram follows me, so we're good now.
Illuminati confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Pie hitters. You ever heard of pie hitters? It's like pipe hitters, but like pie. They eat pie.
There's no S.
Oh, it's pie. It's pie hitter.
Yeah.
Okay,
When I first told the NSR guys about it, I was like, pie hitters. I was like, look for pie hitters, you morons. And the guy was like, oh, I can't find anything. And he showed me like a screenshot of there being nothing under pie hitters. And I was like, try it without the S then.
Is pie hitter who they tried to get fired from their job or something?
Yeah. I think, no, Tax Soup guy.
Oh, that was Tax Soup.
No, some Smith & Wesson guy was who they tried to get fired.
Nice people. Nice people. The good thing is all you got to do is go to SHOT Show or fucking next year's NRA and literally knock the teeth out of a fucking fucker's face. But they're not hard to find. Especially like, you know, so one of my favorite songs in the last recent times is Motherfucker I Drove. You ever? Motherfucker I Drove here. You know what that means?
No.
It means I have the guns on me, you fucking piece of shit. It's like, motherfucker, I drove. You see people like, they fly places, you know they don't have a fucking, you could bet 95% they don't have a gun on them. But there's a song called Stick and Move by this rapper in New York named Casanova. And in the hook, it's like, motherfucker, I drove. Basically saying, he even says it right before that. It's like 100 guns for the road. Gotta go on a road trip, man. You can't go empty-handed. That's crazy talk. Anyway, if you ever had beef with someone on the internet, catch them somewhere they flew to. That's my advice.
Be like, you know, like,
did you fly here? No, you just.
I will
you don't tell
buy
them
you a plane ticket to this place.
No, you don't even tell them it's you because it's the internet. You just like, hey, so what's up, man? Oh, so did you fly? Did you fly here? Like, yep. And you just knock your teeth out.
No, that's what I would say. I would just be like, you know what? You want to fucking fight in person, dude? I will buy you a plane ticket to come here. Like, actually, that's driving distance. Oh, no, I will buy you a plane ticket to come. No, really, it's driving distance. I'll see you tomorrow.
No. Some people will fly.
Pink did it.
With it. They'll fly with it. Yeah, exactly. Pink's not the guy I'm talking about.
But I can't see why anyone would ever want to punch Pink in the face. Dude's so nice.
Oh, he talks so much smack about you, man. You gotta get him.
Does he really?
No, he likes you.
It was like,
there
is that smack gonna try and punch me in the face? Smack.
I wish a motherfucker would.
Fucking smack y'all hostile shit.
Dude, Knives, see, the only person I'm getting hostile towards is you for saying that I'm hostile. And I know I'm safe because you're a Californian.
Motherfucker, I got knives.
Yeah, that's a bad move. That's a bad move, man.
Plus I'm a ninja.
Okay, well then, I guess I'm gonna have to go to DB's training school where I learned to shoot a handgun at 50 yards, so I don't have to worry about it.
25, but
I am a ninja.
I thought you were gonna say it's 25 yards. I thought you were gonna say where you learn how to stab someone in the fucking taint.
No, I didn't know that was a skill you had, but I know that you.
It's part of the class. Part of the last class I took was about 2 hours worth of that, so I'm pretty good at it. I practice at home. So. Pretty good stuff. You're supposed to ask me why the taint, and I'm supposed to tell you because you can't put a tourniquet on someone's taint.
Oh, okay. I guess you overestimated my interest in this topic. That I would actually want to know follow-ups.
I thought it was going to be a topic on next week's Daily Gun Show or something like that. Taint stabbing. I would like to see that. Taint stabbing 101, man.
What about taint treatment?
No. Oh, like first responders, what do you do?
Yeah.
Negative. Negative.
You probably got to pack it, eh?
You just pack.
Negative Ghost Rider.
Don't pack it. You get like gauze up in your nutsack.
Hopefully you pack it with a tampon because that shit ain't gonna work.
You just duct tape it and get to the doctors.
After the last class I came home and took all the tampons out of my first aid bag. My shooter kit bag.
Yeah, I've heard those are not.
They say it's
a good idea.
You might as well just do a bedtime story for them.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about medical stuff, but I have heard that before because people think it's a good idea, and then I've heard people who actually know what they're talking about be like, "No, it's not doing the purpose you want it to do."
Well, you gotta learn like that one video on Instagram a little while ago where the guy's stuffing gauze under the box like it's like a fake wound.
Yeah, it's a lot of feet
stuffing.
Anesthetic gauze.
But where was that wound supposed to be? Because you're not supposed to stuff that into like a chest wound or a stomach wound.
I don't think you're supposed to stuff the chest. Thank you for asking.
Oh.
I guess it would be like anything, legs, stomach. Thank you. Anything other than the lungs or like chest.
Like if the wound is in like a chunk of meat, you got to fill up that area, right?
I think it's anywhere but the chest because I think they use chest seals for that shit. You don't see these people packing that shit. I don't know. I've never taken a class like that or in Google. I do know, like, I've seen people's kits that are pretty smart people. They all have chest seals in there. And then they would tell you, like, yeah, this is for something else. But
we did like a rudimentary first aid in high school.
Thank you.
Basic.
I think it's the hemostatic, the Celox or whatever it's called, the gauze. Because they were showing, like, you'd be surprised how many feet of gauze you can stuff in a wound. Like, it's ridiculous. So that's, I guess, partly why the tampon doesn't cut it. Not mean?
Yeah.
Triple beam?
I know what you mean.
There's an EMT in the chat right now.
There's an electromagnetic bomb in the chat?
An EMP, yeah, just went off.
No. I thought you said EMP, electromagnetic pulse.
Shit.
100 guns for the road. Nah, motherfucker, I drove. How about an 8-inch sub?
I wish an EMP would go off. Sweet. That would be like The Walking Dead. We'd have to start over. Kill.
You ever walk into a place to eat and it smells like shit? And you just walk out?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just did that.
I'm a little surprised we didn't hear you say, "Dude, your place smells like shit."
Nah, that would not be trolling, by the way. That would be expressing an actual opinion that matters to nobody. I went and got a Cat 7 tourniquet. And now I stuff that in my taint. My EDC.
Well, it's kind of like protection, too.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably deflect the stabbing.
So when I was at that class, the Kyle DeFore what does he call it? Concealed pistol and combatives. I had a partner, and we were practicing killing each other with blades and shit, and my pants my pants were like kind of loose and baggy, like falling down. So I told him, let me pull my pants up. So I pulled my pants up, and he stabbed me in the taint. And I was like, yeah. He goes, oh, that's much better. That's much better. Because like my pants were so baggy down there, like he couldn't stab me in the taint.
So you're saying it's self-defense to wear baggy pants?
Exactamundo.
I'm not second. I'm not begging.
Yeah, sag your pants so you don't.
On one of the guys that are wearing like skinny jeans halfway off their ass.
They're fucking dead. I'm telling you, they're gonna bleed out like fucking 40 seconds, dude.
Not from the taint though. Anywhere but from the taint.
No, there's like some sort of perineum. There's some sort of fucking major artery down there. I didn't know, but now I do. So
Right next to the Nutter Butters.
yeah, right next to where the G spot. I'm gonna tell somebody, dude. I'm gonna stab you in the fucking G spot, son. Fuck off, man.
The other thing you got to worry about is if you stab somebody down there is if they're
My bad. I'm choking.
Puff puff give.
That's some good weed, man. Oh
High
shit!
quality shit.
Wow, that's that OG Kush. Jesus. Shit is fire.
I just love how you talk like this, and we know you're walking around public. It just makes me smile.
Well, it's not like I'm in Manhattan. There's like a few people on this block. Well, they can't hear fucking what I'm saying. They can't hear me. They're talking to themselves. People look at me when I'm in like. People look at me like I'm talking to myself. So they actually think I'm talking to myself. It was like, except the crazy guy across the street's on a FaceTime call, and he's like making it very obvious he's not talking to himself.
That's how deep he survives on the streets.
Yeah.
Everybody's just crazy.
Well, I knew a guy who told me that one time. He was a real hardened felon type of dude. And he told me, just act crazy. You'll be okay. He said, yeah, like someone will come over to you. Someone came, like a bunch of thugs came over to him on the train or something. And they're like, motherfucker, what are you doing, man? And he was like, I'm selling tickets to your funeral. He said, you want to buy any? And he's like, they left me alone. You're a quick-witted guy. What if they called your bluff, you know?
My buddy did something like that where there was like 4 of them. That the one dude, he lived like downtown Detroit, and it was one of those like his condo place was like brand new and really nice, but like right next door was all the burned out houses and shit. Like that's Detroit's nuts like that. You go 2 minutes down the road and you're like, I shouldn't be here type of place, and then it's like really fucking nice right next to it. But anyways, they went to like this liquor store to, I don't know, get a case of beer or something. And they were walking out, and this dude comes up to him and is like, you know, I don't know, he was arguing or whatever. And then he's like, dude, I'll beat all 4 of you skinny white asses. And my buddy goes, there's 5 of us. And the guy was like turned around, like looking at shit. By the time he figured out that like there wasn't 5 of them, they were already like down the road. Like they just kept walking. We're like, yeah, there's 5 of us.
What about like on the train
in Detroit?
What about on the train? And they come up to you and you say, "I'm on my way to plow your mom."
Oh, that's dope. Yeah.
I don't know. Detroit doesn't have trains, unless you count the people mover, but that like makes 2 stops. Just goes in a big circle. It's the train to nowhere.
You tell them you're on the way to a Jehovah's Witness meeting and that you bring the word and all that shit. You should come with me. Either one.
What if they call that bluff? Like, actually, I was about ready to turn my life around. Let's go. I'm like, oh, god damn it. Now I gotta go to church with this dude.
And be like, all right, there's one thing I gotta tell you. I really meant the Church of Scientology. Come on. Let's go.
Me and Tom Cruise are homeboys.
Me and David Miscavige. We're starting a new, more radical sect of Scientology.
Not this watered down, Tom Cruise normal Scientology.
It's the Wahhabiist version of Scientology.
A radical Scientologist.
Yes, sir. And then there's that. Oh, man.
I don't mean no harm, but...
Should have just shot that guy in the face. Bam! And I would have said, I would have put the gun on the ground and said, you did it. Didn't you want to check out my night sights that night or something like that? I think you were like, let me see those sights or something.
I have no idea.
I had a close call the other night, and it was fucking weird. So a homeless guy was like in the staircase. He wasn't homeless, he was definitely shady. He probably was homeless. He had a big ass backpack, weird fucking looking dude, and I almost walked through the door, but I always check the window. If there's a window and a door, I always look through it. That's a pro tip I got from YouTube. There's a window and a door, right? Like one of those little windows. Look through it before you open the door. It makes sense. So I do that. I think I looked. I didn't see anything. And I was like slightly opening the door. And I saw in the reflection of the window glass on one side of a guy coming down the stairs. And then I closed the door really quick because you can't get in. It only opens one way. So they figure if bad people get into the staircase, they can't get into the apartments. You know what I mean? Like they can't get into the main level, the floors. They're kind of stuck in the staircase. That's all they can do is like go up and down the staircase. And I think that's what he did. Like he broke in and was trying to get on a floor but couldn't. So I closed the door behind, tight, and then looked through the glass and I see him and he knew he was busted. I waited till he left and then I came out and I looked and he was fucking breaking his neck waiting for me to like open the door and be like, come over here or something like that. Yeah. Like, come back, motherfucker, come back. He got sketched out, but man, this is what it is. I'm sure it wouldn't have been a big deal.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even like, with all that kind of stuff, is that like, yeah, something might happen, but even that most of the time is probably like,
give me your wallet. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me your wallet.
And you're like, no thanks. And
then I would have been like, nah, I'm gonna face shoot you in the fucking face right now. Sorry, buddy. Take that, son. Take it. I would have just been like, it was worth it. I haven't been mugged in a long time. Someone's crossing the street, I cross the street. You know what I mean? I keep it moving. Someone's coming over to me to ask me for some spare change as it's usually a qualifier. It's like someone selling you a fucking mortgage or something. You know what I mean? There's qualifiers. The questions. Like, can I get a cigarette? Hey, do you know where this is? Or, hey, can I get $1? You have any spare change? Whatever the fuck it is. Those are qualifiers. They're testing you and seeing if it's a easy thing. If they feel after that it's easy, they'll go for it. Usually they try to make some sort of fucking small talk with you.
Yep. Well, I've noticed a lot of times too. They'll start like the normal tone, like, "Hey man," da da da, and then they'll like get quieter because it's natural instinct to even like take a step in or lean in, like. And a lot of times, if you think about it, I mean, people do it subconsciously all the time. If you're trying to hear what someone's saying, you'll turn your head so that your ear is facing them. Well, now your eyes aren't facing them, you know? Like, that's...
Yeah.
I remember some guy did that to me, and I was like, I was a couple steps back or whatever, and I was like, dude, I can't hear you. And he was like, "Da, da, da, da." I was like, I got no idea what you're saying, dude. Sorry. I guess I'm deaf, but either speak up or whatever. So I was standing inside a Taco Bell, so it's like, I wanted my food. I'm not going to leave. Turns out he just wanted to sell me drugs. And then once I figured out what he was talking about, I'm like, oh, no, I don't smoke. Never mind.
Yeah, sometimes they are just trying to sell you weed or coke or whatever.
Right.
Happened.
And so that's why I didn't want to talk loudly. I spoke in regular tones, so that's like, it was kind of funny. After I figured out what he was saying, I was like, oh, no, dude, I don't smoke. So, and I said it like just like that. So the whole restaurant pretty much knows what the hell the guy just asked me. But he still sat there.
Nah, I'm not smoking weed anymore. It's been a few days. Give me a break. Give me a break, fam. Well, went for a walk, trying to get something to eat.
Go to Hal's.
Go to Hal's. Yeah, I'm downtown though. But I didn't even eat steak that night, did I? I haven't had red meat in a fucking minute. That night I had the Chilean sea bass. It was fucking great.
It looked good.
It always is good. So usually I do get the steak there, but if someone's like, I don't want to feel like eating steak, I always say, oh, just the fucking sea bass. But it's not on the menu. It's like a special. Either way. I don't know what I should do is just wait until dinner.
Well, isn't it dinner time now? I guess it's a little early.
Yeah, it's a little early.
I already ate dinner for the day because I had some leftovers. So I had a late lunch when I got home from work, and then I waited a couple hours, and then I ate at like, I don't know, like 3:30 or something. I kind of just finished up. But it's like if you combine the late lunch and the early dinner, I guess that probably counts as dinner. So that should be good for the night. Wait a minute, they called that a penalty? You kidding me?
Why not? Wow. What should I do?
I guess he did tap him in the face, but it's not like he hit him that hard. Oh well.
You know, a movie I saw the other day was pretty good. I forgot. It was like a real gun movie. If anyone like says like, "What's your top 10 gun movies?" or like gun something, you know, that people sleep on this one, but The Kingdom with Jamie Foxx. There was some really good gun battles in there.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, it's really good. It's about a terrorist attack that happens in Saudi Arabia. And right there where Trump's at now, in Rahadi or wherever, and it's like on a military base because they have Americans there, and it's like a bomb goes off. And this is not spoiling anything. That's what it is. So a bomb goes off and kills a bunch of Americans, and then as the first responders are getting ready to go to the scene, a huge bomb goes off, like an entire building, a small building.
Well, it was like a setup to get more people there or whatever.
Yep. So Jamie Foxx and Electra, Ben Affleck's wife, I forgot her anyway, they're in the FBI, and they're like elite FBI unit or whatever, and they go over to the Saudi Arabia to investigate the crime. Right? Like, I don't know, like it kind of is not realistic, but it's like 7 or 8 years old, maybe even 10 years old, right? So, but they go there to investigate, and the Saudis are like our allies. You know, technically they're our allies, but technically
they don't help us that much.
Well, it's shady over there, man. It's basically headquarters for the Wahhabi style of Islam that born like Al Qaeda and ISIS, and it's like the most extreme version of Sunni Islam. That's Wahhabism, and it comes from there. But it's not to say everyone there practices it, although they're very strict. You know, like they do kill gays, they do a lot of wild shit. So they send them over there to investigate, and they team up with some Saudi, like the Saudi version of the FBI. And there's like one good guy, like who's really good, and then that's the movie. And then they start their investigation. But at some point, there's so many gun battles in that movie. Like, you know, they get attacked a few times. And it was directed by Peter Berg, who did Battleship, which is garbage. But he did Lone Survivor, and he did he's done a bunch of movies. But it wasn't bad. But in terms of gun shit, I liked it better than like Way of the Gun. I just watched Way of the Gun and was like, I hear gun people talking about how awesome it was, and I'm like, yeah, I guess. You know, there was some like, there were cool like room clearing stuff and low ready, and people were perfect weaver and stuff like that. Good reloads. It wasn't like automatic. It wasn't like super ridiculous. Like they were doing mag changes correctly and tactical stuff. But you ever seen that movie, Way of the Gun, with Benicio del Toro and Ryan, whatever the fuck his name is?
Ryan Phillippe.
Yeah. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't the bomb. It wasn't the bomb. It wasn't Heat. Put it like this. It wasn't even Heat. But anyway, it wasn't even Sicario, which people make fun of Sicario for like how inaccurate the handling of guns in that movie was.
Keep muting myself when I talk.
That makes it hard to talk.
I saw a preview for some movie that looked like it had some pretty good gun handling, but I can't remember what the fuck it was.
Do you think we're getting spoiled nowadays that movies are actually like doing good gun handling?
No.
And then like we'll go back and be like,
they're not doing like perfect gun handling. They're doing like theatrical gun handling. Like they're just adding some tactical stuff. It's like the martial arts. If it were real, it would be boring. Well, maybe not a gunfight would be boring, but
I don't know why this picture just reminded me of this because it's got nothing to do with it, but I found it very funny at NRA when like, you know, some company would be showing off like their site or whatever, right? Like it's hey, this is our site. So they toss them on an AR or whatever. And people would like pick the thing up and like, you know, be like shouldering it or whatever. And then Be like, no, I really like this handguard. It's like, do you not realize that this company is selling like the site and they just put it on like someone else's handguard? Like,
I still can't remember what movie it is, but the person does like a tap, rack, and bang thing.
well, that's pretty cool.
Like the first time I've seen that in a movie.
I saw Mad Max Fury Road. I was like, whoa, when he racked it off his belt.
The back of his boot.
Yeah, back of his boot. I was like, oh shit. There you go. That's how you do it.
The back of his boot.
Yeah, back of his boot. I was like, oh shit. Well, we kind of do sound alike. That's funny. It's almost like one person having a conversation with himself.
Which is funny because when you're in the hangout, though, like I can tell your voices apart, no problem.
It's the phone. That's the phone and the speakers. Like other phone speakers will affect your voice. That's funny. It's almost like one person having a conversation.
Hey, John, you're playing the thing in the background. You got like the chat thing going or something.
Hey. Oh no.
Well, that's the thing too. Like, I know I've been told I sound like Dano, and I didn't think it was even close until one of the first times I like heard the chat and was like, "Holy fuck, that's what my voice sounds like." Like in my brain, it doesn't sound that way, you know. And so I was like, I do sound like Dano.
Hey everyone, good morning.
How's
Good
it going?
That's funny. That's funny. I was gonna say.
Good evening.
That's part of the reason people hate. Part of the reason people hate the echo so much.
It's because they hear their own voice.
Yeah, and they can't stand it. And I don't blame them. I used to like listening to chat the day after or the next day, but if I was in them for just a little bit, I couldn't even fucking listen. I didn't want to hear myself.
How's everybody doing this late evening Sunday?
Right. I'm all right. I don't have dick AIDS yet.
Not yet.
No AIDS on my dick yet. Doing all right.
Yeah, I was doing a live chat earlier before this, and the gentleman is a little older, so he was having trouble, but we got him up and running.
Yep.
Who was that? Is it a new person or just someone who hadn't been in a chat before?
It's a new person that's just new to starting the live chats. It's someone in the precious metals community. You know, where the people pour the silver and the gold and they video it so you can watch and talk with them as they do it.
Oh,
they pour silver onto gold? What the fuck does that mean?
No, it's a silver stacking community with people who actually pour silver. They actually pour the bars and the rounds and other things that you may see, you know, publicly, because a lot of them get commissioned by JM Bullion and other big companies, and then there are other people who also discuss the silver market and stuff. So,
gotcha.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting to see older people trying to do it, you know, so they have a little harder time. So it's nice to be able to help them to get it going.
Yep. I remember when I had to teach DB how to join a chat.
Yeah. I remember when I taught Hawaii Volcano how to pour his own silver.
I was just gonna say this precious metal thing, like that is up HVS's alley for sure.
Yeah,
the only thing that'd be better is if they poured gold into like shapes of battleships or something.
No, they do. A lot of the people.
What?
Last night there was a live chat on. Oh my god! Holy shit! I can't believe I just forgot. There was a live chat. Someone who poured a solid gold axe, a mini axe, in solid gold.
Are you kidding? This is better.
They do it all the time. They do copper. They do silver. They do gold.
They should be pouring like extractors for Glocks and shit, so that we don't have to use the MIM crap. That.
Oh yeah, because a silver extractor would be like way more durable than a MIM extractor.
They got to use tool steel.
No, you can't. You don't melt tool steel. You melt actual precious metals.
What?
You gotta use tool gold.
They'll do whatever I tell them to do. God damn it! I'm joining. Send me a link to these chats. I'm gonna tell them what to do, man. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm like, I need D2, man. You ever heard of D2? Okay, I need to melt that shit and pour me some shit.
If you could find somebody who could melt it without having a lot of issues, good luck. Because even copper is a bitch to pour.
CPM. Oh, we had a guy, a good guy with a gun. He'd do anything. He'd do anything you tell him. He used to smelt his own lead on a picnic table, barefoot, with dogs running around.
I thought he was wearing flip-flops. He wasn't quite.
No, he was barefoot. That was barefoot. His hairy little toes.
Flip-flops is being barefoot.
His hairy toes were out there, bro.
Oh, nice. Those hairy toes are sexy as hell.
Yeah, he had little Jerry curl toes and shit. And then the little puppy was running around, fucking running around the picnic table.
And he still has all his toes?
Yeah, he stopped smelting lead. He figured the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, so he loads his own ammunition, right?
He did. I think after blowing up a few guns, he figured, you know what, it might be cheaper to actually buy my own ammo.
You're not actually saving money if you got to buy a new gun every time you go to the range.
Yeah.
Or you could actually just buy the bullets instead of smelting them.
That's true. Saving 4 cents per round definitely sealed the deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was a sealer.
Yeah, see, that's one of the things.
It's going to be huge.
I do like the idea of reloading, which is why I have all the stuff set up or whatever. But I think pouring your own projectiles that's like a whole nother step. And like you said, fuck, dude, I forget how many I got, but I got like 4,000 or 5,000 projectiles, and they're like a couple cents each. So if I can pour them for like 1 cent each instead of like 5 cents or something, is it really worth all that time and effort?
Right, because you take the time and the materials that it takes to actually make it. That's also value.
Right, and you do have to buy the lead from somewhere. I mean, I guess unless you're just getting free like wheel weights or whatever. But I heard that's not as good anymore because they use different shit nowadays.
Oh, you mean the composition of the metal?
Yeah, because you gotta use whatever, some type of thing.
Ballistic Expansion, as a young child, would smelt lead with no mask on. So I'm proud that it came out okay. I'm happy.
Yeah, because he seems normal.
He used to do videos.
EB, are you outside?
I'm back. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay.
He's been outside for a while.
I just went to the store in the car. I was going to say that yes, smelting lead is dangerous and stupid. I mean, it's not. I guess it's dangerous, but it's only stupid if you're doing it wrong, and and it's really good.
And it's certainly stupid if you're doing it inside.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a guy that he would make his own projectiles, and he did it like the correct way, the safe way, and everything. But he was also like super into it, and he's one of them guys that's like, basically making cloverleaf kind of shit on the target. Like, so he was reloading for like super accuracy, like the bench rest and stuff, and he found that like adjusting the type of lead he used and stuff would affect his accuracy in his groups and like all this different shit. So
have you watched the videos from 8888? He has several videos that he smelts the bullets as well.
I can't say I've ever seen him.
Iraq veteran 8888.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm saying I haven't seen those videos.
Yeah, he has like a whole workstation that he rolls outside. It's like a workbench, tool cabinet. He turned into like a smelting station. And he has mold. He has a billion molds in there, so he literally makes his own shit for everything he's got.
Yeah. Well, Foos does it too, doesn't he? Because I know Foos powder coats his own stuff, but I don't know. Maybe he just buys like the pure lead ones, like the pure lead projectiles, and then powder coats it afterwards.
I'm not sure, but what is the point of the powder coating? What does that do?
Well, it ends up it cuts down on the lead fouling, because if you use just straight lead projectiles, all that lead like scrapes off into your rifling.
Right, and that protects it.
Yeah, it's like a jacket kind of thing, but I think it also might help with actually like engaging the rifling, because that powder coat takes up like a little extra room.
Right. Iraq veteran shows when he smelts his bullets, he dips them in wax.
The other reason they do it is so that when you blow up your gun, you can send it back to the factory and tell them you didn't reload.
Well, you can talk to Tony about that and suggest that.
Yeah. Don't mention that with Tony around. I think he's still a little sore about blowing his gun up.
Yeah, he told me he totally denied it when I talked to him. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
If he's sore, can you imagine how the gun feels?
He said, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. What kind of question is that, sir?
You have the wrong person, right?
He said, who would do that? Who would blow up his own? Who would reload while watching Matlock?
You're bad.
Who would reload while watching Murder, She Wrote? Reruns on fucking over the air antenna. Who knows? Not me.
Oh, so just a quick question. If you noticed, Mr. Giggity is not on my icon anymore. So what do you think about my icon I created?
I think you're ready for prime time, man. You're ready for a Matt chat.
What I'm talking about.
Lynn's never enough going to give you an invite to one of his main shows.
I still see the same guy on your avatar.
I see it. It says John, and then it's got the like skyline in the background.
If you click on it, you'll see the whole thing where it says the John Z Project, and the project is like broken. Do you get that?
I didn't realize that you were a project. So
yeah, I
you're
wasn't
a work
sure.
In progress.
I wasn't sure if I should call it the John Z Experiment or the John Z Project.
What are you projecting?
No, I just thought it would be funny if I put something like experiment or project and make it look like wood, and then it broke, so it's just hanging by one screw. Yeah, there was nothing specific behind it. So I'm using it now because I want to get people's opinions.
I guess I'm just not. I don't get why you're called the John Z Project.
Because I'm a work in progress. I don't know. Okay.
Well, then I guess that makes sense. I mean, it looks good.
You know why? Cool. You know why I did the Z in red? Because I was thinking about what is that old TV show where the lizard people come to Earth?
V,
yeah. So that's why I did it like the Z in red.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I'm surprised nobody ever mentioned that in the top 5 or top 10 live feeds.
I don't think he's ever done like sci-fi television shows.
Oh, not yet?
No.
Okay, I thought it might have come up in like maybe best monsters or best scary whatever, or top 10 cheesy stuff. Maybe Matt could do that.
He's a fan of that show.
You know what show I really liked was Jericho.
Oh, that was a good show.
And didn't they like stop it like halfway through or something? Like I remember it like it really wrapping everything up. I mean, like, well, because I didn't watch it like when it was out or whatever. I think I downloaded it one time when like someone told me about it. Was like, you gotta check this thing out. So I downloaded it like off of BitTorrents, and then I was like, "Where's the other episodes? Like, what?" I thought that I had like an incomplete folder, so I kept looking it up, and I was like,
"They just stopped it at some point for some reason."
It's like season 2 has like 4 episodes in it or something, then it ends.
You know what? I think they did that also with the TV show with the log lady.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The detective comes to town because a girl was murdered, and then you have this lady that talks to a log.
You're talking about the traveling episodes of Murder, She Wrote?
Not Murder, She Wrote. This detective comes to town because a girl was murdered, and the premise of the show was to find out who murdered this girl specifically. And there was a lady,
Laura Palmer.
Laura Palmer, yeah. What's that show?
Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks, yes.
And
oh
a
my
lady
God, I
talks
was
to a
addicted
log.
to that.
I think I know why it got canceled. That sounds retarded.
No, it was such a good show. Oh my God. You never watched it?
My little precious log. I will make you into a table.
Well,
No, I don't want to be made into a table. Make me into a chair.
No, that's not what she told the log.
Oh, okay.
You should check it out. Twin Peaks was an amazing TV show. And
was the log big and heavy and wood?
No, it was just a regular FBI detective.
Did it roll downstairs and?
It wasn't about the log. That was just a character was just one of the.
Roll over the neighbor's dog.
Oh my God!
Did it fit on your back?
Watch the show.
Was it great for a snack?
Do you like wood in your mouth?
I'm seeing this references flying over your head. So I'll just leave that out there for anyone who's ever seen Ren and Stimpy.
No, but Twin Peaks was definitely a good show.
Is it better than Bad? It's good?
Bad was an okay show.
Don't worry about it. I'm just fucking with you.
I know you are. I'm waiting for the wood to drip out of your mouth.
What the fuck? I think you're trying to call me gay, but like I think that makes you gay.
I didn't say any such thing.
A video game. No!
What's up, G-Webs?
Oh, okay.
That's awesome. I randomly got a DM from #Tactical that said, "I didn't forget about you. I was waiting on new goodies." Okay.
Goodies for what?
I don't know, but I'm getting some goodies. I guess I'll add a comment on her post because that's probably what she's talking about.
Well, when a chick tells you you're getting goodies, it's always a fun thing.
Oh, boy. Yes, log. Okay.
John, take notes.
Copy that.
It's on your back. It's log.
It's heavy against wood. It's better than bad. It's good.
What year is that cartoon from?
Log from Ramo.
What year is that from, G-Webs?
Hey, kid, you want a toy?
I don't know.
Because that's Ren and Stimpy was definitely like mid '90s, so.
It's Ren and Stimpy.
Well, okay. You pick a toy.
I want log. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah?
You remember the "Don't Whiz on the Electric Fence"? It was like a board game.
Never heard of that.
It's from that same show, so I wasn't assuming you had.
What show is that?
Ren and Stimpy.
I've watched Ren and Stimpy online. I've never watched it on TV. And the hush hovers over the crowd.
Hi, DB. What the heck is this one?
Are these current cable shows, or are these like 1970s or 80s?
90s.
90s?
They just were drawn in just a like crude whatever style.
Yeah. Well, Beavis and Butthead, you know.
Yeah, it was more about the, you know, oh yeah, even like South Park, like they cared more about the plot than like making it look good.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
More about the story, man.
Yeah.
Where did DB go?
He left.
Copyright issues. He had to leave.
Oh, he doesn't want to be named in the lawsuit when Ren and Stimpy sues all of us.
The Itchy and Scratchy Show.
Oh man.
David Lynch. That's the guy who directed that TV show, I think.
The one I mentioned?
Yeah, Twin Peaks.
Yeah. And for some reason, at some point, they just stopped it.
I guess the ratings.
I thought it was a fantastic show. I mean, there are so many shows you think are fantastic, but for some reason, like you said, because of ratings or for politics of the TV show game or whatever, and they just cut those shows out, and it's sad.
It might have been too much for people because if you have a show, that show, it's not like every show. There's a thing that's called there are 8 steps for a television show where you have the protagonist be in a comfortable spot and then be uncomfortable and find out that he needs something, so he goes out into this adventure. That TV show is different because it's a storyline that keeps on going, and you can't just hop in at any time. You have to come back and watch the previous episode, something that TV people couldn't do when
Right.
you didn't have the internet, so you couldn't see the episode 1 to figure out what was going on.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna say nowadays, I almost feel like they do that too much nowadays. Like I do kind of miss the times of, oh, you know, I like this show, but I missed a couple weeks. But like each show is its own story, and there might be an overall arc, but nothing too complicated that you can't like figure out what's happening. Like if you start watching an episode and you're like, oh, who's this guy? And then like he's on screen, he's like, I sure am glad you moved in next door to me. And you're like, oh, it's the guy's neighbor. Like, you know, whatever. Like they explain it kind of like reference back.
There are a few shows that I used to watch, and not necessarily on TV, even just through the internet. And you just get hooked on some of these shows, and it does, like Smeggy said, you don't need to have the first one to get the third or fourth. You know, some things are, you just get it at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, just like every other like movies and all the other stuff, something comes along that is like different, and it actually does work, and it blows up, and then everyone's like, oh, I guess it just has to be this way in order like for people to like it. Like when like Avatar came out, everyone's like, wow, this is like the best 3D movie ever. I remember for a while there, it was like every single movie that came out with a 3D thing, even if it wasn't like that good a 3D or whatever. It's like there's like, oh, I guess we have to do this now. Well, so when something like, Game of Thrones comes along where you have to like pretty much watch in order, there's way too much stuff going on to miss a week, and everyone got hooked. And then the other thing is, and this is, I've seen shows starting to do this now, where like it's okay to kill off the main character because like they just always are reintroducing new ones and stuff. And now there's like a bunch of shows that are doing that. Like no characters are safe anymore.
Well, look at The Walking Dead. They did an amazing job with that, and that's definitely a model a lot of shows are following now.
Right. The only thing with The Walking Dead is that Rick and Carl are safe.
Right.
That's the only thing. Like in the back of your head, like they're not going to kill off those two, but anyone else is, free game.
Well, Carl's eye is out of the show, his right eye.
Well, yeah.
So at least,
but they took a while to do that, according to what some of the super nerds are saying. That was supposed to happen a long time ago.
Well, it was a shock, and it was a nice shock for the show.
Yeah, but I'm saying they should have done that earlier, like in earlier seasons.
Oh, because you're talking about the comic book version.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't read the comics, and I don't know. I know like Matt and some of the other people do, and so sometimes in match chats they'd be talking about it, and they're just like,
right, because they're just.
I know it's not technically a spoiler because they don't know for sure that that's what the show is going to do,
right.
And the show has changed some stuff up, but I just kind of. I just still don't like knowing what might be coming. Like it'd be one thing if I already read the comics, but I didn't. So it's like I feel like I'm getting spoilers, even if it happens or not. So then when something shocking does happen, I'll be like, oh, I guess I knew it might have happened. Like it's not as shocking because it was already a possibility.
Right. Well, don't forget the comic books have details just like regular books. So people enjoy the details that you don't get at all on the TV show.
Oh, I know that. I enjoy reading comic books. I just don't read The Walking Dead.
Right. I've never read The Walking Dead either, but I love the show just the same as someone who's read the comic book, but I don't get all the detail they have. So,
right. It's just the comic book's so far ahead of the TV show that they're like, oh, I wonder when the Kingdom's going to show up. Oh, I wonder when Negan's coming. Oh, Glenn's going to die. Like all that stuff. It's like, what the heck, dude?
And I think because they know the comic book was so popular that they did the show the way they did it, so it throws you off. So not everything happens exactly on the timeline of the comic book.
Right.
It certainly keeps me coming back, so I got no issues with it. And the crowd goes wild.
Not this crowd. I'm bitter.
No, you're not bitter. You're just smeggy.
No, I'm bitter. Penguins are up 6-0. It's halfway through the third. Game's fucking over.
Is that hockey?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as you could tell from that question, I'm not a sports person. Someone made a joke in the other live chat I did. I went to a fight, and all of a sudden, a hockey game broke out.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. Not so much anymore. It's rare you see fights. I mean, you still see scuffles and stuff, but
not like the good old days like they used to be.
Yeah. Well, it's the league cutting down on it. They're trying to give a, I don't know, like a more professional atmosphere or something.
Bullshit. I want to see teeth fly.
Well, and not even that. I mean, not most of the time, a hockey fight, people don't get that injured. That's one of the things. Like one of the things the league is saying is we're trying to cut down on concussions. Well,
what concussions?
Many people get concussions from the fights. They get concussions from getting slammed into the boards or falling and hitting their head on the ice, or like different other stuff. Like they're definitely concussions are a problem. I acknowledge that. But there's very rarely do you see like someone get knocked out in a hockey fight. They normally punch each other a few times and the linesmen jump in.
It's not a boxing match.
Right. Because the thing is, like hockey fights, those are arm punches. Like they're not turning their hips. They're not really putting their weight in it. they're just hitting as hard as you can, like just by throwing your arm, you know.
Right.
Now, would I want to get punched in the face by a hockey player? No. I mean, I still agree it hurts, but it's not as bad as like a boxing match or anything.
I certainly agree with you. I don't think anybody's denying that concussions and contusions and all those things take place. But,
I just think it's kind of a false narrative to say we're cutting down on fights because we're worried about concussions. Because that's not really where the vast majority of the injuries are coming from.
Right.
It'd be like trying to ban AR-15s because you're trying to cut down on gun violence. Well, that's not where the problem's coming from. So it's like, why are you cutting down on those? They're really not. Like when something happens, yeah, it's bad, but it's
not a common.
It's not the fault of the tool. It's the fault of the people.
Right, and it's not a common occurrence. Unless you're in Chicago.
Well, even that, but it's not with ARs and stuff. It's not happening.
Right. It's happening with Jimenez's. I remember Nothing Fancy did a video of the gun shop that he goes to, and the guy showed most of the guns that he had gotten in one night, and they were mostly police trade-ins and like guns they caught off people who were committing crimes, and they like just cheap ass $75 guns, obviously off the black market or wherever they get them from. So people had old school rifles from like military style rifles from the 1940s that they used to commit crimes. It was pretty funny to see those guns.
Well, the thing is though, here's the thing, because they'll talk about like, look, we got all these guns off the street or whatever, but like those rifles were probably in somebody's house who like happened to be a drug dealer.
That's correct.
Like as soon as you break another law, all of your guns become illegal. It's not like people are doing armed robberies with a freaking Mosin or something.
But they had Mosins. People that the police had that they bought off the cops. From people who committed crimes. Yeah, they had Mosins. It was funny to see that. Oh my god! And those.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that it's not. Again, those Mosins were probably sitting in a criminal's house, and the fact that he was a felon or something means he couldn't have anything, so they became illegal.
Right.
But they weren't doing drive-bys with Mosins, or they weren't.
Could you imagine? Horse and buggy drive by with a Mosin.
So, and that's one of the things that it does kind of irk me when the news talks about like, oh, look at all these like crime guns off the street, blah, blah, blah. It's like, I bet you most of those, I mean, granted, if you're a felon, you can't have guns. Okay, that's fine. That's what the rules are. But, it's like, that doesn't mean that even though they've had them, it doesn't mean that they even used them in like a crime.
Right. I'm just saying it because it was funny to see them in those lots and the way they were modified. It was just funny to see that. Just having my morning coffee.
You must work like night shift or something that you keep calling this morning.
Oh, yeah. No, I just said my morning coffee because coffee I actually made in like 7 a.m. and I still have it.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering because you said like good morning everyone like when you first popped in like an hour ago.
Just because it's the start, when I start the chat, it's just the beginning, so I just see it as the beginning of the day. So anyone do anything special for the weekend?
I went to work today. Woohoo!
Well, that's something.
Yeah, not excited.
Did a tactical quiz.
Yeah, how'd that go?
Very good. Moon was the co-host.
Oh, that's
Nice.
cool. Who ended up winning?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. I'll go back and watch it. I'm curious how that worked out. Did it take like a long time, or did you guys go through it pretty quick like we thought?
No, I think it took an hour. I think it was Too Hottie won, right? I think Sean almost won. No, Sean won. Sean Connery.
What did you play again?
Surprise. He never wins quizzes.
I thought you had the thing last night, but you had it this morning?
No, he had it last night.
No, okay. Yeah, I had just missed it when I got back home. I saw that you had the live one.
In your timeline, it would have been 2 days ago in the evening.
Dude, when I used to work a pretty messed up shift, and my sleep got all screwed up, and I could never figure out like what day was tomorrow and what day was like later today. And I like for a long time I just got in the habit of saying the name of the day. Like, oh yeah, this happened Friday. And then someone would be like, oh, you mean yesterday? I'd be like, I guess if yesterday was Friday, then sure, it was yesterday. But whatever day Friday was, that's when it happened.
Yeah.
Or in the future, like tomorrow or the day after, like I don't care. Like I'm just gonna say Monday. Whatever day Monday is, that's the day I'm talking about.
I used to work nights for years. It was never easy to get a normal sleep schedule after that.
See, I think my body's just natural at the freaking like nighttime schedule because when I worked like just straight nights, I went to sleep no problem, and I'd sleep in. I'd get up without an alarm. I'd go about my day and do some stuff. Go into work, work till 4 a.m. because that's the shift was 5:30 to 4, and it was 4 days a week, which is cool. So 4 tens, and then there was like a 12-hour overtime every weekend. So I basically worked 5 days, but I got 12 hours of overtime for working 5 days. And but then I switched to a shift where it was Friday and Saturday, like morning shift, like 5:30 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon. And then Sunday and Monday was night shift, 5:30 at night to 4 in the morning. So that one is the one where it's like, Thursday night, I got to go to bed early because I have to be, it was about a 45-minute drive in the morning. So, I got to be at work by 5:30, which means I had to leave my house at like 4:45. So I was waking up at, 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, it's rough.
And then the follow, like Saturday night, I had to force myself to stay up because if I went to sleep early Saturday night, normally I'd be tired. So it's like, oh, I'll go to sleep. Well, then I'm waking up at like 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and I'm going to have to end up being up until like 5 o'clock in the morning, Monday morning. So then I'm up all day Sunday and like all night Sunday. And so then it was crazy.
I remember working nights that my schedule was so off. I would end up going into work on days I was off. I didn't even know what day it was sometimes.
Yeah, I normally could keep track of what day it was. Like I said, it would be confusing especially when the dude, like, because I pretty much had to be there till the day shift guy came in, and he would like relieve me. Like we had coverage 24 hours, 7 days a week. There was always someone there. So he would come in, let's say, Monday morning at 4 o'clock, and it's my Sunday night at 4 o'clock. So again, I would say something about tomorrow, meaning Monday is, Monday night is tomorrow to me.
Right.
And he would think I meant Tuesday. So that's when I just got in the habit of like, Monday night, we're getting a shipment. Tell Mark that we need this thing by Monday night. And he'd be like, oh, you mean later tonight? It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I don't care. Like, just whatever you call it, it's Monday night. And there was this one dude, he'd always like correct me, you know, like, oh, you mean yesterday or you mean the day before. I'm like, whatever. Does it fucking matter what word you use? It just matters
I
what
said
day.
Monday night is Monday night, no matter how you look
Yeah.
at it. Yeah, I feel you. I know exactly what you're talking about. But I'm not one of those people that got used to it ever.
Oh, I did, especially since it wasn't a true midnight shift. I did that where it's like, you know, 11 to 7. It was your 8-hour shift.
Yes.
That one was a little tough because then by the time I'm home and I'm like getting ready for bed, it's like 8 o'clock in the morning. You know, the sun's up. You got school buses going down the street. People are mowing the lawn, like all that kind of crap. And
those are the shifts that I did: the 11 to 7, the 12 to 8s, the 1 to 9s. Yeah, those are not easy at all.
Yeah, because then, like I said, I wouldn't go to sleep until 10:30, 11 o'clock in the morning, and then you're trying to hopefully get 8 hours. I normally didn't, but then I'd be getting up like early afternoon and having not much sleep. And
well, check this out. So I had a shift. I was working, and I had a shift that was 1 to 9, right? Then I had to drive home for an hour. Then I had the hour to drive back. So can you imagine what you have to do if you're stuck on a double 3, 4, 5 days straight in a row of that same shift? You're maybe getting an hour or 2 of sleep. Maybe.
Oh, because you'd work 1 to 9 and then you had to be back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon?
Exactly. And then, or I would work from 9 again for the 8 hours and then have to go home. But you take into consideration the 2 hours it takes to go home, to get home and come back to work. And then doing that 3, 4, or 5 days straight. You're not getting any sleep whatsoever.
That's called money.
It's money, but it's also your health, and it's not good for anyone.
It's only your health if you dread it.
Yeah.
If you don't dread it, you're good.
Well, you have your mental health and you have your physical health, and if you don't get your sleep, you're kind of affecting that.
Well, I guess it just depends on if you're allowed to sleep at work or not.
I didn't have a job you could sleep.
I didn't either, but the other people in the factory did. Like there was one dude, the maintenance guys, they worked 12-hour shifts, and most of them worked 7 days a week because they'd pick up all the overtime shifts and stuff.
Right.
So they just worked 7 to 7, whether day shift or night shift. And I remember asking the night shift guy, like, how do you like do stuff? Like how, like you're working so much, then by the time you get home, you gotta sleep, blah blah. Well, the thing is, he would sleep at work every night, and he'd get about 6 hours of sleep. So when he went home in the morning, he was up all day, and he could do whatever he wanted, and then he just had to be back by 7 o'clock that night.
Well,
so
not everyone has that luxury on their job.
Oh, I know. And I mean, it's one of them things it's not like he should have been allowed to do that. Like
That's true.
He probably should have got in trouble, but it's one of those,
we have a man covering.
The boss would purposely not look for him, and he wouldn't make a big deal out about not being found. But, everyone had his cell phone number. So if something, cause here's the thing with like maintenance, you might be able to get away with that if nothing's going on. But if something breaks, they need all hands on deck. And so that's where, if you had a night where shit was breaking down all the time, then you obviously wouldn't be able to sleep.
Right.
But it was like him and one other dude worked like the same area. Like this part of the factory, if anything breaks in this part, those are the two guys that are supposed to come and fix it. Well, they would take turns. The one dude would work like the first half of the night, while the other guy was like, catching some sleep or going to the bar. The one dude always went to the bar, but he'd like go to the bar for a few hours, then go take a nap. And then like at midnight, he would come in and the other guy would go out and sleep in his truck.
I've had jobs like that where people like, they would like sign in and then you wouldn't see them for like 5-6 hours. Yeah. It's messed up. And then you're stuck doing a lot of the work because their supervisors aren't there to see that they're not there. Yeah, it's nuts, dude.
Well, and that's why it worked because, you know, yeah, the one guy is covering the first half, but then the only reason he's doing it is because the second half he gets to leave, you know, so they're not mad at each other because they're both doing it. I could see if you were there working the whole time and the other dude only works half the time, like, yeah, you get pissed because you're doing half his work and all of your work.
Exactly.
But if you're doing all his work half the time and he's doing all of your work half the time, then you don't get mad, I guess. I don't know. I don't see how people could do that. Like I wouldn't be able to. I'd feel so guilty about it. I'd be like, what the hell?
I've had plenty of jobs where people did that, and it sucks because you have 3 people doing the work of 4, 5, or 6 people because those people were doing what you just explained.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's even whatever word you wanted to describe it, when the supervisor is the same as those employees. Got a quick question. Can somebody put a link in the GC side for the chat so I can give it a thumbs up at least? Because I don't see it on my YouTube side as a live video.
Well, you see the video on the gun channels, right?
No, on the gun channels, I'm saying, but
I know. I'm explaining something. So you see the video on the gun channel side, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. If you hover over it, on the bottom, there's a thing that says YouTube next to the full screen mode.
Right.
If you click on that, it will take you to the video on YouTube.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Now you got 3 thumbs up. Okay. I never knew that.
And then while you're over there, go ahead and hit subscribe to Mr. Moon's YouTube channel.
Roger that. I did not know you could do that. That's what the that little cog or whatever you want to call it was.
Now he has 5 thumbs up.
I didn't even realize that was a button. I thought that was just telling you that was
just like a logo. Yeah.
Yeah, just a logo telling you that was a YouTube video.
Yep, you got full screen, link to YouTube, and then their settings thing.
Okay. All right. Learned something new today.
I created a playlist on my YouTube channel called Live Chats I've Joined. And then whenever I remember to do it, and I'm in a live chat like this, when you go over there and you thumb it up, and then you can also add it to the playlist, Live Chats I've Joined. And that way people that can't live without you can go around stalking you. But also it creates a link to a YouTube channel that helps the channel that you're in.
Right.
The more you do that, the more attractive site you're going to be. So the more help you are to people. So like the more regularly you do it, the more value you offer.
Right. I tell people even if I don't have a chance to like actually watch the videos, and it's stuff that I may not like have time or like an interest to watch videos in general, I'll at least put all my videos in a playlist for under the watch later button, and I'll play them all, let them all run through with the commercials, thumbing them up and everything. And then when I remember later, I'll come back and rewatch it again or comment if I have time or I remember to do so. But at least I'm giving them the full view and the thumbs up.
Yeah, that playlist idea is a good idea. Yeah. I think I'm going to make a playlist right now.
You could actually do just the watch later. Every time videos come up, just add them to the watch later. Because I don't know.
Yeah, that's not what he's talking about. So I'm doing what G-Webs is talking about.
I don't know how to do the playlist. How do you do the playlist?
If you go to my channel, then you hit playlists, and there'll be a little button that says new playlist. So then, like when
you're just adding the channels themselves or the actual videos?
You're adding the videos.
Okay. So Where? How does? So I go to videos or playlists when they click after click playlists. Okay, playlists.
And then you hit create new playlist.
Oh, so you're talking about a playlist to put your videos in?
Yes.
Oh, okay, okay.
But you can add. So you create a playlist on your YouTube channel.
Okay.
Now you can fill that playlist with like other people's videos, right? So now I can go to this video that I'm in right now, and then you hit the thing that says like, where is it? Like add to playlist or whatever, and then you just that's not it. Add to. So come on, pop up. You click on add to, and it could be it'll say watch later or chats I've joined or favorites or like whatever thing you've done. So
okay,
add this one to chats I've joined.
Okay, I see what you're talking about.
So now if someone goes, like, for example, if someone goes to Smeggy42 on YouTube, they'll see all the videos that I've posted, but they can click on playlists and they can see all the playlists that I've made. And right now the playlist will have this video in it.
Oh, so you can't actually just put a link of that channel for those videos. It has to be this. You only can add the videos.
It's the video itself.
Okay.
That's how playlists work.
Okay.
Because I mean, you like I have a playlist. There's not much on it, but the playlist is called shooting because I thought I was going to be uploading like a bunch of shooting videos, so I was going to add them all to the shooting playlist, but I haven't really done that, so it's kind of boring. There's nothing in there. Well, there's a couple things in there, but anyways, that way, if someone's looking for a specific thing, they'll be like, I want to see all of these shooting videos. Then they can click on it and be like, oh yeah, these are all the ones that have shooting, or these are all the live chats, or these are all the ones talking about AKs or whatever.
Can I ask you a question? So I have a playlist. I don't remember creating it, but it's there. It's called liked videos, right?
Yeah, that's just always in there.
Okay. Why is there a lock by it?
Because, the lock by it means that's not public. So if I went to John Z on YouTube, I wouldn't see that playlist. Only you can see that playlist.
Is that important? Is that necessary? Or can I just leave it?
If you don't feel like using it, YouTube just makes that. When you like a video, it adds that video to that playlist.
Oh, so it's an automatic playlist created when you make the channel. Okay.
No one can see it other than you. So if you don't feel like going back and rewatching your liked videos, then you don't need to watch it.
I don't usually do that because there's so many new videos that come up.
So just ignore it. You're the only one who sees it anyway, so just pretend it doesn't exist.
Okay.
But like I have a couple different playlists. I have a private playlist that says favorites, and then I have a public one that says favorites. And I don't remember when I put something into which one. So I have no idea what's really in there. But for a while I was trying to save stuff that like I'd always go back to like show someone. Like I've been searching for this video like 10 different times. I'm going to favorite it. So then next time I want to show someone, I'll just be like, see, look, it's right here. Let's see if Night Strike has any playlists. He should.
Oh, it also lets you delete the videos as well. Okay.
Well, yeah, it takes it out of the playlist.
Okay, but it doesn't take up memory, and it doesn't really do anything. It's just a list. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It says I have over 5,000 videos liked.
Oops. There we go. All right, I'll try and remember to do that from now on. That's a cool tip, G-Webs. You're all about the knowing how stuff works.
That's G-Webs.
Oh, there's a couple new people.
Couple of new people who subscribe to you?
No, a couple of new people who bid on the Old West playing cards on eBay.
Oh, okay. Now, G-Webs put that up, or is that yours?
That's G-Webs.
Okay.
I got 2 decks, and I'm trying to sell the second deck to make up for having to buy the 2 decks.
Oh, you posted the link. Okay, I'm going to go check it out. They did a good job on that deck.
Yeah, I think so. I got 2 originally just to take pictures and stuff, and then I'm like, this is actually pretty good. I'll just leave it sealed and try to make back some of the money to that it cost to get those prototypes made, because I'm probably going to try to get another set of prototypes made, really.
I love the fact that you put the caliber ammo in the background with the shadow.
Yeah, I got a little bit of feedback that, well, so far it's 50-50 on people like it that way, or they're like, why is it all shitty looking? You can't see the ammo.
Oh no, I like it faded like that.
Right, because then the gun stands out, but you still know what the ammo looks like.
Reminders. You've been outbid. I know I've been outbid because I just saw it. Who are these jerks?
Can you even see their names?
No, but it gives you like a letter or a number or something, and like star, 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 and then like another letter or number.
Right.
So, like, you can keep track of like, oh, this like, R6 person, whoever that is, they outbid me, and then this TW person, whoever that is, like they outbid them.
They just got another bid just now.
Yeah, I know, and I still got outbid.
Damn it.
Let's see. We all know the answer to life, universe, and everything. Let's see if that does it. Yay!
What?
I ain't telling you. But I'm pretty sure you could figure it out if you think hard.
Oh, don't make me work. My brain hurts. It's too early.
Okay, then you'll never know, and that's fine with me. Because it was a secret.
You won the bid?
Oh,
you're number 1 in the bid now.
How do you know? That might not be.
No, I see.
But how do you know that's me?
Because you just bid 41.
How do you know that? Why would I bid 41? That's dumb.
I don't know.
41's a dumb number.
You do strange things. You're smeggy.
I should probably watch this so that it's in my list of watched items.
Well, he didn't outbid you yet. Oh, he outbid. No, he didn't. That's you still. Okay, you're still the winner. So I did I forgot what it was. It was either an eBay auction, an actual auction style auction, or it was, yeah, I think it was eBay. So I did the auction, and it was for some precious metals, and I won the bids. But as you click to outbid the next person, the price goes up. It's so delayed. So I ended up winning some stuff, which I would have gladly paid for. But the problem is they didn't specify exactly what their shipping and their what do you call it? They, precious metals usually have a premium. Their premiums came out to more than the actual stuff I bid on, including.
That sounds pretty shady.
Yeah, so I didn't end up paying. So they put a whatever non-payer thing on my eBay account. So I try to work it.
Hit them with the thing that said, because when you can do the review of, were they accurate in describing the prices and shipping or whatever?
Right.
You'd be like, no, the fuckers didn't tell me it was going to be $50 for shipping.
Right. The shipping was ridiculous, and the commission on the item, because it's precious metals with the the increase in price, it was just way too high. And I tried to work it out, but it just wasn't working out. So whatever. So I can't bid on eBay for a while now because I have that, whatever strike on me. So I had 55 good purchases, good trades, good purchases, and I sold some stuff on eBay. Everything is 100%. And then this company puts that shit on me. So whatever. What's up, Dano?
It's Lusto.
The Dano. What's good?
Not much.
Doing anything this fun, wonderful weekend?
I was out of town last night.
Oh, where'd you go? Anywhere interesting?
Oh, just visit some friends. But anyway, when I was sleeping in a guest bed, and I didn't sleep very well, so my back is like all not right.
One of those fold-out things?
No, it's just an older mattress.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Did you have a good time anyway?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. That's what's important.
So what's everybody eBaying about today?
I was just checking out, it's on the side chat. It's G-Web's new deck of cards he made, the Old West guns.
Right, I had heard that he had a spare deck that was still sealed.
Right.
Yep, so that's up on eBay right now.
So if you want to bid, there's a link on the side chat.
Well,
or if you don't want to bid, I can know of at least one person that would be happy if you didn't.
Yeah, I wonder.
But someone else that wouldn't be happy. So I guess it depends on who you like better.
I wonder who.
Well, I'm going to get the final version, and I've already got the.
But you could have the exclusive right to having the only other prototype deck that is sealed.
But then
signed, sealed, delivered. It's yours.
But then a certain person wouldn't be as happy as he is now. Wink, wink.
I ain't worried about it. You win some, you lose some.
Well, you're still winning. He didn't outbid you yet, so.
Really, you got to think about your retirement and your kids' futures, because when this deck goes viral and then people are like, I need to get the prototype deck, and you got the only one, you can just set the price.
And they'll say, you got the only one? Prove it.
It says it right on the side, prototype deck.
Show me the money, you'll get all the proof you want.
Plus, it's got video documentation.
Oh, really?
Kind of.
Oh, that's pretty.
Yeah, you got the provenance, man. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Unless somebody can take stills from the video, make their own,
and print them up.
Yeah, and then have them bootlegged on eBay.
I mean, I guess that is possible. It's going to be so famous that, yeah, counterfeits will be a thing.
I'm probably going to do my own bootlegs.
Does it also come with the G-Web's patch that's in the photo?
No.
There are no freebies in life.
Sure, there are.
The way it's set up is if it can get to, first I need to fund it, right, and pay for everything, and then once I get to that point, it pivots. It's cool. I mean, it's kind of a game, it's kind of a gamble or whatever, but you have to like gamble to some extent where you're going to put that pivot. If you put the pivot too close to you so that it's it's easier to achieve, then you could potentially like just skirt through, like you basically just pay for the project, and then it's just taking a bunch of time to pay for the project, or you do everything but you don't gain anything. But
right,
then
you don't want to limit yourself.
Well, and that's what happened last time. I was trying to do it on the cheap, trying to keep everything as cheap as possible.
Okay.
And then I ended up bringing in like just barely enough money, and because I didn't do it good, it probably cost me money in the long run. So then this time I did it so that if it reaches, it won't cost me a dime, but if it goes over, I start to actually profit from it. So that's the kind of the gamble.
Well, crossing our fingers, hope that happens.
Makes money.
And that's what would be cool about like the stretch goals, is that if you get to a certain point, then other cool stuff happens.
Oh, I guess, yeah, I was saying, so that's where the patches and stuff come from. So if I can get to whatever it is, $7,000 or something, then there'll be patches going out. I'll probably do stickers either way, because it's really $300 or something to put stickers on them by the time you do that many. And, there's enough, whatever.
We up to 60 backers yet?
60? I don't know.
How many backers do you need?
Like 10,000.
$6,000.
When I signed up, there was like I think 50 something.
There's 51 right now.
So there was 40 something last time I looked.
I'm still, what do you call it? Promoting it. So, I think it'll go in waves. I think I got about $200 this morning when I put it on YouTube.
Oh, nice.
Longer video up. I don't know who I gave. The nice thing is I can give everybody a distinctive link, and if they use it, then if somebody goes and posts it someplace and about a bunch of people click on the link, then it'll tell me where they came from. So I'll be able to say, oh, okay, here's a wave that came from so and so.
Yeah, I liked it. It was as far as it was a reminder to do what I wanted to do anyway. And the fact that it came on a Sunday, which is usually kind of a slower paced day for me.
What are you talking about?
I have time to sit down and just casually type it out and do it.
What are you talking about? The email?
The video you put out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, so like I can go down here and go, like I made one link, the second YouTube video, and here's the first YouTube video. So they each have a separate link in them. And then the first YouTube video is right here, brought in $15. Second YouTube video, $15. Was that you?
It must have been.
Is that generated, or is that something you created?
I sat down with Notepad and got together with the Kickstarter people on a conference call, and then they directed me to the URL where this is all part of it.
Oh, nice.
So you originally set up a complete spreadsheet, and then they just told you where to get that information from anyways?
Well, yeah, exactly. I put all this into a spreadsheet, and then I pay like $600 to have a person put it into this web page for me.
Because that's what spreadsheets do.
Because it's really expensive, because I'm going to have to pay that $600 every time I want this thing re-updated, but it'll be worth it in the long run.
Well, Excel will just generate a graph for you.
I'm talking shit. So anyway, it gives you pretty interesting stuff. And like I say, when I have all these different referral tags out there, so hopefully if people use it, then I'll start seeing stuff come in here. Or like, where it came from. This one's weird. I paid Facebook $30 to do a Facebook ad, right? Because Facebook is a thing. And then they basically said, no, we're not doing it because it has guns in it. So then I said, I challenged it or whatever, and now it's sitting in some holding bin being challenged as like an open ticket. And the way you do Facebook is you say, I'm going to pay you $30, and then let's say that's 7 days, it'll charge you $5, or it'll run it for however long, and then at the end charge you the $30. So I said I was going to do $30, but I never actually paid him anything because it's sitting in limbo right now. But it already brought in $30. That link.
Those mofos, I swear to God, oh my God, they're so aggravating. These goddamn communist mother.
No, the other way around. I didn't even do anything yet, and it somehow already brought in a person that paid me $30. So even if it goes through, like even if they take it and say, okay, we'll run it for a week, it's already paid for. Like,
yeah,
we must have gone live for like a moment, enough time for one person to see it and click on it, and then buy a deck, or that's 2 decks, right? So then it got shut down. Maybe maybe someone clicking it is what triggered it for the robot to look. But anyway, they said it was a gun thing, and I contested it, said it's not a gun thing. So hopefully they'll let it go.
It's a goddamn deck of playing cards. Oh my God, they're so irritating. These anti-sons of.
It is. It'll be more irritating if they review it and still say no. But
have you ever thought about, or have you tried playing around with the verbiage, like talk about Old West arms?
Oh, I could if I'm going to an audience that wants to see guns. So if I can tell them put it through anyway, and they do, then I'm going to leave it at guns. Because number one, it says guns on it. Number two, I still haven't exhausted that effort. I mean, they might.
And don't forget, people also use search engines to find this stuff. So if he doesn't, if he's not specific as to what it is, they may not find it.
Well, this isn't that specifically. This is paying Facebook to put an ad up in front of people. So what Dan was talking about is what my ad actually says. So yes, changing it to, I could just call it Old West playing cards, right?
Right.
Let the picture speak for itself. But again, I'm not trying to cheat the robot or trying to dodge the robot. I'd rather just, I'm sure a human being will look at it and go, oh yeah, it's just playing cards, and then let it go through. Because they want my $30 more than they give a shit about making a statement of my playing cards.
So G-Webs, you already paid them $30?
No, I just said I agreed to pay them $30. They don't charge you until after the time anyway.
Oh, okay.
For however long it was up, somebody already used it and clicked on the fucking thing, and I already paid for the ad. I mean, if they don't take it, if they say no, then they just don't charge me. It's not like I'm out anything. Right now, I just got a free $30, hit over there, if nothing else. But I could do what Dano said. I can just repost it and say Old West deck of playing cards.
Those people are out of their minds. They really are.
Yeah, it's a robot, dude. Getting yourself all worked up over what they set one of their autoresponders to is not necessarily good for your health. I mean, I can understand that it's stupid, but I don't need to fight every battle.
But it's also part of, I mean, if we're going to want to support traditional constitutional values, it's private property, and it's their right to do with their property as they choose. We don't have to like it.
No, I certainly don't like it.
Well, like I said, we're only talking about a fucking filter of a robot at this point. We have to see if they even give a shit. If they enforce it beyond that, then I will have more of an opinion about them. But right now, it's just literally whatever they set their filter to.
There's some online places that have just been so anti-freedom for anybody that I was thinking at one point, just fucking stop using it. Just shut it down.
It's their company. They can do with it as they choose. They have.
I know, but what he's saying is he just doesn't feel like supporting that. Then, if he doesn't agree with it,
right?
Yeah, I agree. They can do whatever the hell they want, no matter how stupid it is.
Yeah.
But I don't need to use it. I know my friends. I know my family. I have people's addresses and phone numbers.
And that's I don't use Facebook. So
it just the only reason I raised the point is that a lot of people seem to forget that these are or don't remember that these are indeed private companies.
I know
they're governmental agencies. As if, well, they can't do that. Well, of course, no, they absolutely can do that. Would you want to be told what to do with your property?
No one is saying they can't do it. We know they do it, but it's detrimental to their customers who don't feel that it's right for them to do that. That's all. And if they want to use it, they'll use it. If they don't want to use it, they won't.
Mr. Moon, are you at the microphone?
Yeah.
I'm currently using the, I guess we call it Rev 2.
Yeah, I see it didn't work.
Correct.
You seem disappointed.
What's Dano doing?
Well, I was hoping it would work.
What's Dano doing?
I don't know. I just don't know how to get the Just Dano in the circle without it looking stupid.
What are you guys working on?
Dano's logo.
The avatar.
That avatar that's up now?
Yeah, for myself.
Dano wants it to have a Glock and say Just Dano. But it has to have a Glock that has enough, like, whatever.
You want me to try to do something for you, Dano?
Take a professional shot at it instead of this amateur fucking hour.
Yeah, Moon doesn't know shit.
I mean, if you want to give a shot at it, sure.
Okay. Now, what is your basic premise for the logo?
It's the one that's up right now. It just okay. You see the box, like when you see the square, it's got the gun and it says Just Dano.
Right.
Like, at the bottom of the screen. When he talks, it only shows a circle. It doesn't show the whole thing. It cuts off part of the Just Dano.
Right.
So he wants that to not get cut off.
But he wants that specific photo that's in there now, or just any
that exact photo that's in there now with the words not cut off.
Okay, so I'm gonna okay, all right, after I don't know, can I private message you on this? Oh, you know what?
On gun channels.
You mean in the
something?
On gun channels you can.
Yeah, okay, Daniel. So I'm gonna message you. I'm gonna give you my email, and you message me. And do you also have the original photo?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm putting my my email for you to send it to me, and I'll see
what's your gun channel's name?
It's John Z. It's the same thing.
AOND?
Yeah. Okay, I sent you my email.
Okay. Wait for my computer wheels to come on.
So when you get a chance, just email that to me, and I'll see if I can come up with something this week or next, okay?
Make sure I find it here.
Now on Google, on the chat side, everybody's picture is always cut out around the edges anyway. But wherever it is on your channel, they'll see the whole image. It's just for some reason on the chat side, it cuts it off to that circle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Google does that.
Because Google sucks.
Yeah.
I got your address. I'm just trying to put it into my contact list.
Okay, whenever you send it to me, I'll try to get it to it this week or next. So. Yeah, because I have a couple of people who sent me stuff for things they want to create. So, I gotta work on them as I get them.
Yeah, and he'll give you the friends and family discount.
And what would that be? Who, me?
Yeah,
No,
it was a joke. I was pretending like you were going to charge him for it.
Oh, no.
I know, it was a joke.
Oh.
As the only teacher I've ever had in school who said my name correctly on the first day of school, is joke.
Don't take it so personally, comrade. It's a joke.
Right after he said your name? Like,
no, but I mean, I was just prefacing that so you understood that my entire school career, when they were reading off the names on the first day of class, he's the only teacher that pronounced it correctly, like the very first time.
That's your name, comrade? That's a joke.
No, you do that later.
What were your parents thinking?
That's funny. I still remember his name, Vladimir Vivinsevich.
It wasn't Putin, Vladimir?
No.
Okay.
It was Vladimir Vivinsevich. He taught what the hell was the name of that class? I think it was design materials or something. The hell? It was something like that. Material designs.
Right.
It was all about like picking the different types of steel and do you weld the thing at the connection or do you just bolt it together, and if you bolt it together, how many bolts do you need and what kind of coefficient of friction between the two pieces and all that kind of crap. It was pretty interesting. And the reason you pick different alloys and different things. And
I got a question for you guys. The brand Gargoyles for sunglasses. What do you think of them?
Never heard of them.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just curious. Anybody else heard of gargoyles or nobody?
Of course I've heard of gargoyles.
Are they decent?
Smeggy's talking shit.
As a matter of fact, I'm not. I have not heard of gargoyles.
G-Webs, are they considered decent?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think. Never heard anybody talk shit about them. I never heard anybody
talk.
Okay, John.
Dano.
Sitting in your inbox.
Okay, checking now.
The next one should work, Dano. If it doesn't, then oh well.
I'm asking for the impossible.
And you want the logo to say just Dano or Dano?
Just Dano.
Copy that. Okay.
Just like it is now, other than being cut off.
Just and just you have to think of it as all one word though, not two words.
Right. Okay, I got it.
Although you can capitalize the J and capitalize the D.
Okay.
If you want, you can capitalize the O.
At the end?
Look at your DM on Instagram.
What's on Instagram?
I think he was talking to Dano.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I didn't know if those were if you had posted those as public or private.
No, they're private.
Oh, okay.
Those gargoyles seem interesting. So I don't like the ones that don't have like the frame going around though, like where it's like just the lens and like the middle part and the arms connect like just to the lens. That's kind of weird.
So, Mr. John Willis Sr., since I submitted my order, when am I going to get my deck?
John Willis?
He's renowned for his customer service.
Is he listening?
Who knows? I thought I'd be the very first that guy. The guy that can't read.
Yeah, put it in here. The stuff will be ordered it'll end on the 26th of June. It takes about 15 days for the funds to clear, but it doesn't usually take that whole time. It takes like 10, at least in the last times. So then, anyway, somewhere around early July, I can do all the orders. And then I imagine it'll happen for a while, and I'll keep everybody updated. And then the stuff will start to arrive during August, and then everything should ship out by September. Potentially earlier, but September to be safe.
Excellent.
Just in time for Christmas. Order 2 or 3 or 4.
And actually, I wasn't being serious. I was actually just joking around.
I figured I'd use it as a way to talk about it because I want to sell these things. Speaking of that, is this one you, Smeggy?
Which one's that? The
well,
brick, yeah.
Whatever one you are. Is it? Can you go in there and undo it so that I can edit it and then you can redo it?
Sure.
As long as it doesn't fuck around with it too bad. I mean, I don't want to make it annoying for you, but then that way I can go in here and see what I figured out. I can make these little bullet points. I just can't do it once somebody's backed it already.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I will.
So I'm just going to go in there and add bullet points. I think it makes it look better.
How you doing, Raphael?
Oh, come on. There it is. I'm going to say, you haven't dropped the link to Kickstarter in a while. I don't want to have to fucking type in. I just want to click the button. But I found it. It was up in the chat.
He said bullet points.
So should I just like change it? I guess I just change it to like a lesser one or something, and then I can change it back, right?
That's I'm hoping. I'm assuming you can do that. That'll be an experiment, but we don't mind being a guinea pig.
Let's see.
I was officially backer 51.
Oh yeah, so you were the last one then.
I don't remember which one I was, but you had like a.
Well, I hope I'm not the last one.
I almost accidentally clicked on the like the one for stores, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to.
It's like, yeah, I could use 500 of them.
Well, I like the idea of having a custom display box because I just put, I'll just put a bunch of like snowmen and stuff on my design. That'd be kind of neat.
Looks like a couple of people, I'm not screen sharing, right, because I got their names up here, but it looks like a couple of people changed theirs from the thing to have on the AK decks on there. So I'm glad I put that on there. That brought in another couple of bucks.
Damn it, I accidentally closed gun channels.
Accidental my ass.
It was.
I was hanging out in the gun channel, I was hanging out at the store yesterday helping them out for their anniversary. And so working behind the counter, and it was really, I haven't done that in a long time. We could probably talk about that shit in a daily gun show one of these days.
That could be a gun biz working at a gun store behind the counter.
It could be.
Now, I know you've talked about working behind the counter just in, little bits and pieces of it here and there. But just generally speaking, how did Saturday go for the shop? Was it successful?
It wasn't financially successful, but Bob, I know, does it this is his 14th year of doing it. He basically does it to say thank you to all his customers. So it was successful in that way, but.
Oh, he has like a big sale and stuff for everybody?
He has a sale, but then he used to just have his one friend come out there and cook hot dogs and hamburgers for everybody. And then after a couple of years ago, he started having this one badass restaurant come out and make hot dogs and hamburgers. And I don't know what it costs, probably like $5 a plate or something. probably a little bit of a discount from off the menu, but it's basically like, paying to have people sit there and eat for them for free. And then like coolers full of sodas and stuff. And then, anyway, so I don't know what I didn't ask them, but he said they charge per meal. So they keep track of how many meals they hand out, and then they just charge them however many it was, plus probably some time to just come out. Anyway, so he pays out a lot of money for that. He did an auction where, I don't know if in the past he made any money, but he lost money big time on that auction. Like he sold a Glock for $400, a brand new one. Like I'm sure that's less than his wholesale.
Now there's a small gun shop about 45 minutes from me. They have once a year they kind of have a similar thing, like it sounds like, where they have food brought in, and they also have a gun auction, and it's I forget what he calls it, but it's like every gun's got to go today, and they will bid on something, and whatever the highest bid for, whatever it is, that's what it sells for. Now, some of these guns are junk guns. Some are pretty decent guns. I mean, he doesn't have any high-end guns that he does like that, but it goes from, what I'll call, barely functional guns to what I'll call inexpensive brand new guns. So at the gun store you were at, was he literally, there was no bottom?
Are you talking about on
like no reserve?
Well, it was
was it no reserve?
It was like a regular auction. So he just started it at like $300, and it just didn't go any higher than $400. He just got screwed.
Okay.
He started one shotgun at like $35, and it went to $100. He started another one at like $35, and it stayed at $35. So he bought it for $35.
And these were new?
No, not new, but just those weren't. But the one Glock was new. I think he was just trying to be cool, have stuff that was real auction, fun to win kind of thing. And then not that many people showed up, and then they raped him.
Yeah, because I know last year at the local one to me, what the guy mostly did was get rid of the stuff that's been sitting there for more than a year. Unless it was really high-end stuff, and then he didn't. Which I couldn't blame him. I wouldn't want to take something high-end and take a gamble like that. Now, as far as the people, as far as you could tell from attendance, did they seem to be just people off the street, or did they seem to be people that were actually customers?
Oh no, this is like Customer Appreciation Day by far. It's all the people, they sit around. These are a bunch of old people that shop there, so they save up all year and to go to this meet for free all day. So it's the same people every year, pretty much.
Okay, so it's not like there's a sign out at the street that says free food and an arrow.
No, there kind of is. He puts it in the paper and stuff. He does use it as a thing, so there's a bit of that, and it's frustrating. Okay, thanks, Maggie.
Gonna change it back now?
Yeah.
Do I have to change it back?
I guess.
I'm just kidding. I will in a second. I gotta finish fighting on Boom Beach. Come on, blow up that shot. There we go. There we go.
No, I'm saying what use for the knife, because there's stupid like attack knives for your neck, which I think are dumb, and then there's like useful like little utility knives. don't know about the defense one. Maybe something like some kind of spike.
Who are you talking to? Is someone typing or something?
I'm typing.
Oh, I'm just curious who G-Webs is talking about with a knife or something.
Not sure.
Oh, Harry is saying stuff about stuff in the internal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not on that window. That makes sense.
Harry's not saying Harry's talking. Harry's typing.
Dano, quick question. What the fonts in Just Dano? Are you looking for something specific?
As long as it can be clearly read.
Okay.
I'm not looking for like an artistic thing, because usually that means you lose readability.
Right.
So.
No, I'm just saying because there are a lot of options. So just curious.
What about if it just said something to the effect of just the D?
Juicy D, what'd you say? I'm trying to find something similar to that font that's in there now, because that's actually goes really well with the black and white.
Moon is the one that actually is the creator of the one that I sent you.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if he's still at the mic or not.
Well, he did a good job.
But he would know what font you used. Font type. You must be AFK.
All right, let's go over to Kickstarter. Do. Oh, I still have 1 day, 18 hours left on that upgrade. Okay.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Manage your pledge.
I hear your microphone.
Cool.
Heard you loud and clear.
10-4, good buddy. Breaker 19. We got ourselves a convoy.
Convoy. We got a great big convoy.
Rocking through the night. We got a great big convoy. Ain't she a beautiful sight?
That almost sounded like
join our convoy. Ain't nothing gonna get in our way. We're gonna roll this trucking convoy across the USA. Convoy.
Now, that was in the 70s. Why do you know that?
Well, that's a Big 10 there, rubber ducky.
Stupid.
You are way too young to know that song.
It's a good song.
It's a classic.
There's a member who is in a Google Hangout that every great once in a while I'll see him put something in over at it, and the name that he's using is Annette's Firearm Channel, which is his, I don't know if it's his wife or his girlfriend, and just out of being nice a long time ago, I saw, oh, he's got a YouTube channel. I'll go ahead and subscribe to him. You know, and put out a video. It's called "Do you need to go get somewhere to get training?" And he goes through, and then by using a calculator, determines the cost involved in training by some of the more well-known places versus training local versus just going to the range on your own and literally training yourself. And he's not talking about doing like research and then trying to replicate it at the range. Just going to the range and doing what you want and getting better at that.
Yeah, it does look better with the bullet points. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think if you've never had training, then like just going to the range and like I'll say practicing. I mean, you can get better at shooting, but I don't think that's necessarily a substitute for actually getting training, because that part of it is you might get good with a gun, but there's other parts of training as far as, you know, like tactics or mindset or whatever that, you know, that's why you pay a trainer.
And
because they might have a different outlook on it than you do, and they might bring up something you've never thought of before.
And how do you know your habits are good or bad?
Oh, exactly. No, I would recommend, like, I'd say get some training, and then, like, from then on, you can, like, you know, practice yourself or whatever. Like, obviously, practice is good.
Yeah, but only if you're practicing good things.
Right.
Not if you're practicing bad habits. And you can't practice things that you don't even know about.
Right. But I would say, I mean, I guess it does kind of depend on what your local stuff is, but I think he might have a point. I don't know what his conclusion was of the whole thing, but as far as traveling to go to a training thing versus getting something locally, I think the locally is going to be pretty good. And, you know, and then at least start with that. It gives you something to go with. And then maybe down the line, travel to one of like the world-class trainers type of thing. If you could say like the ones you would travel for are a lot better than the ones that are local. But you could have a local guy who's just as good as one of the famous ones. He's just, you know, doesn't have funny videos on YouTube, so no one knows who the hell he is, like that type of thing.
Well, he based the decision solely off the calculator. So he had decided and made the statement at the end that, clearly to train yourself on what you want to get better at is clearly the best choice. Including
I
over a
disagree
local
with
guy.
that. I mean, he may have an argument for diminishing returns as far as the traveling, but I think because here's the thing, having someone else even just like watching you and what you're doing, they correct stuff that you're not going to know you're even doing, and unless you like videotape yourself and see what you're doing wrong or whatever.
Exactly.
Which is it is a valuable tool of videotaping and doing something.
And you can't be objective about yourself.
Well, I'm going to say you can't. I'd say it's hard to be objective about yourself. But I've seen videos of myself shooting, and I looked at it and goes, oh, that was dumb. Like, I didn't realize I was doing it at the time. When I saw it on video, I'm like, oh, I should not do that.
But
now it's in the back of my head every time I go shooting. It's like, okay, make sure I don't do that one thing or do the other thing or whatever.
But he also mentioned that marksmanship, and he never mentioned anything other than marksmanship. As if that's what, for self-defense, it's all about marksmanship. Nothing about mindset. Nothing about learning how to fight, tactics. It was like, I don't know. I mean, we at some point we were all at a point where there were a lot of things that we didn't know. But I was clearly aware even back then that I didn't know shit, and that I couldn't view myself from outside my own body as far as what I was doing right, what I was doing wrong, and things that I plain just wasn't even doing.
I don't know. I think that person went in doing the math so that he can prove himself right.
Well, and I can see if all you look at is the calculator, and well, then you'll get a mathematical answer for a non-mathematical issue.
Everything's a mathematical issue. You just have to take all the variables into play, and he forgot some.
Well, he only used one variable.
I know. That's why I said he forgot some. But everything is numbers. You just have to quantify it.
But the fact that he is trying to put a price on somebody else's experience and what they can teach you with that experience, that's kind of hard.
And the other aspect is what's the, if you're again, if the concept is behind self-defense, how much money are you willing to spend to defend your life?
Yep.
Are you going to run that through a calculator?
No, that's.
How much is your life worth?
Because I mean, you can figure out your earning potential for the rest of your life, and figure out how much you're worth.
Figure out how much you make a week, and then multiply that times 1 year minus vacations, and then multiply that times the number of years you're going to live, and then that's how much you're worth.
I mean, that's how life insurance works. They basically figure out how much you're worth. Really, this is how much money you would have made in your entire life. So if you die early, like, your family will be out all that extra money. So then you get the life insurance so that they get all that money, and then they can live the same value of life.
Don't like the idea of death panels for healthcare, because we value our lives a lot more than a panel of people who don't even know us.
Well, yeah, but that's something a little different.
Yeah, true. But I always find it interesting with anyone, regardless of what the issue at hand is, who clearly is not willing to entertain another idea, i.e., they have a closed mind. Which reminds me, actually, it doesn't remind me. I just remembered it was a book I wanted to buy. I just gotta find it. The Jägermeister.
Zen and the Art of Archery.
Where the hell is that?
This will be interesting. The Young Turks telling me the real reason I can't afford a house. I'm sure it's the bank's fault. Or maybe a Republican's fault.
How to win friends?
Mailing lists from SOE.
You can't afford a house because it's supply and demand.
Because the corporations and rich people have all the supply and they demand more money than the poor people can have?
No, there's only a certain amount of land. Like, you can't make land, but you can make people. And so the population increases and the amount of land decreases. Therefore, prices go up.
Even if all the people that were ever alive in the planet, being conservative, let's go back 50 million or 50,000 years to modern man, you can fit 108 billion people in a place the size of Austria. If they're stacked. If they're stacked in like city skyscrapers.
Yeah, but nobody wants to live like that, though.
I'm just saying. If you were to take them people and spread them all over the globe instead of just Austria, I'm sure they wouldn't have to live like that. And that's still over 100 billion people.
You have to think about the weather, though. There's a reason why people don't live in the desert and people don't live in, Siberia.
People live in the desert.
Yeah.
I understand that, but you're not going to put hundreds of millions of people there, though.
You could.
But there's also a problem that people have been led to think that they can actually buy houses that are cost like $500,000 and they're gonna quote unquote pay sometime. And I think it's just paper. It's just paperwork going from one bank to the other. It's not real money. So it's all what you can afford to buy. It's not what you actually can buy. It's all a matter of numbers. It's not actual money. It's just a piece of paper going from one bank to the other. And they keep shuffling that piece of paper around thinking that they're creating wealth.
I found the book. My buddy James sent me a link.
James Lee. How to win friends and influence people.
Actually, I just call him Jimmy.
Isn't like Australia like 75% uninhabitable?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? Because all the mountains and shit.
Just shitty.
Yeah, and deadly. They got funnel web spiders.
Yeah, I don't want none of that.
And the platypus.
Yeah. They're venomous.
Who the fuck wants a mammal with a duck bill in a pouch?
And a venomous spike in its fucking butt or heel.
What?
What the Platypus doesn't have a poisonous spike.
You want to bet? And it has this toxin that makes it like the worst pain in the world when you get stung by it.
What?
The bullet,
Yeah,
the bullet
look it up.
ant. I think the bullet ant is from.
I never knew that shit either. And when I first heard it, I was like, wow, man, it's another fucking animal the platypus
All
is
right.
mixed with.
I'm gonna have to Google this shit.
Some kind of weird spider.
Okay, first problem. How the fuck do you spell platypus?
I don't know.
Plat?
So you guys want to know why you can't afford to buy a house?
The platypuses?
Bill Clinton.
No, because
Okay, I'm platypus.
So because Chinese investors and other foreign, but mostly them, are buying up a bunch of property and a bunch of houses in, like LA, New York, Seattle, Houston, Las Vegas, and San Francisco. Those were the big ones.
That is up.
So they pay a bunch of money because, they want them and there's only so many houses in that area and they can afford to. So, the whole supply and demand thing. And then, so it's all their fault. So instead of just, moving to a city where the houses are cheaper and you can afford because they want to live in downtown Manhattan or whatever, they bitch that it's expensive to live there. Well, that's because all the rich people live there. I mean, it's not that complicated. And then there was a comment from someone in London that said, "Oh, it's happening here too. A bunch of foreign investors are buying up all of this property as, investment properties." And this is the line I like. And the government refuses to build affordable housing for millennials. Well, how about some company who builds houses just goes and builds some houses and says these are only, $100,000 here, buy it. Like,
How comes nobody ever bought me a house?
Well, it's not the government's job to build housing.
I know it's not. Tell that to London.
But our government already builds housing right now. And they're full.
Yeah, but they don't build like the super nice big houses in the super awesome rich areas and then make them $30,000. So that's unfair. The Chinese are cheating by actually having money and wanting to buy nice places.
I have an update on our platypus question. The male platypus has a spur on the hind foot that delivers a venom capable of causing severe pain to humans. So, son of a bitch, I was wrong, which is
Fake
bizarre.
news.
And more bizarre is that Moon was freaking right.
Fake news.
I missed the whole thing, but I know a shit ton about platypuses. What were you wrong about? You thought they weren't venomous?
Platypi?
Yep.
Are you referring?
They didn't believe it. Just like nobody believes your vampire deer or whatever they are.
But unlike that training video, I believe that I might be wrong, and I'm willing to check it out.
Platypus, deadly.
Vampire deer are real. Yeah, they also use freaking.
Where are these vampire deer?
I, for one, am not afraid of no platypus.
Platypus will fuck you up. They can detect electrical signals, like when your brain tells your muscles to move, it sends a little electrical pulse. They can sense that and target in right on you.
Okay,
so they can fucking see electricity.
Where do these blood-sucking deer live?
They're not blood-sucking deer, but they have fangs.
Okay, where do these
they're called musk deer, and they're mostly in Asia.
And they're all
just type in musk deer. It's a real thing. Everyone doesn't believe me, but they're a real thing.
And I'm gonna check it out. Okay. Yep, I see the Photoshop.
See, you think it's fake too.
Man, bear, pig. Real.
Like I said, they're a real thing. It is a saber-toothed deer, which is actually it's split off from deer a while back. So they actually don't have as much in common with the white-tailed deer as it looks like they would, but it's still
the neck and head almost look more like a llama.
You're supposed to hug it. That's where you're supposed to hug it.
But no, they don't drink blood or anything. They have saber tooth.
You're talking about these ones where the deers are obviously biting on false wax teeth, and then somebody took a picture. It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yep.
That must be what I'm talking about.
In Great Britain. So they're from Great Britain. Does Maggie know all about these things? No, I don't know.
It's a strange world.
Now this says they're Chinese water deer.
All right, here's the picture for everybody. Now, if that doesn't look natural, I don't know what to say. It doesn't look like anybody glued them on.
Well, let me see what.
It's obviously a prop from Narnia.
That must be related to the jackalope.
Yeah. Chinese water deer, also known as the vampire deer, once thought extinct.
Musk deer can
Also
refer to any
known
one
as-
or all 7 of these species make up the muscus, the only extinct genus of the family Muscidae. The musk deer family differs from cervids or true deer by lacking antlers and facial glands, and by possessing only a single pair of teats and gallbladder and some other stuff, a pair of tusk-like teeth, and particularly ergonomic importance to humans, the musk gland. Musk
Now
deer
look
live
at
mainly
this
in
picture.
forested and alpine scrub habitats in the mountains of southern Asia, notably the Himalayas.
Poor animal. Look at that thing.
I think this one was like roadkill.
Holy shit.
Which way did it go?
They're bad taxidermy.
Yeah, I just hit more, and that's what it gave me.
Hi, everybody.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you
They
believe me now?
steal children at night. They still do.
Yep. This guy's real too. He's got those goose feet. And then I don't know what kind of hands those are.
A Walpertinger.
Chicken legs.
Oh, chicken legs for hands.
Yep.
There you go.
Look
Then
at
he's
it's
got
got
the
duck
teeth.
feet.
He's got the
So,
teeth from the
swim.
deer.
Well, did you type in like vampire deer taxidermy or something? Because yeah, you're gonna get like weird shit. But
It's got
look up musk deer on Wikipedia. It's a real thing.
it's got happy
Giving me
feet.
shit. It's a real fucking thing. The musk gland's only found in adult males. It lies in a sac located between the genitals and the umbilicus. Oh
I don't
my!
want to hear about his teats and his genitals. You're talking about a mythical creature, for Christ's sake.
So, how many pointer was this guy?
An 18er.
18 3/4.
Well, that's definitely a. What do they call it? Do they just call it abnormal rack, or is it like there's some other word for it? But yeah, those are weird.
Huge rack.
But not really, because it look all like deformed and stuff.
it's
It is
actually-
like that's not actually necessarily a good thing.
Actually, it was a cactus buck shot in 1965. Had no genitals.
Well, what is up with the genitals?
I'm just
The
reading
animal
what
we're
it
talking
said.
about.
If
I
we're
didn't
gonna
hear
look,
nothing about the platypus's genitals.
This was also known as the Sammy Walker buck, aka Louisiana freak, or unscorable buck. He shot in 1965.
Yeah, see, it obviously had some type of genetic defect because it never
checked
shed its
the
antlers. So when it grew new ones, it just got all like messed up and weird.
Yep. Can you imagine walking around and trying to get yourself some hot dough? and you got that kind of shit hanging off your head.
And she's
I mean,
like,
you'd be the laughing stock of the forest.
No genitals, huh? Back in the day, this used to cost $0.25 a gander.
No genitals was the second thing I checked.
Yeah, well, and with a head rack like that, he didn't need any, or she.
Well, it wouldn't be a she because it has antlers.
We don't know. We assume.
Oh my.
Yeah, we do gender assume because that's how biology works.
Yeah.
Smeggy, when you're hunting deer, do you be like, when you got one in your scope? Are you like,
I zoom right in on the nutsack. I gotta go to 9 power on this one, just make sure.
Let me look at that.
Yeah, don't be doing any gender assuming when you're out in the field.
I do gender assume when I'm in the field because if it has antlers, I shoot it, and if it doesn't, I don't unless I have a doe license.
Is feeling very masculine today.
So I don't know if Google imaging search weird taxidermy stuff's gonna make you believe it, but just like I said, check out the Wikipedia on musk deer. It's a real thing.
I
not
did,
making
and
it
that's
up.
where I first got the first thing I said. That's where I got it.
So it's a real thing. Everyone can stop making fun of me.
Is it that you're overly sensitive? Is it that time, of the month?
It's that time of my life. Old and cranky.
I mean, you're just like irritable.
I turned 33, and later that night I got gout, and now I'm all cranky.
Oh, you poor thing.
I don't even know if I got gout because I don't know if it lasts a month, but it's feeling a lot better now. So,
is that what the doctor diagnosed it as?
I have no idea what the doctor diagnosed it as. I didn't see no doctor.
Well, if it went away, then it's probably not that, because gout usually requires medication to keep it in check.
Well, it didn't go completely away. It just isn't like all swollen.
He went to an unlicensed barber.
He just cut it off.
Anybody got any questions for Yankee?
I asked him to shave my beard, and he cut my toe off.
Yankees live. We should ask him the 50 cal question.
Ask him what he thinks about Annette's Firearm Channel's latest video and training.
Shooting it.
He'd probably agree because he's all like, "Training's for dummies. You don't need that. Anyone can shoot a gun."
Training for dum-dums. Okay. I'll ask him, is training for dum-dums?
I think he would say something like it's overrated. That people can have defending themselves. Technical.
Asking stupid questions. I'll be like, how about that you show everybody that roll pin in your SIG P320? Okay. Game, set, match. Glock.
Australia also has a very large population of white shark. So even if you get off try to get off that island.
Yeah, that's why they put all the criminals there.
Australia also has a very large population of white people.
What are those?
What's that got to do with sharks?
I don't know. What does sharks have to do with platypuses?
White.
I believe they're called platypuses.
They used to have a lot more Aboriginal people before the white people. Then
Just like America.
Platypi. What about Aborigine?
Platypussies. Grab them by the platypussies.
Quickly down under, I saw it.
Silly gooses. Dano, you still there?
Yep.
You want me to screen share or you want me to just send you the image?
Well, why don't you go ahead and screen share so we can see what it looks like.
There's probably like a statistic for kangaroo rape in Australia.
They got dingoes. They eat babies.
God, where'd you get them scars on your back?
A dingo ate my baby.
I got raped by a kangaroo.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
Now, how does it look if that text is black over that off white?
Well, this is like a gold color. What do you guys think?
Maybe it needs to be white.
I could do that.
Well, either white
or black.
You want like a solid heavy black or just a solid black period?
Black. As black as the background.
I could delete this background of the Glock, but then it takes away from the gun, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, let me take care of that now. But you think you'd like that as it is?
I think that would work. I mean, as long as it was on the same axis as the barrel of the gun.
Yeah, that's why I did it like that. Okay, give me 2 minutes.
I didn't like the J that much. It wasn't very.
Well, that's why I asked Dano. That's why I asked Dano what font he wanted, but I don't know specifically.
I don't know that he knows specifically what he wants. I'm just commenting that the J didn't look very J-like, and it was like, what's Dano?
You're just smegging.
Dano, did you check your DMs on the Instagram?
Okay.
I sent you one like an hour ago.
I don't check my phone that often. I'm not even. My phone is not around me. Gotta go look for it.
That's ridiculous.
Who doesn't keep their phone right on them?
Yeah.
I don't sometimes. I don't even take my phone with me sometimes. I forget it at home.
I still think like it's not gonna work, but whatevs. I was trying to avoid putting it on the slide, but meow meow meow. That's all I gotta say about that.
Meow, chicka, meow,
There's nothing on TV.
That's why you get Netflix.
Yeah, but if I'm watching something on Netflix, I'm gonna actually want to like watch it. I'm looking for something I can just view with my eyes.
I see that
in this chat.
Moon.
Yeah.
I'll pull that over and check it out further. Just gotta save it. Come on. Save.
Still may not be squished in enough for the sound.
You never know. You might hit the magic combination. Where's my? Oh, there it is. Send another email to myself. To me.
Ooh, Elephant Queen. That'll work.
Elephant Queen.
Watch a bunch of elephants running around.
I started to watch season 3 of Unbreakable, but I fell asleep.
But you broke it?
2. Yeah, I broke. Passed out. Episode 2.
I've been watching a show about this something called This Mysterious Earth or something on Netflix about the wonders of the planet.
I like that kind of stuff.
Like a docu-series.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes when I send pictures on my phone, it goes to queued before it goes sending. It can sit in a queue sometimes for hours. Sometimes it sends it right away.
It's the NSA. They just want to look at it first.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that. You know what grinds my gears?
Go ahead, Peter.
You get these things like Netflix, and you say to this thing, remember me so I don't have to sign on every time I try to watch something, but they never remember. Sign in. I don't want to, so I don't watch it. Remember me. You have one job.
And your password's always wrong when you try to sign in. You're like, you don't feel like going down to that. I forgot my password. Get it emailed to you, a new one.
All right.
Such a hassle.
It's a hassle. Why does he have somebody signed off? It's my iPad. I have to type a special number just to get in. Why does he forget my account name and stuff? I don't know. That grinds my gears.
Hey, Dano, what do you think?
I don't know. I'm on another page at the moment. Just a minute.
Okay.
Well, because of the I don't know what the that effect behind the text is.
Oh, there's nothing behind the text. It's just the original image. Did you want something with that?
Yeah, I think I could try that.
Okay, I'll send this to you. If you don't like
Okay.
it, if you think of something else, let me know, okay?
Okay. Well, I got that one, and then another one from Moon that I have not tried yet.
Okay, I'm sending it to you now.
Thank you. Yeah, so whenever I try a new one, I have to wait for a couple hours to go by until Google decides to update itself.
Yeah, I did that with my image. I noticed that they were doing that.
Come on, machine. Tropic Thunder is on Netflix. Good movie. The dude playing this dude playing the other dude.
That was a good movie.
Good.
What do you mean, you people?
What do you mean?
What do you mean, you people?
Man, I never laughed as hard as I did when that Jack Black. What?
Jack Black? Jack Black?
He was tied up to that palm tree. That whole scene. Come over here, my boy. I can't even say it because it's not for kids.
Ain't no kids here.
There was gravy involved. And the guy says, I told you, I like the pussy.
Wow, that was very harsh to my sensitive ears.
Oh, there's more to it. There's more to it. Wow, I found it the other day.
Somebody was just walking by Ralph's house. Heard him yell that.
Is Ralph living across the street from you now?
No, I'm saying in front of his house when he's out there yelling that to the computer. They're just walking the dog or coming home from church or something.
All right, Dano, I sent it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Yep, I see it there.
There's the scene in the internal. That I laughed harder than I've ever laughed in a movie. That alone was worth watching the whole movie for me.
What movie was that?
Tropic Thunder.
Oh yeah, that was a funny movie. I don't remember the lines like some people do, but yeah, it was enjoyable.
Yeah, see, that's why I can't say it because I probably won't say it as well as he did, and I'll spoil it for somebody.
Well, I really enjoyed the slapstick comedy too. Or at least that's what I would call it.
And the whole Tom Cruise thing was awesome when he was dancing around.
Yeah.
Playa.
So Dano, let me know because I could always do something with the actual Glock itself if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you again. I appreciate it.
No problem. I was thinking I originally erased the side of the Glock that you could see because you said something because I already knew okay maybe he's gonna want that smoother. So I erased that whole side and then you could see the backdrop for the slide for that side that's viewable.
Right.
And I erased it and I made it white and I made some what do you call it? Some markings on the Glock so you could see that it was still the side of the Glock rather than the backdrop. But that's yeah, I didn't think you would like that.
Like I said, I got yours and the one from Moon. We'll do one tomorrow and then one the day after and kind of see how they look.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Whose cat image is that? Raphael, is that you?
That's my cat, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool image.
Yeah. I'm changing it, so that's gonna be different.
Okay, I like it, but I'm a animal lover, so
because his head was chopped off over here, so I'm trying to get one that's
holy crap, your cat's head was chopped off? That's fucked up, dude.
Yep, that's Maggie.
It was decapitated.
Wah, 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 wah.
I ain't going down to the basement moon.
To get your drums? I saw all of Mystery Science Theater 3000, The Return. It's like 13 episodes. They put a Kickstarter for that. Don't get it. They made millions.
Well, honestly, some of Kickstarter, they do that as like market research, you know, because you pretty much know exactly what your audience is going to be because you've picked people that, you know, care about it.
They got their names at the end of every episode.
Yeah, see, that's cool.
And I guess they got downloads of those episodes. So it was good. But I had to watch it on Netflix. You'd think that they would make it kind of public because they already got funding. But apparently Netflix bought it.
Didn't update.
Oui.
Yeah.
Now, I always get Christmas gifts, and sometimes I end up with a lot of these aftershave, Old Spice. There's some little ones over here that.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but your family's telling you that you smell bad.
No, it's something that you can buy without actually thinking about it, you know? Oh, just give them some of that stuff. Yeah. That 5-pack of whatever.
They usually have like a holiday gift pack of like Old Spice stuff. It's like deodorant, cologne, body spray.
Body wash.
Yeah. Bunch of crap.
These are 4 perfumes. That's one
Just
pack.
because it starts with a G, they both start with a G, doesn't mean groceries or gifts.
Groceries?
I like food, though.
That'd be great.
Food I can use.
Oh, you bought me groceries. Thank you. Is there any toaster strudels in there? In that bag?
Pizza rolls.
Let me see your pizza rolls.
I was going to say something, but that was so rude.
I'm sorry if that offended you.
So I went and ate with a friend of mine over at that truck stop that Bob loves so much. And in that truck stop, they got a gift place. So I went in there after we ate and to show the lady who runs that place those cards and see what she thinks. And she was all like, oh, these are awesome. I would definitely sell these.
That's cool.
Yeah. She's like, these would sell well. I'm all for it too.
So did she sign up for the display box?
No, that didn't exist yet, and I just said thanks and left.
Well, I guess if they get made, you can go back with a bunch in hand and say, here you go. You want to buy these?
There's some really cool stores in Fort Worth, Stockyard.
Oh, you bastard. Fucking hurricane. Fuck you.
They used to call me.
I think they have the world's oldest light bulb still running, or the second one, or one of those two.
Yeah, there's some light bulb that exists that's still running. I remember. It's like super, super dim now.
I took a picture of it.
But the trick is that they've never shut it off.
Yeah,
So-
never showed off. It used to belong to a theater.
So that's why, like, it it hasn't burnt out yet because like I guess turning it on and off like wears it out or something. So if they just don't shut it off, then it lasts a long time.
The world's longest lasting light bulb is the Continental light bulb, located at some place in California. It is maintained by this fire department. The fire department claims that the bulb is at least 116 years old and has only been turned off a handful of times.
I actually remember seeing especially about that light bulb. It's a real thing. Now, I heard it like 10 years ago. I don't know if it's still going.
There's a really good documentary called The Light Bulb Conspiracy about how things were used to be that things lasted longer than they do. But then they figured out, wait a minute, if we make these things last too long, nobody will buy them more. So they made the lifespan of things like light bulbs last so much, so you buy another one.
Yeah, but then how come they've all come out with the whatever, like the fluorescents and the compact ones or whatever that last like a gazillion years, or like LED light bulbs that last a long time? Like they've obviously went back. They reversed that topic.
It's the name of a theory, not a business practice.
Right, and it also said the politically correct movement of the green movement. Go green, go green, go green, green, green.
Well, I know they were
also
Michigan
going
State
cheap,
fans.
so if it saves me money and it's real.
And there are things like printers that are in this computer, a little program inside the machine that tells them you're worn out, stop working.
Well, that's what. Yeah, the ink has a timestamp on it,
and the actual printer
it tells the computer like if it's over a certain age that it's empty, even though physically there's still like liquid in there. Like maybe it was like left on a shelf for a long time or not used that much. And some of the new printers, like they won't even it won't even let you like print anyways. If it's like, oh, this is empty, we can't print. And you're like, well, why don't you try it anyways, and we'll just see if it, comes out dull. But it just won't. It'll be like, nope, can't print. It's empty. Because I remember a guy I work with, he bought the like the refilled ones. You can get like because they're cheaper, and it's like, oh, they just took a regular one and refilled it. Well, what happened is because it was refilled, like the printer thought that the thing was 5 years old or whatever, and so it said it was empty even though it was brand new. And there was like, at least I couldn't figure out a way to like force it to even try to print. Because if it would have tried to print, it would have been fine because there was ink in there. But it was like, no, this is empty. We can't do it.
This last printer I bought, I just bought 6 things of ink just so I'd have them. But I don't think that's an issue when you're talking about expiration. But there is like so many prints and they stop printing. And I think that's not so much to screw you as much as to make sure that they ensure quality. And they don't care if they're screwing you because they want to make sure they've got good prints all the time, and people don't say that their prints are bad when it's just people being cheap and not paying attention to the low ink thing.
Right.
Anyway, the last one I bought it intentionally because before I even bought it, I looked around to see what kind of refills they had because that was a bigger thing back then, I think, where the cartridges themselves would just cancel out. So I was able to find one that it was like $100 printer or whatever, very inexpensive, maybe even $60. But then it had cartridges that I could buy. And anyway, they would come with, well, I didn't buy cartridges. I only had 2 cartridges, but I bought refill kits that were like the powder. And then a little chip that you would unscrew the one chip that was on there and you'd replace it with this other one. And then like you're saying, it was sort of say, I'm brand new, even though it's the same piece of plastic. I just refilled the powder in it. And then it would run for a while and go, I'm dead now. And then I would just change the chip out and it would go, okay, I'm brand new.
And you can buy the chips for like $5 and the refill powder for like $10.
All right, hey guys, I got to step out. I'll talk to you later.
All right, take it easy, man.
All right, take it easy.
Later.
So I've seen the second longest lasting bulb. It's in Fort Worth, Dallas.
Does that even count for anything? I mean, that's like the first.
That one in the fire department, you know, it definitely looked like one of the early 1900s types where it was all that yellow light.
Yep.
I'm just surprised because it's like hanging from a cord that from a ladder or something else over time, you know, somebody painting back there that it didn't accidentally get whacked.
This one was installed. They know the guy who installed it by a stagehand, Barry Burke, September 21st, 1908. The theater was demolished in 1977, and then they moved the bulb to where it's located now.
They moved the bulb?
They removed the bulb. It has only been turned off.
Like on a Sunday morning, a special truck that, you know, they had to shut down the streets.
They're talking about the second oldest light bulb on the planet. Yeah, they definitely made sure of that. It was screwed in 1908, and it's been on since then. So they keep track of the third, fourth, and fifth. The first one was 1901. It was screwed in 1901. Second one was screwed in 1908. Third one was screwed in 1912. The fourth one, I don't know what that one doesn't say. The fifth one was in the 1930s. So yeah, that's pretty cool. See this, does it have the second oldest light bulb ever existing?
So I
Dan would be like, have you ever heard of the environment? And he would turn the switch off.
No. Don't turn the bulb off. It's now
This
behind
thing
glass.
Called the atmosphere. We kind of like it.
Yeah, what does it have to do with a light bulb being on that uses like fucking 1 amp or something?
Coal-fired generating plants.
Do you just club baby polar bears, or
let me talk to you about how you're killing the environment by leaving 1 light bulb on my laptop using the internet that has like all sorts of servers for hosting videos and shit. But you know, we got to make sure we shut this light bulb off.
1 light bulb that's been on since 1908. Think about how much money that light bulb has required since 1908.
That's an expensive light bulb.
That's an iceberg melting light bulb.
I don't know, man. Because when you think that the energy that you have to use to make 1 light bulb, so that bulb has taken the life out of all those light bulbs. So it's actually saving the environment.
Yeah, I agree. Light bulb's good for the environment.
They don't make them like they used to, I guess.
Nope. It's a
Why they're
conspiracy.
still using them today. Oh wait, they're not.
Well, we're not using those because they stopped making those. They made crappier.
Last way too long.
And why did they stop making those?
Because of liberals.
Asbestos? Is there asbestos in the light bulbs?
Probably heavy metals.
Oh, they stopped it because of liberals.
Tungsten.
Those liberals were like, man, we use too much energy. We need to use less energy.
We need to make that bulb dimmer.
It's a conspiracy to just get you to buy a new one.
It's a conspiracy of waste.
Light bulb dies, buy a new one. Keep light bulb factory in business.
You want that old-fashioned type of light bulb that your grandma used to use? Keep up with the times and buy a stylish new fangled light bulb.
You mean your great-great-great-grandma?
No, probably just great grandma, eh?
Hey.
Well, because I know, like, my great-grandparents are the ones that bought the farm up north in 1917.
Your grandparents bought the farm in 1917?
Yeah.
They died kind of young, huh?
Yeah. Well, your parents are pretty old.
Mm-hmm. And just when they got the farm.
I'm confused.
It's a saying.
You bought the farm means dying?
Yeah.
Oh, what if I say they bought the property in which they farmed? Is that better?
Funny thing would be is that
Or they
when
bought
entering
a
the farm, they kicked the bucket.
They bought a farm in 1917.
Well, I'm sure they probably kicked the milking bucket once or twice and accidentally knocked it over. I mean, I'm sure that happened.
Kick the bucket.
When a jet crashes on a farm, the farmer may sue the government for compensation.
Yep. Ruined my corn. Government.
You know what doesn't happen? When a feed company uses the same silos to make, I don't know, some type of like insecticide or pesticide or something, and then they put feed corn in it, and then you feed it to your cows, and then you eat the cows because you're a farmer, and then you get like a bunch of like mental problems and stuff. They don't pay nothing. Oh, and the government comes in and kills your whole herd of cows because they're like, oh, these are infected with something like DDT poisoning or something. That's pretty shitty. The government came in twice and took out my dad's Uncle Chuck's like herd of cows. Just killed every single one of them and didn't pay him for them or nothing.
It's tyranny.
Well, I mean, it was so that he wouldn't get DDT poisoning, but he already had it, so he already suffered all of the stuff. It was actually kind of crappy. I never knew him like when he was, what's called like functioning or whatever. I only knew him when he was older, and he also had a stroke, so that was part of it too. But yeah, he wasn't like all there. I think it was DDT. It was some type of chemical like that, though. So that was pretty shitty.
I know DDT like killed off all the wolves.
I know it works good on mosquitoes. Like it's good in mosquito repellent. Oh, no, that's DEET. Never mind.
This contains DEET. Sometimes. Some children may die if you spray it on.
There was a point in time that malaria was almost close to being wiped out around the world. And that's when they discovered the issues of DDT. And now malaria is back as a result.
They started using DDT again.
Yep.
Did you know that?
No, I was not aware they started using it, but it was the only thing that was truly effective.
Yeah, they got like a DDT 2.0, and they use it.
I saw this other thing where they genetically modified male mosquitoes, and like the
gay.
Well, no, they didn't turn them gay because they want the male mosquitoes to bang the female mosquitoes. But there's some genetic thing where, like, the offspring will be sterile.
Alex Jones was right.
How would you like our job of
mosquitoes gay?
testing mosquitoes?
They're not turning the mosquitoes gay. They're actually turning the mosquitoes like just to be
over-sexualized.
Yeah. And like so. But anyway, so that way,
up the mosquito family.
The females all
Alex
like,
Jones was right.
Oh, good, like I got laid, now I can have some kids, I can die now. So then the female dies, and then its babies are all like, "Yay, I'm a baby mosquito. I'm gonna
They
like
get in all kinds of trouble.
yeah." And then they're all like,
breaking up the mosquito family unit.
"Oh, like I'm an adult now. I can go bang some female mosquitoes." But the kids can't have babies either. So they go around banging all the female mosquitoes and nothing happens. And then all the female mosquitoes are like, "Hey, how come there's no dudes who can give me babies?"
And then they have riots and women's marches.
And this dude like
And they blame the men, and then the men get all butthurt and they leave, and then the women leave, and then the mosquitoes are gone.
Yeah.
Right. Well, honestly, this dude like he's a a genetic guy or whatever, and he did it and released it in like his neighborhood or whatever. And at the time that he did it, in the next like 5 years or something, like in cases of malaria dropped by like 90%.
You know what else dropped?
Mosquitoes.
Mosquito liberty.
Well, yeah, but they're fuck. Give me liberty or give me mosquitoes. I mean, I'll take
They
the
got like a
liberty.
little mosquito one world government, and they're all enslaved.
I'm sorry, I just don't like kids in like poorer countries getting fucking malaria and shit. I kind of like humans more than I like mosquitoes. So
What
that's the
doesn't kill
trade-off
them
I gotta
makes
make.
them
That's the trade-off I'll make.
What doesn't kill them makes them stronger.
And blind.
I don't like those trucks that drive around and squirt shit on it. Everybody. They're like, "Oh, you got a mosquito problem in your area. We're gonna send some black trucks out to squirt chemicals everywhere."
In the 60s, they used to do that in the suburb that I lived in, and they would come around between 10:30 and midnight, and the mosquito abatement trucks would spray all the trees.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Because they're doing this genetically modified thing, they don't have to spray for mosquitoes anymore. They just let all the like bad dad mosquitoes go out and bang the girl mosquitoes. And then they have babies, but the babies can't do nothing. So within a few generations, like there's no more male mosquitoes that can have babies.
Here's the bulb, the second longest burning bulb in the world.
It seems like it would be better to genetically modify the mosquitoes into only wanting to bite
bad guys.
Yeah. Bite like other bad insects that you don't like. We don't need. Mosquitoes attack hornets. Genetically modify that.
I actually saw a thing where it was another malaria thing, and this because the one with the genetically modified thing was Brazil, I think the guy was in, but I saw this other one that was like in Africa where they genetically modified the mosquitoes like biter thingy, the pokey thing.
Yeah,
I guess it's its nose. I know it's his mouth, whatever.
It's 47 teeth.
Anyways, so they changed it to where it was actually like smaller, so it could still like suck blood and stuff and still live. Like that part of it was all acting normal, but there was something with like the malaria virus couldn't transfer through it because of like the molecular size of the thing. So then it's like even if the mosquito like had malaria, it wouldn't transfer it to people. And I think that's a pretty good use of genetically modifying stuff.
We need to just genetically modify them so they have no more teeth.
Okay.
According to the Snapple bottle cap, they have 47 teeth. And I go by Snapple bottle facts.
That's 47 too many.
What has 47 teeth?
Mosquito.
Mosquito.
I thought it just has the sticker, the needle.
47 teeth at the end.
Yeah. You never seen it close up?
Suck the blood out. It doesn't need to bite. I mean, it just needs to stick, not bite.
You're just not looking at it on the microscopic level.
proboscis, I think. Or is that tongue?
I don't know. But flies like to throw up on you and then slurp it back up.
This is like, I'm actually really enjoying our nature channels here.
The wonders of nature.
That's why I'm always like suspect of a donut that I saw a fly on.
Yeah.
What did he do to that fly?
You know, I like the other version of the nature shows, which I just love watching, is Cops.
Cops.
I don't like watching Cops, especially like, I don't know. Recently, I've been watching some of the like, what is it, like Southern Justice or something like that.
Yeah,
it's less just like, you know, the regular cop show or whatever. But I don't like it because they're always fucking like lying to the people and like,
oh yeah,
you know, like doing searches and seizures without warrants and stuff. It's like, that you have the right to remain silent. What are you doing answering questions, you dummy?
What I like is when they put them in handcuffs and they say, "Well, you're not under arrest." It's like bullshit. It's like, if you're not free to leave, you're under arrest.
Well, no, you're being detained. You're not under arrest yet. But I like how Dano just said, I like that they do that. So Dano is pro-police tyranny.
I said, I like how they say.
You said, I like how they put him in handcuffs and then say you're not under arrest.
It's like, the moment the cuffs goes on is the moment the mouth goes shut.
I would disagree with that statement because I think the mouth should be shut before that.
Well, you may be right, depending on the particulars.
That's when I pull out my secret handcuff key and the handcuffs come off.
Because
and then the cop gets cuffed to his bumper.
You've heard of BLM? This is PLM. Particulars Lives Matter.
Particulate? You like particulate?
Particularly.
Put the cop's leg behind his head and then cuff his arm around the other way so that he can't get out. He's in his own headlock.
So his wrist is handcuffed to his ankle on the other leg.
Something tells me if you broke out a handcuff and then handcuffed a police officer in a pretzel, that you wouldn't be detained anymore. You would be arrested by, you know, the second cop that'd be rolling up around that time. And that's definitely like assaulting a police officer.
Oh, wait, you have to call in for the backup.
No, a lot of places it's automatic.
Well, maybe, yeah. A lot of places, like every cop in the district comes. They're like, oh, you pulled somebody over? You're going to need 5 squad cars.
So I was watching it last night. They were working in pairs. In the course of like, I don't know, an hour or something, 7 cars got pulled over, like right out in front of the restaurant. Like all the people were like, they were sitting on the corner and then they'd get them right through that light and flick the lights on. And like, that was the first driveway to turn into. So all these cars were pulling into the driveway of the parking lot.
Also, after you're done uncuffing yourself in the back seat on the way to the police station, you can pop open that little window thing that doesn't work and reconnect the wires and then roll down the window and jump out while it's moving. You gotta know how to escape. What if the cop drives off a bridge by accident into a lake?
There was a guy who, his name was Hank Earl Carr, I think. And he hid a key when he was arrested. And he freed himself and shot both cops with their guns. And I think he shot a third one and holed up in a gasoline station. I think he shot himself.
Wow, sounds like a bad guy.
Yeah, he was a bad guy. Very bad guy.
Shit.
Oops, that's not the link to the chat.
That's not the link. I'm looking at these pictures I took from that trip. Fort Worth. Stockyards. So an old-fashioned Western town.
Is that Fort Worth from last fall?
No, I think this was February that year.
Okay, so this is not from 2016.
Yeah, I think so. 2016, February.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I went there February because my niece had a baby. So I got to see her again in November when I was over there. They grow up quick. Newborn, crawling. Kids. Thought I had taken some pictures of guns in that museum. Can't find them.
Yep.
Uh-huh. I need to go back to the museum.
Which in Tulsa?
Fort Worth, Stockyards.
Stockyard.
Stockyards.
Stockyards.
Cattle?
Cattle.
Take pictures of a bunch of cows?
No, they have museums. They have it's like huge museum.
You just walk around looking at other people's pictures of other cows.
Yeah, I just noticed just Dano's logo works in the circle.
No, it doesn't.
Did the new one show up yet?
It hasn't showed up for me yet, but it might have for.
Yeah, it's up there.
Not here yet.
I must be magic. I can see the future.
It's
Nope.
magic.
Nope.
Yeah, because I just changed it and then jumped in and out a little while back, 40 minutes ago.
Like I didn't see John's earlier, but everybody else did.
Oh, when he was screen sharing?
Yeah. Not when he was screen sharing, when he said he changed his avatar.
Well, he screen shared the one that he sent.
Oh, you're talking. Yeah, okay. So you still saw the Family Guy one?
Yeah.
It must take a while to.
Next time, I'll do better.
That's kind of creepy.
So, Raphael,
Take better pictures. That's it. Those pictures are awful. I can do better.
last time you've been to the range, what did you shoot?
I shot my AR-15 and the Beretta.
Oh.
Yeah, I did a lot better this time. 25 yards, and I actually hit paper this time. Lots of times. It was my mistake. You know the little carry handle, little flippy thing?
Yeah.
I had it at the wrong setting.
Okay. Well.
Oh, you had like the bigger one, the one that's open more?
I think I had the small one because it is further.
So,
well, the small one's for being more precise, and the big one's for close enough.
Yeah.
Like if you just need to get it in a general area, you can use the big one, and as long as you see the post in the big circle is close enough, and that you'll hit a bad guy or something.
Yeah.
But the tiny one,
your gun, you should use the small one.
I don't have the thing here. I'll show you, but it's over there. The flippy thingy.
Did you have to drift it from one side to another? After, right?
Be right back.
I'm not
will
sure.
those sights return to 0 if you keep taking them on and off the rail?
Well, that's what I thought. I didn't want to say anything.
See what I'm doing over here?
Yep.
Kickstarter live thing over on Kickstarter.
That's cool. So you could do like a deck of cards thing?
No, yeah, exactly. It goes to my Kickstarter thing. It goes to the project.
That's cool. So if you do like a update and I don't know, like whatever.
Q&A.
Yeah.
I was thinking do some sort of a live chat to let the ladies audition for modeling.
Gotcha.
That sounds like it would work.
So Ralph, at 25 yards, were you able to zero your AR?
We need brothel
I
models.
was just happy to get paper, man.
Now, were you using a sandbag?
You were shooting shotgun?
No, this is AR. I shot it many times.
All of that is equivalent to 140.
Now, were you using a sandbag or holding it?
No, they have these plastic things, so I put the forend on the plastic thing, and I aimed sitting down.
Okay. Well, so was the
about the same.
Have you ever seen people use sandbags?
No.
Trying to think of how to describe it so we can try to halfway zero his rifle.
Just get a mag pod or a bag of them. I think they come in 3-packs.
I have to properly zero it in, but I was just happy to hit something.
Right. Okay, gotcha. So you have not made any adjustments yet?
No.
Okay. Oh.
And one thing we were saying,
yeah,
at least I was asking about, was that when you take that like carry handle on and off, it might mess up the zero.
Yeah.
So like once you put it on and then you do get it all figured out, like leave it on, because I don't know if if you tighten it down more one time versus the other, it might push it to the side a little bit or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I don't know. I mean, it might go right back to where it was before. That's why I was asking, but I just figure if you don't have to take it off, try not to, because you might be.
Now, are your pop-up sights, or is it the handle with the aperture flip?
Aperture flip.
So it has a handle as well?
Yeah, it's a handle.
Okay.
But I have one handle for 2 rifles, so I have to share.
Oh.
Okay, well, then I would just either get another handle or just get a pop-up rear sight.
Yeah, I'm
and
gonna
just leave it on one of the rifles.
I'll get a handle later.
Because then you'll never be able to zero either rifle.
Yeah.
In your current situation.
Well, I mean, you possibly wouldn't be able to zero it. I don't know for a fact that it's going to lose 0.
Not if it's going from one rifle to another.
Huh?
I mean, you zero it for one rifle and then bring it to the other rifle, which is not zeroed for.
When I get the second handle, I'll properly try to zero it in.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying you don't have to stick with the handle. I mean, it's fine if you do, but I'm just saying.
But if it's this kind of front sight, so I would have to get just the rear one, and I might as well just buy a handle.
Well, whichever you like. I mean,
yeah.
the flip up rear with that front works fine.
Yeah, I think what we're just saying is stick with one set of sights per rifle rather than going from one to another. Because that's going to drive you crazy as far as trying to just stay on paper.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll never be able to get the accuracy that you want.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's a nice tight group of 2 inches or whether it's a 6-inch group. You're going to get that scatter effect.
Yeah. I'll get there. I was just one step at a time.
Right. Okay. And how to go with the pistol?
The same as usual.
I don't know what usual is.
Oh well, at first I get in tight. I can get some bullseyes, but then as the weapon warms up, they start to spread. They go a little higher, and they start scattering like that. That's what they did this time.
Okay.
Because one time it was I was doing this because I was pulling.
Right.
I wasn't going straight back with my finger. I was going that way, and I was getting this.
I have a tendency to do that same thing where I'll slightly pull the trigger to one side.
Yeah. But this time I think I did better a little bit. My grip changed. I didn't go with a thumb forward. I went back with my thumb, and I have it underneath my other thumb, or here. So I did that differently. I think that did something. This goes against that whole taking lessons and stuff. Somebody was pointing out, hey, you could do this better, but it's just me shooting. So there's something to be said about taking lessons and learning from somebody watching you do stuff.
So you have a couple of different pistols now, don't you?
It was just the same.
Just the
two Berettas. Good pistol. Very nice.
You have 2 Berettas now?
Yeah.
Two of the same S's?
Same S's.
At least your mags are compatible.
All of them. Yeah.
Now, what was your did you just get a really good deal or how'd you end up with 2 of the same model?
I thought when I bought the first one, I thought it was good and I liked it a lot. So when I wanted to buy a rifle, I said I might as well just put one more in there because the transfer is like the same.
How much is the transfer?
Like $25. Pistols
so
are $5.
Another gun to save $25?
Yeah.
Okay.
2 is 1, 1 is none. Don't you have like 2 AKs, 2 ARs, and 2?
Yeah, 2 of each.
Berettas now. See.
Well, what are your 2 ARs? I mean, 2 AKs.
That's like being a gun Noah.
Yeah, hoping that they're reproduced without me doing more stuff.
So
I got the AMD. Huh?
So what are the 2 AKs you got?
I got the AMD and Riley Defense AK-47.
Okay. No, I've not heard of that one. How is that working out? The Riley one.
I've been taking it to the range yet.
Oh, okay. Is it a traditional straight wooden stock or?
Yeah, wood.
Or?
Wood furniture.
Okay.
Polish.
60 by 39.
Yeah.
Okay. and your ARs. I showed the flat top with the A2 front.
It looks looks the same. I just had this is an AR Stoner top, the upper receiver, upper assembly. I think it was affordable. And then this, the lower was affordable as well. This is metal.
Now, I shouldn't use the word surprising. I'm not sure what word you used to do is how quickly you've progressed from November, when I was there for the birth of Raphael, having never shot a firearm in his life, being baptized with dozens and dozens of rifles and handguns, and then going to the Wanamaker Gun Show, and then now look where our little boy has grown into. He's a good man.
Created a monster.
I'm a free man. Freedom.
Yeah. And freedom is addicting.
Yeah, freedom is awesome.
That particular freedom.
I think is the best freedom.
So how you doing on ammunition quantities?
He buys like cases.
I
bought a couple cases of 9mm last week. He's got more ammo than never enough ammo.
I meant Raphael.
I'm gonna be running out of 9, maybe next month. Still got a whole bunch of 7.62 by 32. Maybe 700 of 223.
Okay. You got one of those spam cans?
Yeah.
Don't those come? I think the Yugoslavian ones are 700. The other ones are like 620.
No, I got that. Tula.
Oh, okay. You got just that variation. Okay.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, works well.
Sweet. All steel case. No problem.
Just make sure you keep them far away from your AK stuff.
Oh yeah.
As I have demonstrated.
Yeah, I'm careful.
Is that steel case 223 will go into a AK mag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I keep them separated.
Are all silver now?
Just Dano's dumbass moment.
Are the 7.62 by 39 silver also now?
No, those are. I'm using Wolf, and that's brass. But the Tula is silver. That's zinc coated stuff.
Yeah. Are you guys roboting, or is it my signal?
What?
I didn't hear it.
Am I roboting?
No.
This is with Benno.
Yeah.
Ha.
Dano's in here again.
Dano. Speak.
I was just trying to flip.
Oh.
This is.
Oh, Dano,
That's a. I get a point. It never heartbeat. That's
oh, Poco Dibble. It missed 2, 8, 9 o'clock.
I'm happy. Oh, it. Hey.
Stop it. Stop it. Or I'll start muting all of you.
Dano. You ruined my favorite tune. Dano.
Dude, we could do musical chairs. Or what was that thing called where you would dance around and then when they would stop the music, you had to stop dancing. And if you were moving, then you had to go sit down or whatever. You were bad.
Yeah. You got exiled from the game.
Like you were no good anymore because you couldn't listen.
Yep.
MEA will yell, "That don't move." Yankee Marshall will be choking on his drinks. But always look on the 9 side of life.
This is like the Ballad of Dano.
Always look on the 9 side of life. Mr. G-Wags is your friend. Your 9 mil he'll defend. Capacity's the answer is his song. But for the final answer, trust the modern mental calibers just get along. But always look on the 9 side of life. Always look on the 9 side of life. Let them make you doubt that your caliber is stout. Just because it cannot puncture every wall. It can do much more than stun. Don't you diss that 9 mil gun. The 380 after all. So always look on the 9 side of life. Always look on the 9 side of life.
And that's from WTBO, Cincinnati, Ohio. Good afternoon. For the
If there's anybody else coming up in my Molon lobby Sunday, I would have to break their kneecaps, but I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
Okay. Fact is I know you're in your secret closet 9 mil lover.
Oh, I am. Just not a fan of that song.
Yeah. Yeah, I can only deal with what I have available to me.
There's not many 9 mil songs out there.
Shall not be infringed.
What is a broadside?
A broadside?
Bigger side.
It looks like it's some sort of a written thing.
Yeah, old time, like a pamphlet.
Yeah. Does that just mean the format then? Just a folded in half piece of paper? Is it broadside? Or like a couple of pages, I guess?
I think it's a very long sheet because it's broadside.
Oh, okay.
Did they keep them in a barn? And that's where the saying came from? Like there was a broadside in the barn. Everybody used to go out and read it. And you couldn't hit it. Because you suck at shooting.
Anyway, I'm looking at stuff to see like, you know, different ways that people back their projects and stuff. I've just been like looking at stuff on Kickstarter. And this thing is it was for $1,000 and it hit $6,000 already. And it's only been up there for 7 days and it's still got 7 days to go. It's almost at $7,000. And I thought it was a deck of cards because of looking at it, but it ain't. It's some sort of
broadside.
It's this size of thing. And it's like, what are the truths? Like Roosevelt told us what the truths are. Trump did it. So here are the truths. So there's like this little packet of pieces of paper that have truths on them. And then people are buying those at like the $7,000 level. It makes me want to write some truths down on a piece of paper and make $7,000. That doesn't seem like it costs $7,000 to make a bunch of pieces of paper.
Well, no, it doesn't, because that's, I mean, those people are obviously trying to make a little business there.
Hi, I'm Brett Walker, the CEO and co-founder of Electronics Right.
Hi, I'm some guy who couldn't shave.
You may remember us from our first Kickstarter campaign, where we brought you a non-toxic conductive ink pen that brought your attention to the circuits all around us and taught you the basics of electronics.
No, I don't remember that.
I'm the product designer behind our new line of DIY.
The makers of Circuit Scribe. You may remember us from our first Kickstarter campaign, where we brought you a non-toxic conductive ink pen that brought your attention to the circuits all around us and taught you the basics of electronics.
Hi, I'm Valerie, and I'm the product designer behind our new line of DIY project kits. These kits help to translate what you've already learned into real-world pen-on-paper electronics. By combining our high-tech ink with accessible and inexpensive paper crafts, our community has created some pretty amazing things at home and in the classroom. We were inspired by the creativity of the community, and with our new kits, we aim to teach anyone how to construct paper electronics that can be used in daily life and take your imagination even higher. The first kit we worked on creating is the DIY drone.
Our paper drone is designed to be made and reconfigured by the user. The kit will come with a Circuit Scribe pin, drone components, instructions, and an app to fly your creation. Once comfortable flying your design, start making and replacing the original wings with materials you can draw on at home.
Change the size or change the shape, it's all up to you. Next, we worked on creating a capacitive touch calculator.
Use the included Circuit Scribe pin to draw your own capacitive touch buttons onto any piece of paper and connect them to the calculator module. We're already working on a new version that will be solar powered and have an innovative paperclip attachment that will allow you to move from notebook to notebook without a hitch.
Our third kit, Light Wings, was inspired by the floating seeds of a maple tree.
Use our Circuit Scribe pin to light up an LED, color your creation, and then toss it in the air and watch it spiral down in a helix of light.
Experiment with adding weight to the base of the seed and see how it affects the spinning motion. Our old kits emphasize education by teaching basic circuitry principles, while our new kits emphasize application by allowing you to apply those concepts to DIY projects using the classic Circuit Scribe conductive ink pen to draw the connections. Since our last
That's a pretty badass pen.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I remember their first one.
Check out the available rewards, and thanks so much.
They were just doing this kind of stuff, drawing stuff on construction paper. They're at $40,000 out of $95,000 right now. A month ago, I think they'll make it.
They must have expensive perks though, because what, they only had 4. How many backers did they have?
A whole bunch, 600, 400. It's $100 a piece almost.
That's what I'm saying. So they must have expensive perks.
30 of them at 80, 47 of them at 250.
That's got to be like schools or whatever, right? Give all the kids a kit.
Maybe. There's only 5 of them in this one for $1,500. It's the classroom or Mark Makespacer. Kind of neat though. Oh, these are origami. See, I need to get some music in the back of mine. And then they do some kind of stop action thing.
Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes.
Boxes.
Little boxes on the hillside. Little boxes on the hill. There's a green one.
I thought these were some sort of rubber, like Legos. Think a kid would do that? Sit around folding those things for 6 days?
Yeah, probably.
Maybe. Make them out of metal. Those kids are real happy about it. Here you go. Here's a bunch of pieces of paper for $22, $49.
Yeah, but you can make a weird multicolored pile of paper.
Yeah, weird looking thing.
Like, is that supposed to be a thing? I don't
think
know
it's
what that is.
Something. Scavenging beast. It's a big bird. You gotta take some imagination, I guess. $16,000 towards making an IBM book in French.
I don't get it.
Nope.
But it's got 20 years of updates.
I guess that was an internal catalog or standards back in the day, and people have seen it as a work of art.
I guess so. Now they're making it into French.
Yep.
For $33 a book. I took this one because I thought they were naked, but they're not naked.
Naked. This is one of the projects I backed in Kickstarter. It's called Animal Soul. The book. Pictures of animals.
Huh. How much was that?
I think it was 30 something, 35 or 40. It was a while ago, and it took a long time for it to reach. But he's got some really, really cool photographs. They're dogs and cats. Find you a good one. And just random. He's a really good photographer. I think he's French. And he gets these expressions from the animals.
I was gonna back that one, but the part where he said he killed every animal after he took a picture of them so that nobody else could take a picture of that animal, I thought that was rude. It's like a bunch of pictures of animals that were sleeping.
No, they're awake.
I was gonna say stoned. Hey man, you got more kibbles and bits, dude.
That was some good nip, man.
Dog nip. They're really, really nice photographs. And that was one. This one I haven't opened yet. It's called Cowboys, Indians, Hobos, Gamblers, Patriots, Tourists, and Sunsets.
That's a Kickstarter also?
Yeah. These are all Instax photographs. And they're all shot by a 5-year-old kid. They're really good. His dad is a National Geographic photographer. So that helps a lot.
Yeah, so his dad takes the pictures and puts his name on it.
The kid takes the pictures. They're hit.
The kid pushes the button when his dad tells him to.
You take the picture right now.
Take picture now. Now he's a published author.
That difficult. I think he says push the button.
He's a cool kid. His name is Hawkeye Huey on Instagram. If you want to follow. Now he's older than 5. He was 5 when he did that.
Three-quarters.
Hi, my name is Ike. I am a father, designer, and a developer of the Bebot. This is a Bebot. Now it's ready. Let's take Bebot off the ground.
Sounds like a bunch of babies crying.
It shows them all together like this, so I wonder what that's all about.
Make a gigantic robot.
Illustrate the potential.
I was hoping they'd show it in the video.
I mean, with software, you could get them to coordinate between each other and to fly as a larger unit.
It must be cardboard.
Could be balsa wood.
I don't know. Because look how thick it is. That was boring. You don't even glue the thing together, you just leave it all unassembled.
Looks like it's magnetic.
Is that a bebop pin? Yes, this is my bebop bracelet.
Yeah, well, wherever he is where bamboo trees can grow, and that's not something that grows anywhere.
Yeah, we got him here.
We got him here. Hate
Down in
them.
Florida, you got bamboo trees.
We got bamboo. Man, I hate them things.
Yeah, it always grows like.
They got him in Texas, otherwise Flippy couldn't live there.
That's true. Well, he could live there, but he'd be all really sickly.
You have to import it.
Yeah, it would cost a lot of money.
Yeah, but you gotta have Flippy money though.
I don't like how they show you the one picture of them all glued together, and then they don't ever show you how they work together. Plus, they cost $160, so that's like $7,000.
I think that should show the future, because this is Gen 1. It's just to show that the concept that with probably just software generations to coordinate them, you can make, just like hard drives, you can make a primary and a slave.
Well, fuck Ike. We're making slaves then.
But it's to illustrate a concept.
I just saw a video on it's called the Maslow, a CNC machine, $500. Open source CNC machine. Post a link on the internal. I saw them show that on a video on the YouTube. It comes in a little box. Well, you have to provide it. You make the whole stand and the bricks, and it's computer controlled. You can make furniture and anything out of this 4x8 sheet of plywood.
Are you eating peanut brittle, Dana?
Raphael.
Yo. People
behind your right shoulder, is that a container of Old Spice?
That thing, yeah.
He collects them.
No.
I haven't seen that style of Old Spice in a long time.
He gets every year.
They come in plastic now.
They're
But
like
that's
hash
the-
browns for him.
Plastic?
Yeah, they use plastic.
Cheap
Yeah, you
bastard.
can't smash it over someone's head anymore.
Nope.
Old Spice man takes it and uses it as a weapon. Down at the docks.
Or to keep the smell of the chum.
That's right. Because when you get off those boats, you're not smelling delicious.
The Old Spice commercials are like some of the best commercials I've ever seen.
I thought the best ones were when Old Spice did the guy. Was that I think it was a black guy.
Terry
He
Crews.
like walk in his one thing.
Yeah, Terry Crews.
Yeah. That was like the last hurrah for Old Spice. Now they're on plastic bottles.
No, they got creepy. The commercials got creepy, but they were awesome at the same time.
Yes, you got a lot of people following you. You might want to call in for a stalker alert. So-and-so is following you. So-and-so is following you. Oh, and then we got somebody else following you.
No, it's the whole point of the social networks, though.
To let you know when a crime is about to happen. You're about to get mugged.
You're about to be followed. It knows when the person's finger's hovering over the follow button and alerts.
Yep.
By that time, they're already following you. It's too late.
Oh, I thought these were actually mushrooms that glow in the dark. That would have been cool.
Fungus.
Apparently,
Mushrooms.
Apex Gun Parts is having a sale on the Zastava AK mags for $8 a piece.
Fuck that.
30 rounders, 7.62 by 39.
I thought you meant Apex, like the trigger people.
ApexGunParts.com.
I thought you meant like the Predator.
The Apex Predator.
The Apex Predator. These are new manufactured. I would assume that they have, yes, they do have the bolt full open feature, if you like that. And the fact that they're new means there's no freaking Cosmoline. It's just about worth the price right there. For $7.99, that's a darn good price. ApexGunParts.com.
What country?
Well, it's Serbia, Zastava.
I don't trust them.
Well, that's between you and whoever you are accountable to. But the link was over on.
I think them and the Koreans trade mags.
Pants put it out in the text chat on Gun Channels. So if you're listening to YouTube and you want to know why should I bother to go become a member of Gun Channels, because then you can get the exact link, take you directly to that part if you were a member of Gun Channels.
You could also question the pricing of those mags and why are they that much.
Why do you keep saying that much? That's very low. I've never seen them.
$8. They're like Tapco mags. That's Tapco prices.
Except they have a positive reputation.
Do they?
Yeah.
I never got any with my NPAP.
I have both
Tapco.
Used Zastava ones, Yugos, as well as new manufactured.
Are they bolt hold open?
Yes.
There might be a coupon code somewhere out there to help you save more.
They're commercial. Or NPAP quality instead of OPAP. Surplus.
Well, they're steel mags. I mean, I can't, just by looking at it, between the base plate and the box and the follower, I can't see any obvious difference.
Just causing magazine controversy.
Who is?
Me.
Oh.
We're doing this again, this gun stacking thing.
On the Instagrams?
Yeah. Man, I won that thing already. Get out of here. Go back and count. I don't even think I have that many handguns anymore. I stacked 10, but I was missing 2. I think one was in my girlfriend's purse, and I forgot about another one.
You ever had pineapple vinegar?
Never heard of it.
Nope.
Yeah.
Is it awesome?
It's okay.
You're saying one thing, but your enthusiasm
You're saying another.
Contradicts with what you're actually saying. It's the best
I got a fever.
ever. It's excellent.
I got a fever right now. It's excellent. It's okay.
It's amazing. Well, I just backed a pineapple vinegar one. I don't think it's going to happen, though. A lot of these, you just are doing it to help them out. You don't think it's going to make it. Or I don't think it's going to make it.
Pineapple vinegar?
Uh-huh. Never heard of such a thing. $10, you get 6 ounces or something. I don't know how much that is.
That's
sounds like right about, there's about as much pineapple vinegar as I want.
United de Piña.
What the hell do you make with pineapple vinegar?
I already closed it. I think it's more of like one of the, like you drink it and it's good for you kind of thing. Gets your whatever in order. You get the vitality of the enzymes, all the essences of the nutriisms.
This is 4.25 ounces, so it's slightly bigger than this.
In other words, it's like swallowing a teaspoon of enema.
Except with twice the calories, because otherwise, if you enema it, you don't get any calories from it.
Yeah.
It's basically like I got an Old Spice container of pineapple vinegar. That's the way I think of it.
Should be enough.
You can make it yourself.
What, out of pineapples?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Moon, what's this with a tree growing through the fence and then just plopping a gun on there?
It's called. I don't know. It's a picture.
It's a handgun in its natural habitat.
Yeah. It's on the fence. Doesn't know.
It's a relaxing day.
Pineapple vinegar is like grape juice gone bad.
Oh.
Like wine gone bad. It might be something to spice up your salad.
Hey, Raphael.
It's an interesting thing. Remington RP9. Never heard of it. It's 18 plus 1, striker fired for $249.
No, you don't want it.
It's got serrations on the front.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking M&P and a PPQ had a baby.
Is that on sale in Palmetto State?
It's Military Arms. Posted it in their Instagram.
Yeah, he bought 2 of them and tested them in the gauntlet, and they didn't fail too bad, I guess.
Remington RP9, 18 round capacity, $299 at Palmetto State, $249 after rebate.
Yes, that's probably it.
I think they had like failure to feed without the elements.
I mean, after Remington's R51 implosion.
Yeah, the gun is just thoughtless looking and like a Me Too. Me Too.
Well, it's definitely got the Me Too price, except what it does have is it has a price that the others don't.
Yeah, I'd send somebody to Canic before a Remington RP9.
Well, at least Remington, the money's not going directly to ISIS.
Well, may as well be.
And of course, that's assuming that it has an acceptable trigger and is reliable.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which may not be true.
I don't know who else got videos on it, but Military Arms Channel has 2.
I'd like to make a suggestion out there to people who like to do EDC videos. Don't do the spread of your EDC like on your crotch, on your legs.
Because then I have trouble liking your picture. So I'm not liking your crotch. So just don't do it. I agree with Dano.
I mean, to me, it's just not an interesting background. Not my thing.
That's something I want to put a heart on. Oh, I heart that crotch. And that and that pocket dump.
Is it too obvious what I'm looking at?
I don't know what you're looking at.
Crotch EDC.
Daniel spends half of the time talking about it. He must like it.
Some guy with a index card that's got a bunch of little teeny tiny pictures of old Western guns. They might be in a deck of cards.
Oh.
Teeny tiny little printout of little teeny tiny guns. Some guy named Gear Sitesweb.
Gear Channel.
Yeah, I think it got the Kickstarter.
Gear Channels.
Oh, no, we got a pit bull.
Wow, wow.
Oh, wow.
Was that at the gun store, G?
Mm-hmm. That's my new $200 and something boots too. That cost me $30.
Now I gotta scroll back down. Take a look at them boots.
Sweet.
Those you've had those boots for a while, I gather.
No, I bought them used for $30, but they're got good life in them left, and they were like new. Those boots are like $230 to $280.
What brand are they?
Bellevue. They're made in Bellevue, Illinois.
Bellevue.
Yep. They make them for the military and shit. Like, they're really cool. And I seen a video about how they make them. They don't even have slaves in there and nothing. And then, but I can't afford them. And I think I might have actually emailed them already, and they didn't give me any for nothing. And then, yeah, I was in there. Bob was like, "Oh, I want to go to the store and buy boots, because in Canada we can't buy boots, and this money's worth so much here or whatever." So he wanted to take advantage of our money system and steal a bunch of boots. So anyway, I went in there with them, and they had them sitting there. I was like, "Hell yeah, buying these." I probably got about 18 miles in them already. They're doing all right. Super comfortable. The guy who had them before me was like bow-legged though, so they're worn weird. So it's getting me. It's not like having new boots, but
right, the inside that part that can kind of customize to your foot a little bit has been customized in the wrong way for you a little bit.
Oh no, quite a bit. Yeah, enough that it's annoying, but it's $30 instead of $200.
Yeah, compared to $60 boots, they're fantastic.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like, they're such a nicer pair of boots that it's worth having them. Like, not be quite the right. And I figure I'll probably walk in them, wear them down the other way.
I used to get hand-me-downs like that.
Sometimes I get free shoes. Like
now,
these.
now here's what I'm kind of wondering. It's like it's got some chick showing her EDC, lifting up her shirt because she carries down that way. She got her little navel ring going on, but she pulls her shirt all the way up to show her bra. Like, are we looking at the EDC, or are we supposed to be looking at the bra?
Yeah, that's the yoga girl, the tactical yoga girl. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's like pretty obnoxious with her pictures, I guess.
Just like the picture, Dano. Just like it.
Go look at her channel. Go look at her account. Scroll through.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
No thanks.
Tactical yoga girl.
Yeah.
It's like putting, peanut butter in my pizza. Don't be doing that.
Oh, that's fucking nasty.
Don't put peanut butter in my pizza. Don't put porn in my guns. I know it's not that.
I get free shoes sometimes, or cheap when I see them. I tear them up anyway. So
what's that?
Shoes. I go through shoes quick. I work. I walk a lot.
Is it you tear up the insides, or you tend to tear up the sole, or the outside?
The sole sometimes comes from flapping out, and sometimes I wear holes in the sole. I'm tough on shoes.
Now, have you tried both high-end shoes as well as inexpensive ones?
Oh yeah. High-end shoes will last longer, I have to say. Yes. I prefer DC skating shoes.
Cyrus's.
I never tried them. I tried DC's because I probably would have never bought any, but my nephew got a free pair, and we were the same size shoes, so he gave me those shoes, and I went, wow, I'm a convert.
Well, skating shoes last forever.
Yep. And they have a lot of protection. They wrap around the foot, and they give you a lot of support, and they're well cushioned for impact.
A lot of cushion.
Yeah, they're excellent. So I wear those a lot when I can't afford them.
Yeah, I stopped wearing Vans.
Mm-hmm.
I destroy those things.
Yeah. I have a friend who wears Vans because the soles are flat, and he drives a Volkswagen Beetle.
That's pretty much what I wear, but because they're cheap. I buy the ones from Walmart that cost like, I think they're $10.
Yeah, the skate shoes.
They look like just like Vans.
Yeah, I wear those. Those are what I'm wearing right now.
I go to Ross and pick them up.
Plus, that way, if I have to thrash, I'm okay. I'm ready to go.
I don't skate.
I didn't know G-Web thrashes.
I don't even know what that means.
Damn.
Skateboarding.
Hop on an ollie.
I have to scoot around on a skateboard.
50-50 grind.
And just because I don't know what it means doesn't mean I'm asking someone to tell me.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
What you got, G? What you got?
No one wanted to tell you anyway.
By Dano. Like, oh, I wonder what that means. Oh, just because I said I wonder what it means doesn't mean I'm asking to be told what it means.
I will ask, what the fuck does that mean if I really want to know?
It just makes me feel younger.
You know, the one thing I do like about Instagram is I don't check it out very often, but then when I do, I'll spend like a half hour.
Yeah.
Killing time looking at cool pics.
I go through it once a day, looking at my feed, see what people have posted, commenting on pictures.
You follow Breadface Girl?
No.
Oh, man.
I don't comment, but I'll occasionally give out, likes and stuff.
To Breadface?
There's a lot of good pictures.
To Breadface? See, he doesn't want to know what that is, so he's not asking.
If I give a fuck who Breadface was, I'd ask.
Oh, God.
Dano the disgruntled detective.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's me. You nailed it.
Yeah, I like that new picture that Dano has.
I don't see no new picture yet.
It's discriminately showing for some people and not showing for others.
Maybe if I refresh.
It's not showing for me.
You're shaming people.
Oh. Didn't do anything. Oh well. Yeah. Just have to wait.
Yep.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
It's a huge diamond.
Huge. Large.
Hey, Rafael.
¿Qué?
Vinagre de piña.
Uy. Yeah.
You talking about pineapple vinegar?
Good job, G-Webs.
Sí.
Hey, Rafael.
¿Qué, señor?
El cuerno de chivo.
That's AK-47.
There you go.
Yeah, it's slang.
I have that on DVD. It's a movie.
Wow. There's an AK-47 movie?
Uno de Chivo or whatever.
Go Torn.
Cuerno de Chivo.
Goat horn.
Goat horn.
Goat porn.
Oh, that's what they do over there in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. We take it for them.
Sexy
And
time.
then we sell it back to them.
Hey, look, they got met.
Sweet AC 130 goat porn. That's my brother.
I got you. I got you. Haha.
This movie right here. Temable Cuerno de Chivo. He runs around in the jungles with this gold AK shooting at this other guy.
Nice.
Oh, that's a narco movie.
He's got the one guy's got leather clothes on, everybody else has like cowboy clothes on, and he runs around shooting at them. And I can't understand any of it because it's in Spanish.
Is Mario Almada in it?
It's Miguel Angel Rodriguez and Arturo Martinez.
He ain't famous.
Named Miguel Rodriguez.
Alejandro El Condes.
Most of the Mexican movies I've seen has El Santo in them.
Ooh, I should have got 2 Paquelas. What's a Paquela?
Ooh.
Is that a feature?
That's 2 movies in one.
No. Paquelas is movie.
Películas.
Dos Paquelas.
Películas means movies.
Películas?
If I
What?
wanted to know, I would have fucking asked.
Who
Películas?
gives a fuck, Dano?
Películas?
Películas. Películas.
Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis.
Mila Kunis.
Just morphing. Películas. Now, pelo de culo, something else.
Somebody's talking dirty.
Nope, that swears. That swears right there.
I can tell it. It's international.
International swears.
They're still talking about boots out in the chat. Bootleg.
What is La Pinga Loca? La Pinga Loco? La Pinga Loca?
Pinga. Pinga doesn't even mean anything.
Okay, G-Web's question for you. There's this little short video on Instagram you got in there of that, looks like a little revolver, fires a little flare.
Okay.
I think it's yours. What's the deal? I mean, what is that thing that it's firing?
You mean the little tiny revolver that puts the suppressor-looking thing on it and it shoots a flare out of the suppressor-looking thing?
Yep.
Well, I think it's easiest explained with this photograph.
Oh my.
Okay.
And that's because of Moon. He said that's Pinga, whatever the fuck, Pinga something, Piquita is. And that's what it comes up.
I guess it's my fault because that's what I get for asking.
Exactly. He wanted to know. So anyway, that little thing is a 2mm pin fire, and that ignites a, I don't know, little tiny flare that shoots out of there.
How far did it go up in the air?
I've never shot one of mine, but they go about 6 feet in the air.
6 feet?
Yeah.
6 feet with a big lighter.
Let's say you fell down behind a table and you could not get up, but you needed to tell other people in the room they were back there. That might be.
I need the big lighter.
Behind the couch.
Yeah, like I'm like near these drapes. Oh, this one's got a fucking bayonet on it.
Uh-oh, you found another purchase.
So this is what you're talking about, though. This thing?
Yeah. Yep.
So the flares here. This is the thing. Oh, this is a different one than mine. This thing screws on the front, though. And then you shoot the flare. I wonder if they have videos of it. They must.
I was just curious what that little flare was made of.
Here you go.
Ready?
Ready?
Happy 4th of July.
Did pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it looked like it went further than 6 feet.
Yeah. Went up over that fence.
Yep.
Went there, like went up. Maybe it's twice, 3 times tall as a building, like as tall as a tree.
Yep.
I mean, if it was at night and there was people looking for you, that would work. And that was not. And it would definitely come down and make some attention. And if you had to start a fire, it would probably be enough to start a little fire or whatever quickly. So I could think of worse things, I guess, to have in a vehicle or something. Anyway, I'm too cheap to shoot mine because they cost money.
How much are they?
For just the projectile.
How much are the launchers?
Depends on if they're available. Sometimes they're available, sometimes they're not. Most of the time they are nowadays. Looks like 17. You can save $17 when you buy one now. They cost product not found. So they're weird. You gotta buy the shit from whatever the country this is too. Well, rounds and flares. So here's flares. Flares. 10 9mm flares for $32. So they cost $3.29 a piece.
Damn.
That's too much for me.
Yeah. It's like more than fireworks.
Oh yeah. I would have done one for a video if the video would have paid more than $3 maybe. I thought about buying some ammo, but 20 rounds of ammo is $70. It costs me like $5 every time I shoot that fucking thing. 25 rounds is $39.90.
And then there's shipping on that probably. A full tin of 100, which you used to be able to just go to the place and buy, it's $374.
What? Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. So I look around gun shows and stuff. They used to sell them these little pill bottles or whatever. You get 10 in a pill bottle or something.
But is it like a not magnesium, but what's that metal that burns?
You can make them. This book here that I'm looking at. Oh wait, where'd the book go? The book here. I've done a video on this book before. In the back of this book here, it tells you how to make them. So I've thought about, again, if I had any time on my hands, I would follow the instruction in the back of this book and make a little gizmo. You can make them out of like aluminum cans or something, you know. You just basically take aluminum can, you cut it top and bottom off, so you have that sheet of aluminum, and then you just make a jig to smush the aluminum into like a little ice cube tray with a bunch of little pegs, and then probably just grind them out of there or something, sandpaper or something maybe. I don't know, just, you know, get them out of there. And then you probably make some kind of solution and let it dry, I think. And then you just put a piece of guitar string as the pin. So they just take a piece of old guitar string and chop it up, and it makes like a million little pins. I could probably, if there was more people shooting them, go into the business of making 2mm ammo, or get one of these reloading people to figure out how to do it. At $5 a round, it might be worth it. Oh, shit, they're selling holsters. I made myself a little holster for mine. How much are they selling these holsters for? Doesn't say. Oh, $25. Holy shit. That's a lot of money for that.
See, you're judging it off of its size. It's not the size of the wand, it's the magic in it.
Holy moly, that's $600 for that kit. This little one's $274. I have one of these. Let's see, mine's a tie clip. That's what that is, tie clip. $274. I should sell mine. This thing is $648. That's ridiculous.
It's fancy though.
Yeah, it's gold. It's got a female barrel. Mine's got a male barrel. So I guess that's the difference.
So, what's the current location of the GM van?
My van?
Yeah.
sitting where it broke down whenever I came back from Phoenix that time. It's still sitting in the same place.
Oh.
In its place. I've got one I'm eyeballing right now. Basically, my thing now is whenever I see one that's selling, even though I don't have the money, I like figure if I can find one that goes for less than the price of a new engine, then that's then that's a potential. But there's one now that I'm looking at that's fucking ideal. Except I can't find it. What the fuck? I hate it when they do that. Either they put a whole bunch of new shit in here that only has like a day left, or they pulled it since this morning. What the fuck? Here it is. Anyway, it's still at a good price. Are we live?
Yes.
I don't like looking at these live because then people are going to steal them from me. See this one?
Yep.
So it's got cool lights on it. That's wicked awesome. It's got 3 bars on it. It's got doors on the side like I like. It's got windows, which I'm not a big fan of. And then it's got whatever's going on down here.
Oh, that front bumper?
Yeah,
Is that like a push bumper?
No, you'll see. It's different, but it's weird, right? I like it. It looks like it's official, but not really. Then you get this side. See the bars? I can't help it. It's going to zoom like this. I can't stop it from zooming.
Yeah.
But got that weird thing down there. You got nothing else going on, but mainly you got these extra bars up there.
Now, with that rack on the back, if you put like a 2x4 up top, would that make contact with the light bars?
Well, see, it's just 2 ladder racks put right next to each other, like strapped with some sort of piece of metal. But I could put one of these out here, and it would be way higher than those light bars. I don't know if I can use those light bars because there's red on them. I'd have to get rid of those reds and get rid of the yellows. But then I could put this other rack back here, right? And it would just be regular. But you see what it says on there?
Transview.
So it's some sort of like sensor vehicle for something that they don't use anymore. So that's what it looks like on the back. Looks fine. Look at this. That's the back. That's the seats, right? This is like the back room.
That's like way too cool.
Dude, it's like exactly what I'm looking for. It's like a little off.
It's like there's the desk. It's just like, but where could it convert to sleep?
Well, I could chop this side off probably and then lay down right there. But then that's a nice little desk thingy right there. It's all sturdy.
I'm surprised they didn't make it like, although it's made out of nut, because clearly it's custom made for that purpose.
Yeah, it was.
They didn't make it like foldable or something like that?
No, it was made for this van, like you're saying. There was some sort of thing back here that was, I can't get this thing to not zoom in, but you know what I'm saying? There's some sort of thing back there that they removed right there. And then that's where the battery used to be up front, and they're showing you how they took the battery cable right here and naked it into the back.
With heat shrink tubing?
Well, yeah, but it's just that you can't even put a battery up front anymore because they permanently removed the battery into the back again.
Oh.
Which, like, some people are going to go, oh, I don't want that. And I'm going to go, fuck yeah, thank you. That's what I want to do anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, I spent a bunch of money to do that to my last van. So the front looks all badass and nice. Oh, I don't have the thing on. It's got 27,000 miles on it. Like,
wow.
Around.
That's crazy. 27,000 miles?
Something like that. And it's a 98. No, it's a 99. No, it's a 90. It's a 98 with 23,000 miles on it. So it was some sort of like, you know, I don't know, some sort of a sensor vehicle or something. They drove around to like test the roads or some shit. And then they're selling it cheap. So I want it now. I figured that would be good. 98, really any miles on it. Still gonna be good. Got that desk in the back right away. It looks all stupid, so everybody's gonna go, "Oh, that guy's just testing the roads or some shit." I could sleep anywhere. I could just pull over the side of the fucking road. I could park under a bridge, and they'd be like, "Oh, that thing's supposed to be there." No, don't bother that guy. He's supposed to be there. That's what the cops will say.
Well, I didn't realize how popular Walmart was until I first heard about it through Bob. Then I started paying attention when I'm Ubering, and it's like, Jesus, there's people at every Walmart.
Yeah, that's the sucker bet already. I mean, it's a nice standby, but there's other options besides Walmart for sure. Especially when you have a cool highway van.
I'm just saying because there are so many and there's Walmarts everywhere.
Oh no, yeah, exactly. And for the most part, they're okay with it. When you got a giant, obnoxious camper like Bob, and you just let your vicious dog out and he terrorizes the parking lot, then they want you to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
Bob will just empty his tanks. He's just open the tanks and start pooping in there, hook up to their water and just leave it running.
And that it's funny that you mentioned that because I never hear him ever discuss emptying his wastewater in regards to stopping at somewhere other than the Walmarts. I can't imagine him dumping his tanks unless he's dumping it directly into the drain sewer, which is not a sewage sewer.
No, he's got a cord set up that he yanks on it. So he basically starts driving down the road, and when he's going good and fast, he'll just yank on this cord, and that opens up the valve, and then it just empties as he's driving.
Does he really do that?
He thinks it's hilarious.
Does he? Tell me you're just joking.
I haven't seen him not do that.
That is so fucking moronic. I can't imagine that being true.
Now I'm sure he does it. Just based on your reaction.
I mean, what kind of a backwards dumbass would do something like that? Don't answer that question.
Right in front of that funeral with a bunch of people in convertibles.
Just got the car washed, honey. What do you think? I don't know. What's that smell? Well, there was this, RV in front of me on the way home, and there was something spritzing off of it. A little spritzing.
Is it raining today? We must have hit a bug. Something splashed on the windshield.
I put the link to Pink's lobby in the side chat because I'm going to shut this down.
Oh, are you kidding? You're going to wait until I post my van that everybody's going to steal now, and then you turn it off air?
Yeah, but you can hop right over to Pink's and keep the action going.
What he's saying is Moon's got to get a little honey time. It's Saturday night. It's Sunday night. It's Moon time.
Alrighty then.
With Ms. Moon.